Chapter 4775. Miracle City was also known as the Land of Death. Back then, who knew how many geniuses wanted to enter and explore? In the end, they all died inside and couldn't come out. From then on, those who dared to go to Miracle City were all fools. Basically, no one was willing to go to Miracle City anymore. However, there were still some people around the Miracle City. This was because one or two treasures would occasionally appear in the Miracle City. Of course, this could be a few decades, a few hundred years, or even 1,000 years. This didn't stop people from trying their luck outside. Just like that, a few heaven gods started to wander around. They wanted to try their luck too. Even if they didn't find anything good, if they could meet one or two experts who came out, they could still gain something. Everyone's thoughts were more or less the same. They wanted to take advantage of someone who was weak, let alone someone who came out of Miracle City. Demon God Sanyang was such a person. He was just trying his luck in this area. 30 years ago, he got lucky. He killed an expert and gained a huge amount of wealth, which allowed him to reach the 5-star demon god level. Therefore, he had been wandering around Miracle City all this time. Now, he finally saw another person on the Rainbow Bridge. He raised his eyebrows and smiled. Our luck is not bad. Another person has come. It's another guy who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. We can go up and guard him. When he escapes, he will definitely be injured. At that time, we can kill him without anyone knowing. In the past, demon god Sanyang had always acted alone. But now, he had found a few helpers. These demon gods were all attached to him. With these people, he could move much faster. His combat strength was also much stronger, so it was easier to deal with people. Moreover, he was dealing with someone who was seriously injured. He knew how strong the Rainbow Bridge was. It wasn't easy to take. He didn't expect his luck to be so good today. Someone else got on the Rainbow Bridge. He wanted to try his luck in Miracle City again. Such a person deserved to die. To demon god Sanyang, Miracle City was a trap, a super huge trap. Whoever went in would be unlucky. It wasn't easy for them to come out alive. Of course, now that he was in this area, even if they went in and wanted to come out, they would have to ask for his permission. The few demon gods behind him also started laughing. They also felt that they would be able to reap great rewards in a while. Who told these people to not know the immensity of heaven and earth? If the Miracle City was so easy to break into, then there would have been people who succeeded in taking down the Miracle City or taking out powerful treasures from inside. No one would pay a high price to know the situation inside Miracle City. Demon god Sanyang immediately brought his people over. He had a pearl in his hand that could perfectly cover their tracks. It was because of the pearl that demon god Sanyang was able to catch the other party off guard. Just like this, they came to the vicinity of the Rainbow Bridge. He could vaguely see the figure inside. Even 3C's demon god would feel great pressure when facing the Rainbow Bridge, let alone the guy inside. If nothing goes wrong, this guy will definitely escape within an hour. If he can't escape, then he's dead. That's great, we just need to get this corpse out. Demon god Sanyang was a professional now. It didn't matter if you were injured or dead, he could easily get you out of there. Demon god Sanyang had prepared a series of things and this guy came to him on his own accord. Time passed minute by minute. The originally motionless figure suddenly moved. He walked forward again. He was extremely fast. He was getting further and further away from him. Then, demon god Sanyang's expression changed slightly. This situation was a little surprising. This guy actually had some ability. He actually went inside. Didn't he know that it would be more dangerous inside? It's okay, we'll just wait here. He will definitely come out. No one can persist until he gets inside. If he can come back, he'll be considered rich. When the time comes, he'll be able to make up for decades or even hundreds of years of savings. Demon God Sanyang wasn't surprised at all. He just sat down cross-legged. He slowly started to wait. On Lin Fei's side, he felt the power of the Rainbow Bridge. It was really rare. No wonder exploring Miracle City required 800,000 contribution points. It really wasn't a place that anyone could enter. Very quickly, Lin Fei crossed the Rainbow Bridge. He frowned as he actually sensed the existence of other people behind him. No way, someone is planning to come to Miracle City. No, he seems to have stopped. Is he waiting for me to come out? Lin Fei understood right away. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't expect that there would be such a smart person waiting for him outside. If he was injured, then naturally, he wouldn't be their match. If he died here, then even his corpse would be taken away by them. This was a good deal. Lin Fei didn't continue to think about it. The moment he entered, there was a giant square. The square was empty. Lin Fei squinted as he saw a few things. They were actually corpses. Who knew how long they had been dead for? These corpses should be dead, at least 1,000 years ago. Maybe they came here to try their luck. Lin Fei didn't see the rings on the ground, which surprised him a little. Thinking about the people outside, he shook his head slightly. He didn't need to guess to know that they must have used some means to take them away. It was dangerous for people to come in, but there were some treasures that could ignore these dangers, so they could really take these rings away. It was an unexpected gain. Lin Fei didn't bother about it anymore. Hua 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 hua. At this moment, a gust of wind blew. This gust of wind was very gentle and didn't have any strength, but it instantly made Lin Fei feel what absolute danger was. The Tao of Time instantly unfolded. Pung 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 pung. These winds landed on Lin Fei's body and instantly exploded with a terrifying cutting ability. Even Lin Fei's great cutting technique was reprimanded in front of this power. Fortunately, Lin Fei opened the Tao of Time. He directly used the flow of time to weaken the power of the great cutting technique. Even so, it made Lin Fei feel a terrifying sense of danger. A huge wound was left on his body. He didn't even have time to defend. What kind of miracle city is this? This is definitely a place of death. Chapter 4776. The wind in the square was very strong and it was very powerful. Lin Fei finally understood why so many people didn't dare to come to Miracle City. If they came, they would be finished. His Tao of Time was consumed very quickly. Fortunately, he had accumulated a lot and he managed to withstand this round of attack. Lin Fei also knew that this wind should be condensed from the so-called intent power. Not everyone could withstand it. If one's physical body was slightly weaker or their defense was slightly weaker, all their previous efforts would be in vain. In other places, Lin Fei might not dare to use this Tao of Time because it was too conspicuous. However, in this place, Lin Fei didn't care. The Tao of Time was activated. The 5 elements defense was activated. The Great Cold spell was activated. His entire body became an existence that was impervious to water and fire. Fortunately, Lin Fei had accumulated a lot. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been enough. Even so, he had to walk and stop, and then walk again. Fortunately, the route that Lin Fei took was not bad. Exploring this place was quite dangerous. However, in Lin Fei's opinion, this miracle city should have a lot of good things. However, so far, he hadn't seen anything that satisfied Lin Fei. He entered from the square. Swoosh. Lin Fei came to a palace. This palace was very big. A terrifying chill seeped through the air. Lin Fei's Great Cold spell directly clashed with this chill. A loud rumbling sound collided with each other. Lin Fei's Great Cold spell wasn't the strongest. Hence, after clashing with the chill, it was directly blasted away. However, there was still a part of the power that penetrated through. After continuously reducing it, it landed on Lin Fei's body. His body was covered with a thin layer of frost. This made Lin Fei secretly suck in a breath of cold air. This place was even more terrifying than the outside. Don't be fooled by the thin layer of frost. It could instantly freeze his entire body. I really don't know who made this miracle city. Without the strength of an 8 or 9 stars demon, one wouldn't be able to withstand it. It's too difficult. Lin Fei finally understood why an 8 stars demon would die here. He really couldn't withstand it. Lin Fei sighed in his heart and was attracted by the scene in front of him. He really couldn't believe it. There were actually many frozen statues in this palace. These statues were all kinds of corpses. Even though these corpses were dead, the frozen corpses could still emit a powerful pressure. Moreover, this ice was not ordinary ice, it could actually withstand the spread of the pressure. The ice sealed inside didn't spread at all. Black Yuan Demon Snake, good at heaven-devouring technique, has 9 stars demon combat power. Killed by an expert from the celestial world. Lin Fei frowned when he saw that there was a record at the bottom of the statue. Could it be that the people sealed in this miracle city are experts from other worlds? And these experts from other worlds were killed by experts from the celestial world. This time, it was Lin Fei's turn to be shocked. He was trapped in this cage of the celestial world and almost couldn't get out. He didn't expect to see these things in this miracle city again. Along the way, there was a simple introduction of each corpse. Without exception, they were all killed by experts from the celestial world. There were about 20 to 30 corpses here and each corpse was at the level of a 9 stars demon. Lin Fei guessed that these 9 stars demon gods should be the top existence in this level. Otherwise, they would really be qualified to stand here. At the front, there was a door. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to go in. Boundless starlight gathered together, and a figure appeared. Welcome to Miracle City. This is a land of miracles. As long as you have the strength, you will enjoy the benefits that Miracle City brings you. No matter how he looked at it, the figure that appeared seemed to be promoting the place. Lin Fei felt weird no matter how he listened to it. As long as you can withstand the pressure of these 9 stars demon gods, the longer you can withstand it, the more you will be able to obtain their inheritance and enter the second level. Lin Fei just heard this and before he could say anything, the frozen corpse of the 9 stars demon gods was instantly unsealed. Boundless pressure came crashing down on them. Fortunately, Lin Fei hadn't lowered his defenses at all. Thus, he was instantly hit by the frightening attack. He didn't know how many times he had cursed in his heart. This place was really overbearing. It didn't care if you agreed or not and immediately started attacking. What kind of person could withstand it? If he wasn't careful, he would be wiped out completely. One by one, the attacks from the shadows started coming. Within the pressure, they actually transformed into their original forms and started attacking Lin Fei without exception. This attack made Lin Fei feel the pressure. The pressure of these 20 to 39 stars demon gods, coupled with the attack of the illusory bodies, was really terrifying. Lin Fei directly exerted the great Tao of time to the extreme. Time passed. This was the only way he could withstand the pressure and attacks. Even so, Lin Fei's fleshly body had been torn open and blood flowed out from his wounds. He looked as though he was covered in blood. Fortunately, this didn't affect Lin Fei too much. He could more or less withstand it. He was betting that these attacks wouldn't last for too long. Based on his current situation, he could definitely withstand it. Time passed by the minutes and seconds. Half an hour, 2 hours, 4 hours. Time passed very quickly. Lin Fei finally experienced what was called great horror. If he hadn't mastered the great Tao of time, he might not have been able to withstand it. Miracle City, I'd like to see what kind of miracle you can bring me. Lin Fei felt that he was a little careless. This place was really a little dangerous. It was more dangerous than a dragon's lair and a tiger's lair. Now, he could only bite the bullet and see how long he could last. Fortunately, Lin Fei didn't have to wait for long. After about 8 hours, the frozen statues were frozen again. Everything happened as naturally as flowing water. It was very fast. Before Lin Fei could even react, he had been sealed in ice. All of the oppressive might attacks had disappeared. However, it had also tired Lin Fei out. It was as if he had walked out of a pool of blood. With a thought, his powerful physical body instantly began to recover. It took a long time for him to recover. His face was a little pale. This was the strongest lineup that Lin Fei had encountered so far. The shadow formed by the starlight appeared again. Congratulations, Challenger. You are the first person in 5,000 years to pass this stage. You are qualified to receive the inheritance. The first in 5,000 years. Lin Fei was slightly stunned. This was a little long. Chapter 47-77. Lin Fei's heart trembled slightly. He was the first person in 5,000 years to pass the test. On second thought, it seemed to be the case. It was too difficult. The attack of 20 to 30 phantoms was truly terrifying. If it wasn't for the great Tao of time that weakened the power in his strong physical body, he wouldn't have been able to withstand it. If it was anyone else, they would have died here. The shadow reached out and grabbed. From the statue that was originally frozen, blood-colored beads flew out. As soon as these blood-colored beads flew out, Lin Fei felt that these blood-colored beads were different. It was extremely thick and terrifying, and it even contained all of the essence within it. If this is the reward, it's not bad. It should be fine for my physical body. Lin Fei's infinite divine body was relatively strong. But this time, he also realized that he hadn't reached the real level of strength. Otherwise, the attacks of these shadows wouldn't have hurt his body at all. It could only be said that there was a big difference. These are their essences. You can choose any 3 to absorb and refine. It will be of great benefit to your physical body. However, you have to refine them on the spot. Only then will you be qualified to enter the next level. Otherwise, I can only send you out and take it as you have given up the qualification. In front of him, feeling the existence of these blood-colored beads, Lin Fei could feel how terrifying they were. It was so thick that it was ridiculous. It really wasn't something that anyone could absorb and refine. This first level was really a bit fatal. Not to mention anything else, he had to first withstand the attacks of these 20 to 30 shadows. Now that the blood-colored beads as a reward were so terrifying, he had to absorb them on the spot. This miracle city was really strange. If it was only 1 bead, many people could withstand it. But if it was 3 beads, it was different. It could definitely make one's physical body explode. Unless one cultivated an absolute physical body cultivation method. Lin Fei decided to give it a try without thinking. After all, his physical body was still very strong. No matter how domineering it was, his time great Tao was no joke. He could still upgrade his infinite divine body. Lin Fei couldn't get these faith beads for a while, so he couldn't get any honor points. Without honor points, he naturally couldn't upgrade his infinite godly body. Just thinking about it makes me want to cry. I choose to absorb and refine the 3 blood-colored pearls here. Lin Fei was the first to speak. He didn't want the shadow to throw him out again. At that time, it would be a wasted trip. Who knew if the next test would be like this? Lin Fei didn't want to gamble, nor did he want to try. He wanted to get the benefits first. All the blood-red beads automatically came to Lin Fei. Each of them was terrifyingly rich, just like a blood sea grand realm. Lin Fei could not imagine how much essence these blood-red beads had accumulated. One could definitely imagine that this thing was no less than a super-nourishing pill. Without a certain level of strength, one wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. Of course, the final result was obvious. It was like a ripe watermelon, splitting into pieces. It really couldn't be more dead. The impact of that moment was definitely abnormally terrifying. Lin Fei still decided to give it a try. Such an opportunity was too rare. He suspected that all the essence of the foreign race experts who died outside had gathered together to form these blood-red beads. I want this one, and this one, and this one. Without any hesitation, Lin Fei directly chose 3 of the blood-red beads. Then, 3 blood-red beads floated over and landed on Lin Fei's hand. The faint light contained terrifying essence power. The shadow waved his hand, and all the blood-red beads returned. Then, the surrounding vision changed rapidly. It was as if he was in a secret room. Then, the shadow's voice came. Next, you will have a year to refine and absorb them. If you can't refine them in a year, then you won't be qualified to challenge the second level. The shadow immediately dissipated. Lin Fei knew that this guy would dig a hole here. The 3 blood-red beads contained rich essence. It would definitely take time to refine them. It would be too difficult to refine them in a short period of time. If he didn't expect the shadow to give him a year's time, this would definitely be a huge test. Not many people could do it easily. Even Lin Fei himself felt the pressure. The time was so long that it was released directly. A year's time. I really don't believe that I can't refine these 3 blood-red beads. Miracle City, let's see what kind of miracle it can give me. Lin Fei directly swallowed one of the blood-red beads. As soon as the blood-colored bead entered his body, it instantly erupted with terrifying energy. This energy was vigorous and vigorous. In an instant, it seemed like it wanted to destroy this body and pursue freedom. All of you, scram to the infinite grotto heaven. Lin Fei directly controlled the time Dao to suppress the violent impulse of this energy. All of them rushed into the infinite grotto heaven. At this time, the infinite grotto heaven came in handy. Once it entered, the violent energy kept hitting the infinite grotto heaven back and forth. Lin Fei's time Dao directly enveloped it, continuously suppressing it. Of course, the consumption of energy also became exceptionally high. Soon, traces of golden energy appeared. This trace of golden energy was mobilized by Lin Fei and entered his flesh and blood. After this golden energy entered his flesh and blood, it instantly made Lin Fei feel what was called warmth. It was as if he had really taken a great tonic. His physical body, which was originally stagnant, actually started to move again. I knew it would be like this. There must be a huge amount of essence in here. Previously, Lin Fei had already guessed that these blood-red beads contained the essence of many foreign race experts. From the looks of it, that was indeed the case. His physical body had been upgraded in an instant. It seems like my infinite divine body can really be improved this time. This infinite divine body was said to have no ceiling. Lin Fei had always wanted to try and see how many levels he could reach. Now it seemed like there was really a chance. Putting his mind back, Lin Fei began to use all his strength to suppress this violent energy. Only after he suppressed it could he refine it and extract the traces of golden energy to improve his physical body. This process was very cumbersome and very boring. Therefore, he had to concentrate for hundreds of hours. Chapter 47-78. Level 4 Infinite Divine Body. Level 5 Infinite Divine Body. Level 6 Infinite Divine Body. Level 7 Infinite Divine Body. The essence of the blood-red beads was so dense that it was as if a rocket had been fired. Lin Fei was also very shocked. This miracle city was really a good person. It absorbed all the essence of the foreign race experts and gathered it into a blood-red bead. Lin Fei had taken a total of 3 such blood-red beads. Fortunately, he had the suppression of the time Dao. Therefore, Lin Fei did not feel much pressure when absorbing and refining them. At the same time, his physical body was also gradually becoming stronger. Meanwhile, in another palace, a shadow was gathering. Beside him were two shadows. Their faces could not be seen clearly, but at this time, they were staring at one side of the screen. It was the scene of Lin Fei cultivating. This kid is not bad. He has actually mastered the time Dao. It seems that we can really nurture an amazing guy this time. That's hard to say. Even if he has the time Dao, it is still unknown whether he can absorb and refine these 3 blood-red beads. Not all cultivation methods have such a strong absorption ability. No matter what, we have to have some hope. It was not easy to find such a person. It is not bad that he has the guts and strength. We can still give it a try. The tone of the 3 shadows was cold, but no matter how one listened, they seemed to have great expectations. However, Lin Fei did not know at all. His infinite divine body had finally broken through to the 10th level, and his physical body had become much stronger. The infinite grotto heaven had also started to expand, and the energy it could store was also increasing. The infinite grotto heaven also seemed to have become a lot more solid. Finally, I have refined the 2nd blood-red bead. There is still one more. Maybe my infinite divine body can break through to the 15th level. This is really unimaginable. Now, my physical body has reached the level of a demon god. It is at least as strong as a 7-star demon god, or even more. Previously, Lin Fei's physical body was already relatively strong. Coupled with a series of defenses such as the Great 5 Elements technique, it was simply impossible to break through. Defense was still defense, but now that his physical body had grown, it was different. Even if he didn't use the Great 5 Elements technique, he still had other defensive methods. Just his physical body alone was incomparably strong. Most importantly, his physical strength had also improved. He could shatter the void with a single punch. He could kill a demon god with a single punch. This was what made Lin Fei the happiest. The feeling of his fists hitting flesh was much better than the others. Lin Fei swallowed the 3rd blood-red bead. This time, the life essence that gushed out was even more powerful and terrifying. He didn't know how long it had been accumulating, but for a moment, Lin Fei's body felt like it couldn't take it anymore. If not for the fact that his infinite god body had been upgraded to level 10, his physical body would have burst open for a split second. Lin Fei himself was shocked. To think that there was such a huge pit buried here. Indeed, this thing wasn't that easy to obtain. There was even a small trap set up. If one wasn't careful, one would be wiped out by this small trap. Lin Fei looked at it in disdain. He started to focus on refining this blood-red bead again. It took him almost an entire year to refine these 3 blood-red beads. Even so, it was enough to tire Lin Fei out. Fortunately, his infinite god body had finally broken through to level 15. His physical body had also reached the peak of 9 stars demon god. This was also the so-called peak of 9 stars celestial god. At this time, his physical body was really ridiculously strong. There were traces of infinite defense surrounding him. If one wanted to break through his physical body, they would first have to break through this infinite defense. Even Lin Fei was a little surprised by such a defense. He didn't expect to have such a harvest. This infinite god body was really not bad. It was indeed something that he had exchanged from the business floor. It was indeed a good thing. Congratulations on successfully refining the 3 blood-red beads. Your physical body has also been greatly improved. The starlight converged, and the phantom appeared once again. Lin Fei still couldn't see through this phantom. He was sure that this fellow was an equipment spirit. To be able to cultivate such an equipment spirit, it was definitely the work of an almighty. This is a stone tablet. You can only enter the 2nd stage when your strength reaches a certain level. Come on, bring out your full strength. Let me see if you've really improved. The phantom waved its hand again. There was a loud rumble in front of Lin Fei and a stone tablet appeared just like that. This was a black stone tablet. It looked very ordinary. However, Lin Fei could feel that this stone tablet was different. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This phantom really knew how to calculate. There was a small trap in one of the 3 blood-red beads. Now that there was such a stone tablet, wouldn't it mean that it would be difficult for him to enter the second stage without breaking through? This was really a case of one after another. Lin Fei laughed, as you wish. Boom! Lin Fei directly punched out. This punch turned into a light spot and landed heavily on the stone tablet. Streams of light instantly spread out on the stone tablet. There was a loud rumble and the stone tablet shook. It shook for a total of 9 times. Only then did it stop. Lin Fei had indeed used all his strength in this punch. He wanted to see how powerful his punch was. He also wanted to see how strong his physical body was. Lin Fei felt that his physical body had reached the level of 9 stars of the heavenly god realm. However, he would only know if it was the case after he tried it. Now that there was such a stone tablet, Lin Fei's wish was fulfilled. No matter what, he had to give it a try. Moreover, it wasn't a problem to go all out here. Lin Fei had mastered the great teleportation technique. Previously, he had already sensed that he could use the great teleportation technique to leave this place. No one would know that Lin Fei had mastered the great teleportation technique, which allowed him to ignore the formation and break out instantly. This was also the reason why Lin Fei dared to enter. After all, many secret realms were filled with all sorts of traps. Small traps, big traps. Big traps, you don't even know when you will be schemed against. After these golden streams of light passed, a few words actually appeared on the black stone tablet. 9 stars demon god. Lin Fei knew that it was exactly the same as what he had guessed. He didn't expect his physical body to really reach the level of 9 stars demon god. Isn't this considered reaching the sky in 1 step? Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect you to reach the level of 9 stars demon god. Then you are qualified to enter the next stage. Phantom Dao. Chapter 47-79. Walala Walala. Outside of Miracle City, a black hole suddenly appeared in the void and someone walked out. There weren't many people, just 3 of them. 2 of them stood at the back. They surrounded a young man. It was a white-haired young man who was looking at Miracle City in front of him. At the same time, demon god Sanyang, who had been sitting cross-legged in the dark, opened his eyes. That's weird, why did someone come again? Is it a trend to enter Miracle City? I really have nothing to do after eating my fill. Demon god Sanyang was still a little resentful. One must know that the kid had been in there for almost a year and still hadn't come out. This made demon god Sanyang speechless. Did that guy really die inside? He had used his treasure to check but he didn't see the kid's corpse outside. This made demon god 3Cs even more certain of one thing. That kid had definitely barged in. Such a situation was really rare. He didn't expect that after just a year, more people would come. 3 people came at once. The moment the 3 of them appeared, demon god Sanyang was delighted. Was the heavens helping him? 1 was gone, and another 3 came. Just as demon god Sanyang was feeling great, the white-haired young man suddenly raised his head and looked over. That gaze pierced through the void and landed on demon god Sanyang's body. The 3C's demonic god shuddered at once. Not good. He noticed me. How is this possible, my treasure? The moment that thought appeared, demon god Sanyang realized something even more terrifying. In an instant, the 2 figures broke through the air and appeared beside him. 1 on the left and 1 on the right, they grabbed his arms and brought him away. As for his subordinates, they were annihilated with a bang. They didn't even have the ability to think before they turned into ashes. Demon God 3Cs was scared out of his wits. He had met a super terrifying existence. Those were a few 3-star demon gods and 4-star demon gods. He didn't expect them to be wiped out with just a gaze. "Young master, please spare my life. I'm just passing by." Demon God 3Cs understood what was going on. He had encountered the young master who was out and his bodyguard was so strong. One could only imagine how strong he was, so he quickly begged for mercy. The white-haired young man said indifferently, "I ask, and you answer. If you answer correctly, you live. If you answer incorrectly, you die. It's that simple." His tone was light, but it was filled with irresistible majesty. The 3C's demonic god knew very well that if he didn't answer well, he would definitely die. "First question, is this Miracle City?" The 3C's demon god nodded. "Yes, this is Miracle City. There is only one place called Miracle City in the entire great world. There is no other." The white-haired young man didn't look at demon god Sanyang anymore. He looked at the Miracle City in front of him. "My luck is pretty good. After crossing 32 worlds, I've finally found the Miracle City. This trip wasn't in vain." There was a loud bang. 3C's demon god's mind went blank and he lost consciousness. The white-haired young man set foot on the rainbow bridge. His entire body was instantly enveloped in a brilliant light. Then, he went up against the power on the rainbow bridge. Step by step, he walked into the room. If someone was here, they would definitely exclaim. This was definitely top-notch strength. It was the same for the two people behind him. Lin Fei finally entered the second stage. After leaving the strength of the 9 stars demon god on the steel, he finally entered the second place. This was also a palace. However, compared to the previous palace, there were many frozen statues. There were even more of them than before, causing Lin Fei to gasp in surprise. How many experts had died in this world? There were actually so many here. Before, there were only 20 to 30 statues, but here, there were more than 100. Lin Fei sized them up and didn't see any records. This meant that these were all nameless corpses. From these corpses, Lin Fei could feel a terrifying pressure. They were stronger and more terrifying than the 9 stars demon god below. If it wasn't for the fact that his physical body had reached the level of the 9 stars demon god, Lin Fei wouldn't be able to withstand this pressure. This pressure was like a mountain. One after another, it kept hitting his body. The infinite defense around his body kept collapsing. Fortunately, it didn't affect Lin Fei's physical body too much. It can't be that I have to withstand the attacks of these phantoms at this stage, right? If that's the case, it will really be a bit stressful. Lin Fei underestimated it in his heart. He felt that the possibility of this was still very high. The starlight all over the sky gathered together and a phantom appeared. Compared to the previous phantom, this phantom was much taller and bigger. Lin Fei was slightly stunned. Could it be that there were a few weapon spirits here? This is really interesting. Lin Fei had never doubted his ability to judge. There was definitely more than one phantom in this place. There was one phantom in the first stage and another one in this stage. The two phantoms were different. It was very easy to capture them. This also made Lin Fei even more curious about what kind of place this miracle city was. Indeed, it would bring about some different miracles. At the very least, his physical body had improved and his infinite divine body had reached the 15th level. It had also allowed his physical body to reach the level of the 9 stars demon god. If he were to take another step forward, his physical body might be able to reach the level of the 10 stars demon god. Welcome to the second stage. This second stage seems to be similar to the first stage, but there is a little difference. You don't need to fight with these corpses. You only need to fight with one of them. When you win, you will get the reward of this stage." The voice was as cold as ever. But for some reason, Lin Fei felt a trace of anticipation in the cold tone. It was very different. "There are so many statue corpses here. If I choose one of them, isn't it no different from choosing blindly?" This stage was indeed a little different. But compared to the previous stage, Lin Fei felt that there was no difference. Who knew which of these corpses was stronger and which was weaker? So, he could only rely on luck. This time, Lin Fei wasn't so stupid. He felt that he could totally be lazy and use some tricks. Otherwise, if he really encountered a terrifying existence, he would really be dead. "Challenger, you only have an hour to make your choice. Good luck." Chapter 4780. The white-haired young man also successfully passed the Rainbow Bridge. He arrived at the first level. Frozen statues appeared one after another, followed by the appearance of a phantom. "I didn't expect this miracle city to be so interesting. No wonder no one has been able to succeed in the challenge here. I've picked up a big bargain this time." The starlight all over the sky gathered together, and the phantom appeared again. "Challenger, if you want to get the reward of this level, you have to withstand the joint attack of these 30 statues. Only by persevering can you get the reward." The white-haired young man smiled faintly. "I didn't expect there to be a weapon spirit here. It seems that the God of miracles really knows how to arrange things. In that case, I'd like to have a good taste of it." The 30 statues moved instantly. The phantom and the real body's attacks were all coming, and it was very powerful. The white-haired young man's white hair suddenly moved. "Immortal God of War, Immortal God Fist." A loud rumbling sound began. Lin Fei didn't stop either. Instead, he chose to use a trick. After all, he wasn't very clear about what it was like inside. If he thought about it slowly, it would be bad if he was unlucky. Therefore, it was more appropriate to find a trick. As long as he could get to the next level, he would be the winner. Lin Fei wasn't that old-fashioned. Fortunately, he still had hatred left, which was used at these critical times, and it came in handy now. Great luck technique. This was the cheap method that Lin Fei chose. It wasn't a high price, but it was relatively useless. Because it could only be used 3 times, it was a one-time use. To get the complete great luck technique, the hatred would not be low. This was the top 10 of the 3,000 great paths. It was second only to the great path of time, great path of space, etc. This also made Lin Fei secretly heave a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had this one-time use, otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to afford this great luck technique. With this great luck tree, it would be different. Lin Fei was instantly filled with confidence. He felt as if there was a direction guiding him, and he walked forward. Previously, Lin Fei had planned to use the Great Karma technique, but he realized that he had no karmic connection with these statues at all, so this method naturally failed. However, things were different now that he had the Great Luck technique. Following that feeling, Lin Fei arrived in front of a statue. This was a statue with 3 heads and 6 arms. At first glance, it looked very mighty and domineering. Lin Fei was slightly taken aback. That can't be right. The statue with 3 heads and 6 arms looks very powerful no matter how I look at it. Could it be a mistake? Lin Fei couldn't help but doubt himself. There was no other way, so he decided to stick to this statue. "Are you sure?" The voice of the phantom came over. Lin Fei nodded. "Since there are so many statues here, I'll just pick one at random. Let's start, don't waste time." Suddenly, the surrounding scene changed. It appeared in a huge palace, and there was only this ice statue left. With a whoosh, cracks filled the sky. Following that, the statue shattered, and the 3-headed, 6-armed fellow came out. This is an ancient demonic beast, the 3-headed ox demon. The strength of an ultimate demon god, which is the so-called strength of a 10-star demon god. The three-headed ox demon that came out of the ice instantly attacked Lin Fei. The mysterious man's words also fell into Lin Fei's ears. Lin Fei's heart slightly shook, wondering whether his luck was good or bad. Could it be that the other statues all had the power of a 9-star heavenly god? Or could it be that these statues all had the power of a 10-star demon god? In the blink of an eye, the three-headed ox demon had already attacked. Its 6 arms struck out all kinds of magic skills. And this guy was also very fast. In an instant, it collided with Lin Fei. There was a loud rumbling sound. Under this violent collision, Lin Fei actually took a step back. The three-headed ox demon didn't move at all. Then, the magic skills of the 6 arms came down, putting Lin Fei at a disadvantage. The loud rumbling sound didn't stop. The three-headed ox demon's attack was very simple and very violent. Its strength was extremely penetrative. If one's body wasn't strong, they would have been torn apart. This was because this power contained the power of destruction. This wasn't simple. Good fella, the three-headed ox demon is really strong. If I were to encounter it, I probably wouldn't be able to hold on. The other party's strength was indeed very strong, and there was the power of destruction in the penetration. However, Lin Fei's infinite divine body tier 15 wasn't to be trifled with. He withstood it all the way. It doesn't seem to be that lethal. After being attacked by the three-headed ox demon for a while, Lin Fei didn't feel that it was as scary as he had imagined. Could it be that a 10-star demon god was weaker? Suddenly, one of the three-headed ox demon's heads shot out a cold light. Caught off guard, Lin Fei was hit by this cold light and was instantly petrified. The 6 arms actually used 6 types of magic skills. The 6 types of magic skills actually fused together and turned into one type of magic skill. A palm landed on Lin Fei's body. This palm directly passed through Lin Fei's body. Just this palm alone was enough to injure Lin Fei. Whoosh! Whoosh! In just a few thoughts, the bloody hole that was torn open was immediately healed. This was another function of the infinite divine body, the powerful recovery ability. What a sinister fella. He actually has such a trump card. If I were in the same realm, I would have been killed immediately. Lin Fei secretly rejoiced in his heart. His infinite divine body was really too helpful. Not only did he have a strong physical strength, but he also had a strong recovery ability. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to beat the three-headed ox demon today. The three-headed ox demon was simply an overbearing existence. I can't let you attack anymore. It's my turn now. The great Arctic spell directly followed up and wrapped around the three-headed ox demon. However, it only took a breath's time for it to be broken. Following that, the great incisor art turned into thin threads that wrapped around the three-headed ox demon, leaving behind a white mark. Time like knife. The first 2 were just buying time. The real time like knife. The time like knife slashed across the three-headed ox demon's body. Lin Fei instantly realized that the three-headed ox demon's speed had slowed down significantly. It seemed like time was also useful against these corpses. The effect was also better than he had imagined. The three-headed ox demon's speed had obviously slowed down, and so had its attacks. Another knife slash was sent over. Chapter 4781. It seemed like time like knife was very effective. Lin Fei was even more relaxed. He slashed at it again and again. Although it consumed a lot of energy, he still had to chase after the three-headed ox demon and not give it any chance to make a move. All kinds of great path techniques enveloped it. In this way, Lin Fei was able to relax. After a total of 10 slashes, no, it should be 10 slashes, he finally killed the three-headed ox demon. After all, every slash of time like knife was not simple. It wasn't something that just anyone could withstand. Whoosh! The three-headed ox demon instantly turned into a cloud of smoke. The frozen statue in the distance instantly shattered with a pkacha sound, and the huge corpse directly turned into a puff of gray smoke, completely disappearing without a trace. After all, Lin Fei used time like knife. One slash took away the life force, and another slash took away the life force. Even if it was a long time, even a corpse could not be preserved. It could be said that Lin Fei did it very directly. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. He had completed the second stage. To be honest, the difficulty of this stage was quite high. If it was not for the great luck technique, it would not have been easy. At the very least, Lin Fei felt that the great luck spell was pretty good after finding someone he could deal with. The phantom appeared again. It was a little surprising that the challenger could kill the three-headed ox demon so quickly and destroy it completely. Time like knife was indeed quite terrifying. The power of every slash could be maintained completely. It was not something that anyone could do. This was because time like knife consumed too much energy. One slash after another would consume even more energy. After a while, even a super expert would be quite tired. Unless he had accumulated a lot of energy. Congratulations on completing the second stage of the challenge. A beam of light shrouded him. Lin Fei felt a force pulling him. He did not resist. In an instant, he came to a small palace. It was very different from the place before. The phantom also followed closely behind, but it didn't reveal its true appearance. It only transmitted its voice. You can choose any treasure here, and you will also have a year's time to rest. Right, let me remind you that another challenger has arrived. You may meet him, but it's not certain. Be prepared. The voice of the mysterious man stopped abruptly. Lin Fei was also slightly stunned. In the first trial, he could choose 3 Qi blood orbs, but this time, he could only choose 1 treasure. Could it be that this treasure was even more valuable? Of course, what surprised Lin Fei the most was that there were still people in Miracle City. Along the way, Lin Fei also understood that this Miracle City was not so easy to break through. Without top-notch strength, it was impossible to enter this place. Lin Fei knew this better than anyone else. But now, someone else had come in, and it seemed that this person was extremely powerful. Could it be that he was also a 9-star celestial god? Lin Fei absolutely did not doubt the words of the mysterious man. Since he said that a challenger had come in, there must be one. If he could meet him, it meant that it was very likely that he would pass the second trial. I just came in to take a look and try my luck. What does it have to do with me if he came in? I just have to do my own thing. Lin Fei did not think so much. He might as well pick out the spoils first. Lin Fei was not very clear about what the rewards on this floor were. Fortunately, this palace was not very big. After a glance, there were all kinds of things, most of which were treasures. The origins of these treasures were not small. They were all 9-star demon god treasures. Coupled with 10 stars demon god treasures, these 2 levels of treasures were enough to move people. Of course, for Lin Fei, it was not that attractive. His physical body was already strong enough to withstand 9-star treasures. As for 10 stars treasures, their power was indeed different. Lin Fei wanted to find something that could improve his strength, not these treasures from the outside world. This won't do. This won't do either. The strength is a little weak, and the defense is a little weak. These treasures were very simple. They were either main attack or defense. As for offensive and defensive treasures, it was really rare. It was no wonder that offensive and defensive treasures were sold at such a high price. It could be seen from here. After a round, he did not find a ball of qi and blood that could improve his physical body. He was a little disappointed. He had some guesses in his heart. Perhaps the third trial would be more difficult. That was why he was asked to choose a treasure here. Lin Fei decided to choose a 10 stars treasure. Only a 10 stars treasure could be easily pushed and its greatest power could be exerted. As for a 9 stars treasure, it was a little lacking. 18 stars bracelet. After choosing for a while, Lin Fei finally found a treasure. That was the 18 stars bracelet. There were 18 beads, but all 18 beads had quite a history. This was because they were all refined from star worlds. Lin Fei had good eyesight. Otherwise, he would not have been able to recognize them. They were indeed very different. This bracelet was a 10-star fiend celestial treasure. Every bead was refined from the star world. When fighting against someone, the 18 star worlds could be set up to form a formation that could reduce the opponent's strength by more than 40%. To be able to reduce the opponent's strength by 40%, it was definitely a very terrifying method. It was no wonder it was called a 10 stars demon god treasure. Lin Fei was also interested in this. If he could suppress the opponent's strength, he would naturally be able to defeat the opponent. I will choose this 18 stars bracelet. Lin Fei picked up the 18 stars bracelet, and the light seal on the bracelet dissipated. Then, he started refining it. He had to refine every star world in order to completely refine the 18 stars bracelet. Half a year had passed since the refinement began. Fortunately, Lin Fei's speed was quite fast and he managed to completely refine the 18-star world. Finally, he put the bracelet on his wrist. At first glance, he thought it was just an ornament. In fact, it was a 10 stars demon god treasure. Go, 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 go. With a single thought from Lin Fei, the 18-star bracelet flew out. Each of the bracelets transformed into a world of stars and unleashed a powerful attack. Each attack reached the level of a 10 stars demon god. Of course, it consumed a lot of energy. A 10-star demon divine treasure is indeed different. Every strike of it is able to unleash such a powerful force. It's really not something that just anyone can withstand. Most importantly, there's this array. Chapter 4782. There was a loud rumbling sound. The white-haired young man had passed the first level. He had also refined and absorbed the 3 blood chi beads, reaching the second level in one go. The miracle city is really my blessed land. I didn't expect my body to improve so much. It seems that the treasures of the miracle city will also fall into my hands. The white-haired young man was called Gu Feng. He was the son of a top family in a top great world. Only they had information about the whereabouts of the miracle city. Along the way, he had crossed more than 30 great worlds before he found the miracle city. Just the harvest from the first level had greatly improved Gu Feng's strength. Coming to the second level did not affect Gu Feng at all. He could still easily pass it. The phantom image condensed. Congratulations, challenger. You've reached the second level. I hope you can keep up the good work because someone is already challenging the level before you. Gu Feng frowned, looking a little surprised. There was actually someone who was one step ahead of him. And he had even made it to the second level. He knew that the miracle city was very difficult. Without a certain level of strength, it was impossible to pass it. Except for the top monstrous geniuses, no one else could. The corner of his mouth also rose slightly. It seems that I have a competitor. That's good. Otherwise, how can I prove that I'm stronger than any other geniuses? After refining the 18 star beads, Lin Fei's strength had also improved greatly. To him, he preferred close combat. But this time, he realized that the level ahead would not be easy to pass. Thus, he chose a relatively powerful treasure. This treasure was very powerful. Of course, it also consumed a lot of energy. Fortunately, Lin Fei's infinite divine body had increased to the 15th level. The accumulation of energy in his body was also unbelievably vigorous. If he really used it, he would be able to last for a long time. A year passed in a flash. Lin Fei's mastery of the 18 star beads had also changed at will. Not only could it instantly turn into an array, but it could also launch an attack instantly. Anyone who was not a 10-star demon god would not be able to withstand such an attack. Even a 10-star demon god expert would have to be careful. In this great world, Lin Fei did not know of the existence of a 10-star demon god. The strongest was only a 9-star demon god. In the face of the 18-star bracelet, it really couldn't withstand one of the attacks and directly turned into ashes. Lin Fei's surroundings began to change again. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at a palace. Lin Fei knew that the third test had come. The illusory figure also appeared. Challenger, welcome to the third stage. This third stage is a little different from the other two stages. Different? Lin Fei frowned slightly. What kind of trick was Miracle City playing? Lin Fei was looking forward to what the third stage would be like. Now that he heard the illusory figure say this, he felt that it was a little different. It should not be like the previous two stages. In the third stage, one of your opponents has not arrived yet. You can only announce it when he arrives. Originally, if he didn't come, I could announce it at any time. However, my master left an order, so you have to wait for the second challenger to come here, unless he is disqualified. This news was not good news for Lin Fei. Instead, it was bad news. He just wanted to look for something good in Miracle City. He did not expect to encounter such a thing. Now, he did not know what the third stage was about, but he actually had to wait for a person. Lin Fei was also very speechless. Then he would wait. It seemed that the person was very likely to make it through. If he could make it through, it proved one thing. The other party was really strong. At least, the gap between them should not be too big. Of course, Lin Fei still had a trump card, which was the Time Dao. If the other party was really strong, then at most, he would use his trump card. Who was afraid of who? Lin Fei was really not afraid of anyone. He just came here purely to look for treasures. It had nothing to do with other things. Just like that, Lin Fei waited for an entire year. In the past year, Lin Fei had only meditated once. When he opened his eyes again, Lin Fei felt as if he was sitting in a meditative state. He looked at another place. That was because a figure had appeared there. This figure was actually a white-haired young man. He looked over here with a glance. Thus, Lin Fei decided to go against this white-haired young man. The pressure of the other party was very strong. He was incomparably arrogant. His whole body was full of dignity that only a superior could have. Without guessing, he knew that this white-haired young man definitely came from a top family. A real top family. The kind that had been passed down for billions of years. It was not even a real ancient family. Gu Feng also passed the second stage. The second stage was really difficult to pass. Fortunately, he had gained a lot this time. After a year, he finally refined the treasure and came to the third stage. When he came to the third stage, he saw a person immediately. This was a young man. He was very strange. The aura of his body was not strong. It was ordinary. However, Gu Feng felt a dangerous aura from this young man. This was a guy who could be dangerous to him. In other words, if he was not careful, it was very likely that he would be killed by the other party. This was the result of the dangerous aura. This also let Gu Feng know that the third stage was definitely not easy. Maybe the other party was waiting for him. The virtual figure appeared again. Lin Fei and Gu Feng's eyes turned and fell on the virtual figure. Welcome to the third stage, two challengers. It has been a long time since we came to the third stage together. Therefore, it is worth looking forward to. Lin Fei and Gu Feng looked at each other again. One could imagine the huge amount of information that the virtual figure brought. It was huge. In other words, it was rare for the two of them to enter the third stage together. The content of the third level is also quite simple. Of course, it's easy to say, but it's actually quite complicated. You need to unify a macro world within 500 years. Whoever emerges as the final winner will be the winner of the third level. Lin Fei and Gu Feng's hearts sank. The test of Miracle City was too fierce. They actually had to unify a big world. Who could do that? Especially in the span of 500 years, this was not an easy task. Gu Feng's heart was also shaken. It was not easy to unify a big world. If it was a weak big world, it would be easy. But if it was a medium big world, even with his current strength, it would not be easy to defeat it. Most importantly, there was a competitor in the macro world on this side. Chapter 4783. The task of the third level had become very interesting. It could be said that it had become very competitive. If Lin Fei was alone, it would not be a problem. Now there was another outsider, and this outsider was the son of a top family. Therefore, there was a certain suspense about who would win and who would pass this level. Since you are the only two people who have come to the third level in recent years, this is an excellent opportunity for you. The figure began to speak again. Those who can pass this level will naturally see the things left by my master. As for the loser, he will also get a treasure that surpasses the level of a 10-star divine realm. Lin Fei could clearly feel that the other party seemed to be interested in this treasure. Of course, he was more interested in the first place. In other words, the reward for passing this level would be very generous. Even if Lin Fei was not too interested in these treasures, a treasure that surpassed the level of a 10-star demon god was still a little tempting to him. In any case, he would not suffer any loss on this trip. If this challenger wanted to completely destroy him, it would be a different matter. Now you will have 10 breaths to think about it. 10 breaths of time, either you go or you don't. As soon as the figure's voice fell, Gu Feng was the first to speak. I am willing. After saying that, he glanced at Lin Fei again, full of provocation. To him, anyone who was here was his enemy. As long as it was an enemy, he had to deal with it. No one could take away what originally belonged to him from his hands. He had crossed more than 30 macro worlds to come here, and was full of endless expectations for Miracle City. Everything here belonged to him, and he also had the confidence to pass. Now, this ordinary stranger was a guy who came out halfway. For such a person, he would never be soft-hearted. If he met such a person, he would kill him without mercy. It is rare to encounter such an interesting thing. Wouldn't it be a waste if I don't go? So I have to go. Gu Feng did not say anything harsh. To him, harsh words were of no use. Only strength was truly reliable. No matter who it was, he could kill them with one punch. It was just that straightforward. It was better than bragging. This was also a principle that his family had taught him, saying too much would lead to mistakes. If one's strength was absolutely tyrannical, they could directly kill someone. No matter how much they talked, it would be useless. It was a very simple principle, and it was also very practical. Then I will send the two of you to the outside world now. You have 500 years to complete the unification. Whoosh! A huge black hole appeared just like that. Without any warning, the black hole enveloped Gu Feng and Lin Fei from both sides. They disappeared without a trace in an instant. After the two of them disappeared, 2 more phantoms appeared in this place. The 3 phantoms gathered together. This time, it's really lively. I thought there would be a challenger, but I didn't expect there to be another one. This house is even more lively. Let's see who has the ability to unify a macro world. Gu Feng has a strong foundation and comes from a top family. I guess he has many tricks up his sleeves. On the other hand, Lin Fei looks a bit ordinary. I'm afraid he can't compete with this guy. You can't say that. This guy is quite powerful. Didn't you see that he has mastered the Great Way of Time? With the Great Way of Time, at least he can be invincible. If Gu Feng wants to defeat him, he has to be stronger than him and break his great way of time. For a moment, the three phantoms were arguing. They could not see what was happening in the other macro world. They could only wait for the final result. In their opinion, it wouldn't take more than 500 years to unify the great world in that world. Most likely, it would take 200 to 300 years. That should be enough to determine the winner. As for 100 years, it was even more impossible. It was a rather special and interesting world. It was also a macro world left by his master to test people. Not everyone could do such a big trick. Whoosh! 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 Lin Fei felt that after a long distance, his feet were on the ground in an instant. He had mastered the great way of time and understood it better than anyone else. The trick just now was definitely the real great way of space. Moreover, he had crossed a long distance in an instant. How far was the distance? Lin Fei did not dare to guarantee it, but at the very least, it was possible for dozens or hundreds of great worlds. The master of Miracle City was really a powerful existence. The great way of time that he had mastered couldn't be compared to the master of Miracle City. In front of the great way of space, it was completely useless. It was no different from an ant trying to shake a tree. As soon as Lin Fei's feet touched the ground, there was a loud rumble and he saw the power of heaven and earth crushing down. Then, the power of heaven and earth slashed like a knife. The knife slashed his body again and again. This scene happened too quickly. It was so fast that Lin Fei could not resist it. Not good, this universe seems to be able to sense my arrival and wants to kill me. Lin Fei had encountered such a situation several times in the past. In other words, his strength allowed him to sense danger in this world. The infinite defense around him was instantly broken. Following that, the infinite godly body was also left with many invisible scars. This was the power of heaven and earth. It did not appear on his physical body and slashed at the depths of Lin Fei's soul. One slash after another, it was very terrifying. This situation really surprised Lin Fei. The great way of time directly spread out around him. This time, Lin Fei used time slowdown. He could only slow it down by 10 times. This was the limit of someone who had just mastered the great way of time. He was not like others who could directly expand it by 20 times, 30 times. The more powerful ones could directly exceed 100 times. This kind of speed was really as slow as an ant. Time slowed down by 10 times. Although it could affect the power of heaven and earth, it also made Lin Fei feel quite uncomfortable. At least he had fought for a certain chance. He punched out one punch after another. At this time, he had to resist the power of heaven and earth. Only by enduring this wave could he be considered to have a foothold here. Didn't I just make a trip here? Is there a need to be so ruthless? Heaven and earth attacked right from the start. Lin Fei cursed in his heart. This task was really difficult. Fortunately, his infinite god body had reached the 15th level. Otherwise, he would have been wiped out by the power of heaven and earth. When that happened, he would have become a walking corpse. Chapter 47-84. He continuously withstood 20 to 30 attacks of the power of heaven and earth. Lin Fei finally withstood it. It could be said that he had gained a firm foothold in this world. It seems that this should be a very big top-level world. Only then can the power of heaven and earth interfere with people like me. Lin Fei sighed in his heart because he knew one thing. Just after withstanding it, there was a faintly discernible mark on his body. Of course, only Lin Fei knew about this mark. It was also a kind of recognition from the power of heaven and earth. It could be said that it was a label of this big world. Only then did he not continue to be attacked by the power of heaven and earth. These 20 to 30 attacks were very strong. Of course, it was still a little difficult to kill him. Perhaps this was a test of the power of heaven and earth. As for the top genius over there, it was the same. He should not have suffered much. Now, what Lin Fei wanted to do was to first understand this big world. He wanted to see how he could complete this path. A world like this was not a big world. If it was a small world, Lin Fei could directly integrate its power. But this was definitely not a small world, let alone a middle-level world. It was very likely that this was a big world. The ability of a big world was much more terrifying than imagined. Just look at the power of heaven and earth. Lin Fei had been to some worlds, most of which were low-level small worlds. He had not seen many middle-level worlds. So, as soon as he came to this big world, he knew that it was definitely not easy to survive in this big world. If he did not survive well, he could be easily destroyed. The words that came out of his mouth were really hard to believe. After really stepping on the ground, Lin Fei chose a direction and flew outside. He did not fly too high. It was better to be careful in a place like this. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Streams of light directly flew over. These streams of light were very powerful. They actually had the strength of a 2-star demon god. No, it should be the strength of a 2-star heavenly god. These streams of light were blocked after reaching Lin Fei. Bang, 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 bang. It exploded. A torrent of energy surged forward. It turned out that there was another method hidden within the flowing light. Then, 3 figures came up. As soon as he saw Lin Fei, he immediately attacked. He has a murderous aura on him. He must be from the demonic path. Kill him for me. These 3 people were all 2-star heavenly gods. When they attacked, they were relatively strong. At this time, Lin Fei's body did not reveal any aura at all. He was no different from an ordinary person, except that there was an additional black fog around his body. The black fog had only appeared a moment ago. Or perhaps it was because Lin Fei was using the resentment points to cultivate the cultivation method, so it was a little exposed at this time. He didn't expect that they would treat him as someone from the demonic path. On second thought, he felt that he was quite similar to this demonic cultivator. Then, he would reluctantly become an expert of the devil path first. He waved his hand. A surge of power rumbled and directly crushed forward. Of those 3 2-star heavenly deities, 2 were killed on the spot. The remaining one was so scared that his face turned pale. He turned into a flowing light and turned to flee. Lin Fei reached out and a surge of power enveloped the other party. He directly pulled him back and casually threw him to the ground. He pointed a finger at the other party's glabella. He plundered all of his memories. Then, this person turned into ashes. Lin Fei was not polite at all to people who attacked like this. They were just on their way, but they were mistaken as demonic cultivators. Wasn't this asking him to kill them? Lin Fei was definitely not going to be polite. He stood there quietly. After a while, he also completely digested the information in these memories. He also knew the origin of the Great World. It had to be said that the Great World was indeed a great world. It was the so-called large-scale world. It was not like other small worlds or middle-level worlds, which could not be compared at all. Because there were so many experts here. There was actually an existence who had broken through the 10-star heavenly deity in the Great World. In other words, he had reached the realm of War God. This War God was much stronger than a heavenly god. There were many war gods in this great world, but there were only a total of 5 strongest. They were known as the 5 top experts. Every single one of them was at the war god realm and controlled a territory of their own. The rest were the limit heavenly gods. There were also many of them. After them were the other 8-star heavenly gods and 9-star heavenly gods. Their strength was terrifying. If he analyzed it according to the information inside. The 6-star heavenly gods and 7-star heavenly gods in that great world were not a match for these heavenly gods at all. At the same realm, they were directly crushed or insta-killed. The difference was too great. As expected, this mission is not so easy to complete. There are actually war gods. I heard that these war gods have all cultivated divine country worlds. In other words, the grotto heaven worlds have appeared. They are directly released during the battle. It is equivalent to a huge domain. Why were the 5 war gods always the top existences? Because it was too difficult to break through from the limit heavenly god realm to the war god realm. Even if they broke through, there was still a huge gap between them. Therefore, the 5 war gods were always the strongest existences. Each of them had been in charge for hundreds of millions of years. They were truly ancient existences. For such a mission to fall on his head, Lin Fei felt that the Lord might have made a mistake. Or did he have a conflict with the 5 top war gods, or did he want to kill with a borrowed knife? No matter what, this mission was not easy to complete. However, at this time, Lin Fei wanted to leave, but he couldn't. Because his great teleportation technique was suppressed by the power of this great world. In other words, the power of heaven and earth suppressed him. Lin Fei knew that this was a trap, and a big one. In other words, unless he completed the mission, he could forget about leaving this great world for hundreds of years. If I want to improve my strength now, I can only start with the bead of resentment. Lin Fei quickly pushed this thought to the back of his mind. He had to improve his strength first. Fortunately, in this great world, his strength was not suppressed at all. In other words, he was still a genuine powerhouse. If he had to start all over again, he would really want to cry but have no tears. Didn't they treat me as a demonic expert? Then I'll start from the direction of the demonic path. Lin Fei could justifiably obtain a way to cultivate. Of course, the more reliable method was to control the entire demonic path for his own use. He believed that Gu Feng had the same idea as him. Now, it was just a matter of whose speed was faster. In any case, it was definitely not going to happen within 100 years. Chapter 4785. Gu Feng immediately understood the situation of this world. 5 top-tier war gods and a few regular war gods. It would be impossible for them to unite this world within 100 years. At the very least, it'll take 1 to 200 years, and that's if he's lucky. If he's alone, Gu Feng isn't worried at all. It doesn't matter even if it takes 400 years. He's still confident about this. But with the other challenger, the situation is different. He'll have to face the other sooner or later. Therefore, he needs to accumulate strength and expand his influence to unify the world in the future. Too bad that guy didn't appear near me. Otherwise, I'll use my secret technique to kill him. Too bad, too bad. Gu Feng didn't sense the other party appear near him. There's no information at all. He still has a treasure on him. Once he uses this treasure, even if the other party is a 10-star demon god, he'll still be able to kill him. Too bad he missed this opportunity. I hope you can live a little longer. Otherwise, it would be a pity if you didn't die in my hands. What I love the most is to kill you with my own hands. There's nothing more pleasurable than that. Gu Feng turned into a black light and left. After Lin Fei made his decision, he prepared to go to the nest of the demonic sections. He's already searched his memory, so he naturally knows what the situation of this world is like. The righteous sects and the demonic sects form 2 opposing sides. However, the righteous sects are dominating. The demonic cultivators were being slaughtered like stray dogs. Apart from the demonic sects and the righteous sects, there's another force, the monster race. The monster race also has a great influence in this world. It can also be said that this world is a combination of 3 great forces. The righteous sects have a war god. The demonic sects also have a war god. However, the war god from both sides didn't make a move, so they tacitly agreed to the fight below. The demonic sects are getting worse every year. They're not doing well. The monster race also has a war god. Apart from this war god, the other 2 war gods are free and unfettered outside. They have their own forces. These 5 war gods had determined the situation of the entire world. As for the other war gods, they would either establish their own sects or rely on other top-tier war gods. Lin Fei still decided to walk on the side of the devil path, because walking on the devil path could quickly collect hatred. Only in this way would he be able to improve his strength even more quickly. Otherwise, he might not be able to catch up to the mysterious challenger. That guy was definitely a top-notch genius young master from a top-notch faction. He must have some ultimate treasures on him. Lin Fei had the Great Tao of Time as a trump card, so the challenger also had a trump card. It was unknown who was stronger and who was weaker. According to the clues in my memory, the Devil Tao should be in the Ghost Mountain range now, occupying 2/10 of this world's territory. Information started popping up one after another. After confirming the direction, Lin Fei headed towards the Hades Mountain. The journey was not very peaceful, because the devil chi on his body from time to time attracted the pursuit of some righteous path experts. These people showed no mercy as soon as they came up and directly started a killing spree. Unfortunately, they met Lin Fei. Lin Fei did not hold back at all and directly annihilated them. Along the way, he didn't know how many groups of righteous path experts he had killed, but he had also gained some hatred. This amount of hatred was really nothing compared to the previous harvest, but it was still an improvement. At least he had left a certain reputation on the righteous side. This was considered acceptable. Otherwise, how could he gain hatred? This was not enough. If he wanted to gain more hatred, then he had to collect a large number of resentment prayer beads, or establish absolute demonic might, making them feel monstrous hatred. This way, he could gain more hatred. No matter which one it was, Lin Fei felt that it was quite difficult. The current Devil Tao was not having a good time. The righteous path was dominant, the monster race was recuperating, and the Devil Tao was struggling at death's door. It could be imagined that in this great world, the Devil Tao really had no future. Fortunately, Lin Fei thought of the king of 10,000 demons. This guy could make resentment prayer beads, so he had to get it no matter what. He couldn't do it now. He had to go to the Hades mountain range first. So. The starlight that filled the sky directly rushed towards Lin Fei. After these starlight, more than a dozen figures appeared. These young figures were all calm and confident, as if they had Lin Fei in their grasp. They instantly surrounded him. They instantly surrounded Lin Fei, trapping him inside. Then, treasures flew out one by one. You are the Devil Tao expert that just appeared recently, right? You killed so many of our experts. Now that so many of us are here, let's see where you can run to. The one who spoke was a red-haired young boy, controlling a stream of light that kept attacking. It turned out that this stream of light was a flying knife. The flying knife was extremely sharp, and each attack could cut through the void. After killing you today, we can take the opportunity to show our Brotherhood's ability. What Devil Tao expert, in front of our Brotherhood, isn't he just a chicken or a stray dog? They can't even withstand a single blow. I also think this is good, killing the chicken to warn the monkey. Let the other Devil Tao experts know that now is the world of the righteous path. You Devil Tao experts can just hide in the Hades mountain range. These young people were extremely strong, almost at the level of 4-star heavenly gods or 5-star heavenly gods. When their strength exploded, they were indeed mighty and domineering. It seems that these people are some geniuses. Although you are not the most outstanding and can only be said to be 3rd tier, killing you should make my name even more famous. Lin Fei laughed. With a swoosh, he came over. One by one, the treasures were sent flying. The frost that filled the sky froze the void in an instant. Wherever the frost passed, the figures were instantly blown to smithereens. What a weakling. You want to deal with me with this kind of strength? You are really dreaming. Lin Fei squinted his eyes slightly. He turned around and punched the void in the distance. Layers of the void were directly blasted, all the way to the end. Lin Fei's figure directly rushed in. There was actually a spaceship in the void. There are fish that escaped the net. In the surrounding area, there was really nothing that could hide from Lin Fei. Even if this small spaceship was extremely well hidden, the result would be the same. Chapter 4786. This small spaceship wasn't very big. It just stopped in the depths of the void. Of course, treasures like this weren't cheap. He estimated that it would cost at least a few thousand cubic meters. If that wasn't the case, it wouldn't be hidden in the void. It could even travel through the void. After Lin Fei rushed in through the void, the small spaceship flew forward. It was so fast that it looked like a shadow. How could Lin Fei let it go? He activated the Great Tao of Time. Although it was only 10 times slower, it was enough for Lin Fei. He enveloped the spaceship. Lin Fei's time slowed down was still very large. In the blink of an eye, the other party couldn't escape. Lin Fei chased after him. The 5 elements technique turned into ropes that flew out of the void and wrapped around the spaceship. The spaceship couldn't fly anymore. Lin Fei caught up in a few breaths' time. He punched the spaceship. The surface of the spaceship had a very strong defense. It caused the blood of the only person left inside to churn. He spat out a lot of blood. "If you don't come out, I'll beat you to death." Lin Fei punched the spaceship again and again. Strands of energy seeped in and struck the person's body. Because Lin Fei had added the Great Karma technique to these traces of power, he could accurately lock onto the target. The other party had ambushed him here. This meant that he had a karmic connection with Lin Fei. Now, this karmic connection would come in handy. "Spare me. I'll come out now. I'll come out now. Don't kill me." A terrified voice came from the spaceship. The defense around them opened. A figure came out obediently. There were huge wounds all over his body. His face was extremely pale and he looked like he was on the verge of death. "You ran so fast when you saw me. Do you really think you can escape?" When Lin Fei saw that it was just a 3-star heavenly god, he knew why the other party was here. He was probably a ship pilot. Lin Fei felt bored for a moment. His finger struck the center of the other party's brows. He had plundered all of the other party's information. Lin Fei fell into deep thought. He didn't expect to discover some unexpected news. Extreme Heaven Mountain, Tao Discussion Assembly of the Younger Generation. The current hatred value could be said to be a drop in the bucket for Lin Fei. Now that he had gained a bit of fame, there were people who came to ambush him. But for Lin Fei, this was not enough. The difference was too great. The world was so big, and such a small place could only be said to be a corner of it. Lin Fei naturally wanted to seize the opportunity to expand his reputation. This way, he could gain more hatred. After seeing this extreme Heaven's Mountain, Lin Fei knew that his opportunity had come. This extreme Heaven Mountain was a rather special place. It was a battlefield in ancient times and there were still various divine abilities left behind. Every 10 years, there would be geniuses who would go there to spar and comprehend the sacred arts on the extreme Heaven Mountain. Hence, it was very lively. Not long after, it would be the Tao Discussion Assembly that was held once every 10 years. It was said that only the most powerful ones were qualified to go there to comprehend the sacred arts. 300 years ago, there was an ordinary cultivator who comprehended the sacred arts here. In just 300 years, he became a 7-star celestial powerhouse. It only took him 300 years to go from a 1-star to a 7-star celestial. This kind of potential was considered very outstanding. Unless he was a disciple of a top family, it was impossible to cross several realms in a few hundred years. Lin Fei wondered if he should go to this extreme Heaven Mountain to take a look. He could at least go and make his presence known. This way, he might be able to gain more hatred. If he really encountered any experts, he could just leave. He believed that there wouldn't be too many powerful experts in such a place. Lin Fei was still very confident in his strength. Now that he had the great Tao of Time and the infinite divine body tier 15, he had the foundation of a 9-star celestial. If he unleashed his strength, he would definitely have the strength of a 10-star celestial. Hence, Lin Fei boarded the spaceship and headed straight for the extreme heaven mountain. If he were to travel by himself, it would take a long time. However, if he had this spaceship, it would be different. At most, he would be able to reach the extreme heaven mountain in a month. He could take this month to have a good rest. At the same time, he released the king of 10,000 demons. This guy was on tenterhooks. As soon as he came out, he stood beside Lin Fei obediently. He could see that this spaceship was an amazing treasure. It was worth at least a few thousand yuan crystals. Tell me, how can we collect the resentment prayer beads? Now that we are in a different world, we will have to live here for at least 200 to 300 years. The longest is 500 years. As soon as the king of 10,000 demons came out, he felt that this place was a little different. It turned out that he had come to a new world. When he heard that he would have to stay here for 200 to 300 to 500 years, he understood what was going on. After all, he already knew that Lin Fei had gone to the Miracle City. The Miracle City was extremely mysterious. Until now, no one knew its specific origins. However, those who went to the Miracle City would either take something out or die in there. 99% of the people died inside. The remaining 10% weren't any better. Even though the king of 10,000 demons had caused such a huge commotion, he didn't have the guts to go to the Miracle City. He didn't want to go there and never return. If you want to collect the resentment prayer beads, I think it's best to borrow a force or form your own force. I'll be the front desk. This way, it will be very easy to get the resentment prayer beads. It's best to find a demonic force. Leave the rest to me. The king of 10,000 fiends volunteered. Lin Fei knew that bringing the king of 10,000 demons over this time was quite useful. If this guy went to the front desk, no one would suspect him. Anything that attracted hatred would be left to the king of 10,000 demons. This kind of free labor, Lin Fei quite liked it. The more the better. You should prepare well. When the time comes, I will find a demonic force and let you be the head. My goal is very simple. I must see the resentment prayer beads. The rest of the journey was very calm. During this period, Lin Fei saw a few flying ships. They were much bigger than this one. Looking at the direction they were heading, they might be heading towards the Heaven's Pole Mountain. Lin Fei could guess that the Heaven's Pole Mountain should be very lively. They were all heading in that direction. The closer they got to the Heaven's Pole Mountain, the more small flying ships they saw. Anyone who could drive a small flying ship naturally had a certain force. Chapter 4787. Heaven's Limit Mountain was a continuous mountain range. The mountain range was very interesting. From time to time, there would be a huge shadow that would appear and use a sacred art. The only thing left to do was to comprehend it. This shadow didn't exist for long. It would only exist for 3 to 5 breaths of time or 7 to 8 breaths of time. Such a phantom would only appear once every 3 to 5 days. It might appear once every 10 days or half a month, or it might even appear once a day. It was just that they would appear during this period of time. After this period of time, the Heaven's Limit Mountain would usually be quiet. One wouldn't be able to tell that this was a place with sacred arts. One wouldn't be able to tell that this was a place of war. When Lin Fei came over, he sensed a different aura. Many of these auras were filled with terror and danger. These dangerous auras weren't targeted at him. Lin Fei knew that these were definitely the thoughts left behind by those powerful existences. They had all returned to their original state. They didn't have any offensive capabilities. That was why these phantoms had appeared. At this moment, Lin Fei was standing in the sky. In the distance was the Heaven's Limit Mountain. One after another, tall mountains began to appear. Lin Fei's luck wasn't bad. When he arrived, he saw a huge shadow. It was a fist technique. This fist technique was quite profound. It could combine all of one's strength into one point and instantly unleash dozens of attacks. Such a technique was quite terrifying and could catch one off guard. As a sacred art, it was quite useful. In the sky, Lin Fei caught sight of figures one after another. These figures were all sitting down cross-legged as though they were trying to comprehend something. Most of them were heading towards the Heaven's Limit Mountain. Lin Fei had already retracted the demonic energy on his body. Demonic energy was actually a combination of all sorts of negative emotions. It wasn't difficult for Lin Fei to retract it. In fact, it was extremely easy. If it was somewhere else, it wouldn't be a problem. But this was the Heaven's Limit Mountain. Lin Fei wanted to make his presence known. Therefore, he had to keep the demonic energy first. With this, Lin Fei was no different from an ordinary person, and his body did not exude a strong aura. He stowed the small flying shuttle away. Lin Fei flew towards the extreme Heaven Mountain. His speed was not very fast, and he only suppressed his strength to that of a 5-star heaven god, which was about right. It was neither too tall nor too short, and neither was it eye-catching. He was prepared to learn more about the Heaven Pole Mountain. This kind of strength was enough. As long as he didn't make a move, the devil chi on his body wouldn't appear. He would be able to observe the extreme Heaven Mountain better. Entering the extreme Heaven Mountain, Lin Fei found that he seemed to have entered a huge array. The array was broken, but even so, Lin Fei could feel the dangerous and terrifying aura within it. As expected of the battlefield of the past. Once the formation was activated, it would definitely be able to unleash a top-notch attack that far surpassed that of a 10-star heavenly god. Lin Fei still had this little bit of eyesight. He saw it clearly. Within the extreme Heaven Mountain, there was a dangerous aura everywhere. He could also see some illusory figures, as well as some traces left behind from the battle. It was not easy for a place like this to be preserved until now. Suddenly, Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. He actually sensed the aura of a 10-star demon god here. If he had not fought with a 10-star demon god before, Lin Fei would not have been able to sense it. To think that there was such a great master here. In a place without a god of war, a 10-star heavenly god was the strongest. Lin Fei pondered for a moment. Perhaps this was the caretaker. A place like this was still very valuable. It would be a pity if it was destroyed by someone. After all, there were still many talented people who could comprehend some god skills, and they would become experts in the future. If this place was destroyed, it meant that there would be much less opportunities for them to become experts. It was normal to leave a 10-star heavenly god here. At the center of the extreme Heaven Mountain range, Lin Fei finally saw a huge platform. This platform was not simple. Someone had used a divine weapon to cut it flat. There were 10 round stone platforms on this platform. Many figures appeared in the surroundings. Some of them were strong, some were weak. The strongest one was an 8-star heavenly god. The rest were all 7-star heavenly gods and 6-star heavenly gods. They were fighting, and it seemed like they wanted to climb up to the big round stone platforms. Lin Fei was in no hurry to go over. After watching from the side, he understood what was going on. It turned out that there was a core area in the extreme Heaven Mountain. If one wanted to go there, one had to be qualified. These 10 round stone platforms were for them to fight for. Whoever could last the longest would be able to enter the depths of the extreme Heaven Mountain. If one could last until the end, they would naturally be able to enter the depths of the extreme Heaven Mountain. There were even more powerful god skills that one could comprehend there. There were even some special techniques. Lin Fei also understood why there was a 10-star heavenly god guarding this place. It was used as a judge. It was also used to guard that special place. If there was no one guarding it, wouldn't everyone be able to go in and comprehend? Lin Fei felt that such a place would have a definite effect on one's comprehension, which was why they came up with such a method. This made Lin Fei even more satisfied. There was a 10-star heavenly god sitting here, but Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. It was best not to fight if he could avoid it. How could a 10-star heavenly god not have any tricks up his sleeves? Perhaps he had even grasped a formation. With the power of the formation, a 10-star demon god would be able to unleash the power of a war god. Lin Fei's gaze landed on one of the round stone platforms. There was a young figure sitting there. It was the 8-star heavenly god. He was very young and had a strong aura. Someone attacked him. It was 3 7-star heavenly god powerhouses. It seemed like they had discussed it beforehand to test this person's strength. Many blood-colored lotuses appeared in the sky and instantly covered them. After the lotuses shattered, all of them spat out blood and retreated. It was obvious that they were injured in just one move and weren't a match for him. Many people gave up on dealing with this 8-star heavenly god. They turned to attack others. All of a sudden, it was really lively. Lin Fei also came nearby and realized that there was a layer of power here that wouldn't affect the outside. He glanced around. Everyone here was a righteous path expert. As for the demon path, there wasn't a single one at all. That made sense. This was the world of the righteous path, so how could the demon path disciples do as they pleased? Such a gathering was destined to belong to the geniuses of the righteous path. Lin Fei was delighted. He could use this chance to get famous and let everyone know that there was such a person like him. A single spark could start a prairie fire, and so could raising one's presence. Chapter 4788. The battle on the round platform below was very intense. At the start, some people went up, but they were immediately chased down. Basically, no one could stand firm in a short period of time. The people around them wouldn't give them a chance at all. So whether or not they could stand for long depended on their strength. Was he the strongest? And the most stable one was that 8-star celestial god. He basically didn't have anyone to fight anymore. Even if someone did, they wouldn't be able to get close to him. After the blood-colored lotuses rose up, they were injured. It could be said that the one who had the easiest time in the factory was this young man. Lin Fei watched for an hour and finally decided to go down. Since he was going to start, he had to do it right from the start. He had to let people know that he existed. He couldn't just wait until the end. That would be so boring. Anyway, his infinite divine body tier 15 couldn't do much else, but his defensive physical strength was really terrifying. Lin Fei was prepared to act as a body cultivator. Anyway, body cultivators were the most common, so of course, they were considered unpopular. That way, no one would suspect him. Lin Fei flew down and randomly chose a round platform. He had just arrived. The person on the round platform raised his hand and many flying daggers came slashing over. These were small flying daggers. Each one was very sharp and was a pretty powerful treasure. Of course, there were many of these small flying daggers. There were a total of 99 flying daggers. It formed an absolute vacuum in the surroundings. This was the strongest move the other party had. Anyone who wanted to get close was basically chased away by these small daggers. Even if they wanted to, they couldn't because these flying daggers had the strength of a 5-star celestial god. The other party was a 6-star celestial god. His realm wasn't too high, but it wasn't too low either. Coupled with this set of flying daggers, he did have the right to occupy a spot. He had held on for a long time. When he saw Lin Fei coming over, he controlled the flying daggers to slash over. Pung 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 pung. Flying daggers came flying over one after another. When it was only an inch away, it was blocked by a force. It was the infinite defense. Only after breaking through his infinite defense could he truly harm Lin Fei's physical body. These flying daggers were shaken off one by one. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei arrived in front of the round table. He threw a punch. Just a single point of power was enough to force the other party to retreat countless steps. Another close-range attack followed. Another punch. With a loud bang, the young man was sent flying by a single punch. All the flying daggers gathered in front of him could not withstand the power of Lin Fei's punch. He was knocked out of the round platform. After landing on the ground, he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, and his face turned pale. What a powerful physical strength. I can't even block it. An absolute expert. Lowering his head, he saw that the treasured armor on his body had cracked. His heart was bleeding. Where did this body refinement expert come from? It was truly ferocious beyond belief. Lin Fei stood on the round platform and smiled faintly at everyone. He smiled faintly at everyone and said, "You don't have to fight anymore. This round platform is mine. In my eyes, all of you can't even withstand a single blow. None of you are qualified to own this round platform. However, I am different." The moment Lin Fei said this, the expressions of the surrounding experts changed slightly. Their anger soared to the heavens. What an arrogant guy. This round platform is not up to you. Have you asked for my Qianquan sword's permission? It turned out that the people here were basically all genius disciples. They had never heard such words before. Especially since this young man looked inconspicuous and dared to say such big words. He really didn't take them seriously. Lin Fei also received a lot of hatred at this moment. He didn't expect these guys to hate him so much. Thinking about it, they were all righteous disciples and each of them had a reputation. He really had to be thick-skinned. After hearing what Lin Fei said, it would be strange if they didn't hate him. The disciples of the Xianmen sect usually looked serious, but when they fought, they were fiercer than anyone else. Now, Lin Fei had learned something new. Then, a series of attacks came over. Lin Fei stood there quietly, the corners of his mouth curling up into a smile. "It's not that I look down on you. Even if I stand here and don't move, you can't do anything to me. I never talk big. If there's one, then there's one. Just watch carefully." Lin Fei really stood there and didn't move. He let the attacks fall on him, but they were all blocked by his infinite defense. They couldn't move at all. Their strength was really too weak. Even if they had more people, they couldn't do anything to Lin Fei at this time. Tell me where this kid came from. I can't even break his defense. This defense is a bit strong. My treasure can't even break it. What the hell? He must be a physique cultivator. Only a physique cultivator can have such a strong defense. No wonder he is so confident. Everyone, let's attack together. Isn't it just a physique cultivator? Let's see how long he can last. Everyone also guessed the opponent's cultivation. He should be a physique cultivator. Against such a person, there was really nothing to worry about. Wasn't it just that he could withstand it? They had treasures and time. With so many people here, how could they not be able to defeat him? For a moment, Lin Fei's round table became the target of everyone's attacks. This also made the other people on the round table secretly heave a sigh of relief. They really admired this kid. He dared to say anything. Didn't he know what kind of situation he was in now? He actually provoked all these people in one breath. Interesting, really interesting. Even the 8-star celestial god looked over at this time. His eyes flashed with a bright light. Half an hour, 2 hours, 4 hours, it was unknown how many people had participated. God knew how many treasures had been used. But the other party just stood there quietly, as if nothing had happened. This made everyone suck in a breath of cold air. They all knew that they had encountered a great expert. so many people couldn't do anything to him. His strength wasn't something they could contend with at all. So, one by one, they retreated. They didn't dare to attack anymore. On the contrary, the people on the round table who had just heaved a sigh of relief felt afraid. It was like a fierce tiger had invaded their territory. They really couldn't beat such a person. I've already told you that I'm taking this position. Even if you did anything, it would have been a waste of time. Look at it now. You've wasted 4 hours. If you had that time, you could have chased away the people on one of the round tables. Lin Fei laughed. This made the people's expressions even more unsightly. But they didn't dare to attack anymore. He was already so strong even when he didn't resist. If he attacked, they would be chased away. Chapter 4789. Lin Fei easily took down one of the round tables. The others didn't dare to come over for a while. After all, Lin Fan's strength was there for all to see. No matter how they attacked, nothing happened. And this was under the condition that Lin Fan didn't make a move. Otherwise, they would have been injured more or less. Facing such a fierce existence, they naturally chose to change their approach. They couldn't afford to offend him. I don't like people standing around, so I can only let you go down. Originally, the people on the 2 round tables were very cautious. But when Leng Wuqing heard this, his heart sank. Then, a figure flashed over. 2 sounds. The 2 of them were instantly blasted away. The treasure in front of them shattered instantly. Then, Lin Fei returned to his original position. This scene also caused the other people to be stunned. The people on the round tables in the distance all sucked in a breath of cold air. They were so lucky that they weren't next to this guy. Otherwise, they would be in big trouble. This guy's temper was really bad. Lin Fei also sat cross-legged again. He looked at the people around him indifferently. Previously, I gave you face and didn't make a move. Now, if anyone dares to make a move, then I won't be polite. I'll kill you directly. Anyway, no talent is no talent. You want to try your luck too much. Lin Fei's words made everyone very angry. After all, these words were really too provocative. They were hit so hard that they made a rattling sound. Even though some of them were furious, no one dared to come up for a while. One must know that everyone was smart. It would be a big mistake to come up and fight with someone over a few words. If they had the time, they might as well focus on other sources. Anyway, they didn't have the guts and courage to do so. Lin Fei thought that they would come up after he provoked them. He didn't expect that he was thinking too much. These guys were slippery. They were like loaches in a pond. Once they encountered any wind or grass, they would immediately escape. It seemed that it was really difficult for him to kill a few of them. Then, he would just close his eyes and rest. They had to stay on the round platform for a month at a time. Of course, you could also make a move at the last moment. That way, you would have the highest chance of winning. Therefore, the last day was the most intense. Lin Fei didn't come too early or too late. There were 13 days left before the 1-month deadline. It was neither long nor short. The news that a powerful body-forging cultivator had arrived at the extreme Heaven Mountain spread like wildfire. In particular, this body-tempering cultivator was extremely overbearing and did not allow others to appear at his side at all. Of course, there were some people who were not convinced during this period. Wasn't he just a body-refining cultivator? He had plenty of treasures. But as soon as he made a move, he was killed by a single punch. That scene left a deep impression on everyone. This guy really knew how to kill people. No one knew where he came from. Was he not afraid of offending people? After all, some of these genius disciples were disciples of sects. If you killed them, it would be equivalent to offending the sects behind them. Time passed day by day, and it was getting closer and closer to a month. The competition was also very intense. On the 10 round platforms, the most stable ones were the 8-star celestial god and Lin Fei. Of course, there were still empty seats on the left and right sides. As for the remaining 6 seats, the competition was very intense. You go up and I go down, and in the blink of an eye, it was the last day. On this last day, everyone became even crazier. Everyone became even more frenzied. Of course, more people were staring at the 2 round tables beside Lin Fei. After all, those were 2 empty seats. With a single sentence, everyone didn't dare to go up, and it also filled everyone's hearts with a lot of anger. Of course, for Lin Fei, the hatred he had gained these days was not bad. Although it wasn't a lot, it was still a big improvement. These people really hated him, and they all contributed a lot of hate points. Lin Fei was also glad that he was smart. Leaving 2 round platforms undoubtedly made them stare at him. The more he did this, the more hatred he could contribute. I see that everyone is quite interested in these 2 round platforms. How about this? If anyone can give me some negative treasures refined with demonic methods, then it will naturally belong to you. I wonder what my suggestion is. Who asked me to have such thoughts about this thing? With Lin Fei's strength, naturally, not everyone dared to come up and snatch it. Those who dared to come up on this round platform ended up in a pool of blood. So for a while, no one dared to come up. Now that they heard the other party's words, they were slightly stunned. Demonic treasures? Negative emotions. This guy was a little different. No wonder he was so arrogant, no wonder he was so overbearing. It turned out that his style was actually a little similar to the demonic path. If you want demonic treasures, then I happen to have some here. I killed some demonic experts and took them. See if you are satisfied. Someone flew over and threw out a string of beads. The beads were rippling with demonic energy. Each bead was actually a small skull. Lin Fei instantly felt a strong negative emotion from this demonic artifact. Of course, these strong negative emotions were some of the emotions that came out of torture. Lin Fei's eyes lit up slightly. It was indeed a treasure. He also contacted the king of 10,000 fiends to see if he could extract the negative emotions from it. Others might not be able to, but the king of 10,000 demons still had the ability. He answered immediately without any questions. It was just a waste of time, so he just gave a discount. If it was 100%, there would be a 30% discount, which meant that he could still get 70% of the negative emotions. One is too little, I want all of them, so that I can guarantee that you can stay until the end. I don't know if such a deal is worth it, I don't think I can find a second one. Originally, everyone thought that there was something wrong with this body cultivator. But they never expected that he would throw out such a sentence. This instantly made everyone's jaws drop. The young man who came up was even more delighted. After all, if he wanted to enter the core area to comprehend the god's methods, he had to rely on strength. And his strength wasn't considered strong or weak, so he had no chance at all. But now that he said that, it was as if he had turned on a cheat. Maybe he would have a chance this time. I still have some demonic artifacts here, but not many of them are here. Take a look. One by one, the treasures flew over to them. All of them contained demonic energy. Lin Fei checked them, they all had some negative emotions, some more, some less. Anyway, they were bored. This round table belongs to you. You just need to sit quietly. Under everyone's envy, the young man directly sat on the round platform. Chapter 4790. No one would have thought that a guy with a low cultivation base would actually sit on a round table all of a sudden. In total, he had paid a dozen or so magic tools in exchange for an opportunity. Everyone was stunned. After all, this guy was just a 5-star celestial god. His strength was neither high nor low. In the eyes of many of them, he could not withstand a single blow. Of course, this body-refining cultivator was another matter. His body was strong and invincible. It was not easy to deal with him. However, this guy was different. They did not expect to be so lucky. If they had known earlier, they would have gone up as well. They all more or less had some magic tools, but the functions of these magic tools were dispensable. At most, they would hand it over to the sect in exchange for some contribution points. But now, they could actually exchange it for another opportunity. This was indeed a little unexpected. Where did this guy come from? He actually wants a demonic artifact. Is he from the diabolism? Logically speaking, he should not be from the diabolism. Those guys are hiding in the Hades mountain and do not dare to come out. If he dares to come out, he will be courting death. For a moment, everyone thought of the expert from the diabolism. After all, the experts from the diabolism were very arrogant and overbearing. There were very few people from the diabolism who walked the path of body refining. Not many of them could achieve such an achievement. At least, they thought that it was impossible. They could only say that this guy should be from a small sect. No one knew at all. They did not expect that he would become famous in the celestial pole mountain. So far, no one dared to go up. Unless their strength was at the level of an 8-star celestial god or a 9-star celestial god, there was no chance at all. Now, there is only one round table left. Don't miss the opportunity. If you miss it, who knows when there will be another opportunity. Who asked me to be in a good mood today? Lin Fei's words came again. This time, everyone was moved. Just now, they had missed an opportunity and were picked up by someone else. This time, they would definitely not miss it. Friend, I have 20 demonic artifacts. So what if you have 20? I have 30 of them here. I have 40 demonic artifacts. In an instant, the place became very lively. The people on the other round tables didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It hadn't been easy for him to come up here, and he still had to face the joint attacks of the others. In the end, he was doing business here. This kid was really quite capable. They knew that they couldn't do this. In the blink of an eye, the number of demonic artifacts had exceeded 100. Everyone, don't fight with me. I don't have a lot of other things, but I have a lot of magic tools. I'll pay 200. At this moment, a voice floated over from afar. A few experts escorted a young man over. This young man looked very ordinary, but his realm was also very unremarkable. In other words, he was a 3-star heavenly god. However, the two experts behind him were different. They were both 9-star celestial gods. Everyone could tell at a glance that this guy was a young master. I wonder if my 200 demonic artifacts are qualified to get this round table. This 3-star celestial god was a chubby man with a round face. The moment he came over, he was all smiles, and the others recognized him. I was wondering who had come. It's the eldest son of the Money Chamber of Commerce. No wonder he can take out 200 demonic artifacts in one go. He's really rich. I can't compete with him. I give up. I give up. The Money Chamber of Commerce was considered one of the top 10 chambers of commerce in this world. There were many experts there. However, their eldest son's potential was only average. He had accumulated a large number of elixirs, but he was only a 3-star celestial god. They didn't expect him to come to the celestial pole mountain this time. They didn't expect him to come across such an opportunity. If they had known that there were 200 demonic artifacts, they would have collected some and brought them with them. They could have come in handy at critical moments. They really missed this opportunity. If no one has any objections, I'll go up to this round table. The chubby man landed on the round table with a smile. In fact, he was still a little nervous. Just now, his guards had told him that this young man's strength was unfathomable. Even if they joined forces, they might not be a match for him. Therefore, it was quite worthwhile to use 200 demonic artifacts to buy a round table. No, it should be a chance to clear this round table. At the very least, there weren't many people present who dared to do so. It seems like they won't be bidding. Congratulations, this round table belongs to you for the time being. I'll bring the two of you to the end. The chubby man was called Jin Yuanbao. What a happy name. Jin Yuanbao's cultivation was indeed average, but he was definitely good at doing business. When others could only offer 100 demonic artifacts, he offered 200 in one go. In his opinion, 200 demonic artifacts could be exchanged for the method to comprehend the sacred art. If there was a chance, the harvest would be huge. At critical moments, Jin Yuanbao had always thought that he would have to pay a big price. He casually threw a ring over and lowered his head to store the 200 demonic artifacts. The quality of these 200 demonic artifacts was not bad. Lin Fei took them and glanced at them. He nodded in satisfaction. He casually gave them to the Demon King. When the guy saw the 200 demonic artifacts, he was slightly shocked. Because the quality of these demonic artifacts was really too good. Sir, these 200 demonic artifacts are really good. If there are no accidents, they can be exchanged for at least 30 million resentment thought beads. This time, it was Lin Fei's turn to be a little surprised. He didn't expect these 200 demonic artifacts to be worth 30 million resentment thought beads. That would be a lot of hate points. This little fatty wasn't bad after all. Then hurry up and get these resentment thought beads for me. Lin Fei didn't expect his small actions to bring about such a huge harvest. He finally saw tens of millions of resentment thought beads. This would be a huge amount of hate points. He finally found the right way. The surrounding people were originally thinking about this round table. But they didn't expect it to be snatched away by two weak guys. They couldn't afford to offend Jin Yuanbao, but the other one was really too ordinary. He used more than 10 demonic artifacts to exchange for it. They were really a little unwilling. If they had known this would happen, they would have taken out dozens of demonic artifacts from the start. They could still try their luck. Now, they could only stare at their luck. They really missed an opportunity. But they really didn't dare to say anything. Chapter 4791. In a cave abode in the Empyrean Pole Mountain, a figure was sitting with his legs crossed. He saw everything that was happening in front of him clearly. Interesting, really interesting. I didn't expect a young expert to be so arrogant. His strength is not bad too. He actually dared to occupy 3 seats in one go. This is going to be interesting. It's rare for there to be a commotion. It's not as peaceful as before. The person who was sitting with his legs crossed was the guardian of the Empyrean Pole Mountain. He was a 10-star heaven god expert. 10-star heaven gods were also known as extreme heaven gods. They were said to be the strongest among the heaven gods. With him guarding the place and the broken formation, with his current strength, even if a battle god were to show up, he would be able to withstand a few attacks from him. Ordinary 9 stars heaven gods and 10-star heaven gods were no match for him at all. They would be suppressed directly. There had never been any special situation in the Empyrean Pole Mountain. This time, it was a young man who made this sparring session quite interesting. From the beginning to the end, he didn't think of stopping everyone. He wanted to see what kind of expert would appear this time. Not everyone could occupy the round platform. The competition would be more intense in the last few hours. This was just the beginning. As soon as Jin Yuanbao and the others sat on the round platform, they felt the gazes of the people around them became unusual and full of envy. Of course, it was also full of hatred. If it wasn't for them, how could they snatch the round platform? Originally, they still had a chance. Now that there was such a powerful expert guarding the place, things were different. If they wanted to get rid of them, they had to get rid of this mysterious man first. Until now, they still didn't know where this young man came from. It was as if he had appeared out of nowhere. This was a little thought-provoking and very unrealistic. Lin Fei just sat with his legs crossed, unhurriedly. You two don't have to worry. Since I said this, you two just sit there obediently. I guarantee that you will get one of the qualifications. I'm quite efficient when I work for others. After Lin Fei's words floated over, they sat even more firmly in their seats. Anyway, this demonic artifact wasn't a good thing. So what if it was used? There was nothing to feel heartache about. It would be different if he could get the qualification. As a result, the competition for the remaining 7 positions became even more intense. There really weren't many people who came to make a move. So. All of a sudden, several streaks of light flew towards Lin Fan. Apart from him, the 2 people next to him were also being watched. It turned out that there was someone coming from afar, and it was a godly archer. This arrow became very terrifying. He actually had the power of an 8-star celestial god. This was not a simple matter. Many people noticed it and became excited in their hearts. Finally, an expert had arrived. They did not dare to challenge him because they were too weak. But now, someone finally dared to challenge him. This move gave them a glimmer of hope. After this arrow light, there was another sound that came at lightning speed. A stream of light instantly appeared and enveloped Lin Fei and the other 2. I heard that you've been guarding here for a long time. Let me see how strong you are. This stream of light was like a crescent moon, and it instantly made people feel a sense of danger. One by one, the figures quickly distanced themselves from each other, and a small empty space was quickly cleared out. At this time, no one was willing to stay in the vicinity. If a fire broke out at the city gate and affected the fish in the moat, they would be the unluckiest fish in the moat. A layer of frost appeared in front of Lin Fei. All the methods were instantly frozen when they came in contact with the frost. Even if they could move forward a little, they could not reach Lin Fei at all. Jin Yuanbao and the young man looked at the color of frost that appeared in front of them and took a deep breath. The endless coldness made them not dare to move at all. In an instant, the cold air of the frost could completely freeze them. No wonder he could easily take the attack. You have the nerve to attack me with such a small trick. You think too highly of yourselves. Lin Fei smiled faintly, and the frost spread out in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh. It was very terrifying along the way. In an instant, a few figures fell out of the void. Even the person just now was instantly retreating. Even so, the treasured armor on his body was covered in frost. It was impossible for him to resist. After one layer was shattered, another layer appeared. In the blink of an eye, he was frozen into an ice sculpture. The power of the great Arctic frost was fierce and domineering. The void was frozen. Those who thought that there would be a good show to watch all took a deep breath and did not think too much about it. This guy was really too ferocious. As for the godly archer in the distance, he actually turned around and directly fled. He did not dare to stay any longer. He seemed to know that he could not win at all. Since you can send me an arrow, I can naturally send you an arrow. Take this. The endless frost turned into an ice arrow and instantly pierced through the void. A muffled sound came from afar. That person was hit. As for the extent of his injury, it was obvious from the sound. If you want to attack me, come at me. As long as you are not afraid of death, I will fulfill your wish. It just so happens that they will have companions on the road. Lin Fei did not stand up from the beginning to the end. His cold voice floated out. Everyone did not dare to look at him. He was simply a ferocious existence. Even God's godly archer was in danger, let alone that guy who had been close to him. He was still killed, and there was not a single breath left. This was an 8-star celestial god, and he died just like that. This made them even more glad that they did not attack. If they had really attacked, they probably would not have a good ending. As time passed, there were really not many people who dared to attack. There were only 2 hours left, and the competition for the 7 positions was even more dangerous. It made people's scalps go numb. Deaths and injuries continued to appear. Such a situation was very normal in the extreme Heaven Mountain. "This position is mine." A figure in white came from afar. Step by step, the distance between them widened by a large distance in an instant. When this person in white came out, many people were shocked. This time, an expert finally came. "This is great." Finally, a powerful 9-star celestial god Bai Yunfei. "It's great that young master Bai Yunfei is here. He is one of the 10 young masters. This time, I want to see if this young man dares to be ruthless." When everyone saw that young master Bai Yunfei was here, they felt like they saw hope. At the very least, they could chase this guy down. Chapter 4792. Bai Yunfei's arrival caused quite a commotion. After all, he was indeed very strong. Furthermore, the Xianmen sect behind him was one of the more powerful ones. Everyone was very confident that they could suppress this body-tempering cultivator. If they let him occupy these 3 positions, then they would have no chance this year. Once every 10 years wasn't that easy. It would be best if they could make it. As long as they could, they would have a chance to fight for it. There was no need to waste time with those people. When Jin Yuanbao and Jin Bao saw Bai Yunfei, their expressions changed. Bai Yunfei was a genius with unlimited potential. They didn't expect him to come this time. Didn't he say that he didn't care about this extreme Heaven Mountain and these techniques? How could he have the nerve to fight with them? He was simply shameless. "Friend, you have to be careful. This Bai Yunfei's cloning technique is quite powerful. He can create 3 clones, each equivalent to about 80% of his strength. The 3 clones can also form a joint attack formation." Jin Yuanbao was a very cunning fellow. He'd completely stripped away Bai Yunfei's foundation in one go. After all, it wasn't easy for him to sit here. Naturally, he didn't want this young cultivator to be beaten down. Therefore, he revealed Bai Yunfei's foundation first. Lin Fei's lips curled into a smile. So he knows the cloning technique. No wonder he is so confident. With this kind of strength, he can indeed suppress many geniuses. He is no different from a 4-star celestial god. Lin Fei also smiled. He didn't take Bai Yunfei seriously. At this moment, Bai Yunfei had already come over. Just now, his small trick couldn't do anything to the other party. Everything was within Bai Yunfei's expectations. As expected of a body-tempering cultivator. "Your strength is really domineering. I can give up your position, but hand over the 2 positions beside you. This is the greatest leniency I can give you," Bai Yunfei said coldly the moment he came over. The other party was just a body-tempering cultivator. However, he didn't take it seriously. With his strength, he could definitely suppress the other party easily. As for why he didn't find anyone else, it was because he felt that this person had some strength. If he could really defeat him, he would naturally be able to make his presence known. More and more people knew that Bai Yunfei's strength was far greater than they had imagined it to be. To put it bluntly, Bai Yunfei was someone who liked to show off. Now that the opportunity had presented itself, there was no way he would miss it. Bai Yunfei knew that he had found the right person when he saw everyone's expressions change. The more overbearing this fellow was, the better. When the time came, Bai Yunfei would beat him into a pulp. Naturally, everyone would approve of him. It was quite good to make his presence known. While he was out and about, he was constantly raising his influence. Such influence wasn't something that could be found anywhere. Yuan Bao coldly snorted. Bai Yunfei, you may be a member of the Xian School of Righteousness, but don't you think you're going too far? I bought this seat. If you have the ability, why don't you buy one too? Unlike others, Jin Yuanbao still had some confidence. After all, their family ran auctions. They might not have much else, but they had a lot of money. Everyone would want to be on good terms with their merchant guild. After all, when would they be short of money? When would they be short of resources? Naturally, they needed to find a rich merchant guild. Bai Yunfei looked at Jin Yuanbao with disdain. And here I was wondering who it was. So it's you, Jin Yuanbao. I didn't think you'd be able to pick up such a bargain. But you've probably given away your 200 demonic armaments for nothing. In a bit, I'll kick you out. If you have the ability, then fight with me. Let's see if you can beat me. Even if I give you a handicap with one hand and stand still, you still won't be able to beat me. Jin Yuanbao was still very angry. This Bai Yunfei was teasing him. Could it be that Bai Yunfei couldn't see that his cultivation wasn't high? Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken out 200 demonic armaments. Ha ha ha, then if you want me to go down, you'll have to get through this brother first. I don't think you have the ability. Don't think that you're very strong just because you've mastered the cloning technique. Lin Fei had a smile on his face. He felt that this Jin Yuanbao was quite interesting. Although his cultivation level wasn't high, he was still quite courageous. If a normal person were to face a 9-star celestial god, they would definitely not have such thoughts and would not speak in such a manner. He wouldn't speak like that, so this gold ingot was quite to Lin Fei's liking. Not being afraid of anything was what a cultivator should have. One couldn't cower just because the opponent's cultivation level was higher. This would naturally affect one's cultivation. Bai Yunfei snorted coldly and his gaze fell on Lin Fei. I've already said that as long as you give up 2 positions, you'll naturally get a position. Otherwise, when I make my move, not to mention 2 positions, I'm afraid you won't even be able to keep your position. Bai Yunfei was really a rather domineering person. It was already very difficult for him to say something like this. What did it mean to make a move with a good reason? Bai Yunfei had to make a move with a good reason. Do you know what I'm going to do now? If you've guessed correctly, then I'll definitely let you suffer a little less. Bai Yunfei's expression turned ugly. This guy actually didn't intend to give up his position and seemed to dare to make a move against him. Did he really think that a body-refining cultivator could be unparalleled? Then he was definitely thinking too much. It seems that you're very confident in your own strength. Then give it a try if you have the ability. Bai Yunfei really wanted to see the strength of this body-refining cultivator. To be able to suppress so many people, it was naturally not simple. He was also a capable person, so he naturally had nothing to fear. If you can withstand 3 of my slaps, then I'll consider you powerful. But I don't think you can even withstand 1 of my slaps. Just as Lin Fei's voice fell, a slap came out and landed heavily on Bai Yunfei's body. Instantly, a 7-colored light appeared around Bai Yunfei's body, forming a barrier. I knew you would dare to sneak up on me, but with this strength, you're thinking too much. Before Bai Yunfei could finish a complete sentence, the 7-colored light collapsed in an instant, and then a huge palm landed on his body. A loud rumbling sound. In an instant, Bai Yunfei turned into a star and disappeared without a trace. Then, a rumbling sound came from afar. It was unknown whether it was a mountain collapsing or not. I already said that this person can't withstand 1 of my slaps. I didn't expect that he really can't withstand it. This strength is too weak. As expected, he got it by taking pills. Chapter 4793. Young Master Bai was sent flying just like that. Brutal, too brutal. He actually sent him flying with 1 slap. Who can tell me what's going on with this brutal guy? A 9-star celestial god. Oh my god, he couldn't even withstand 1 slap. If it was me, I would have been killed with 1 slap. Could this guy be a 10-star celestial? Originally, everyone thought that Bai Yunfei had a high chance of winning once he made a move. They didn't expect this physique cultivator to be so brutal and domineering. He sent Bai Yunfei flying with one slap and turned him into a star. It even caused a mountain peak to crumble. They didn't dare to imagine. Jin Yuanbao was already prepared. If he really couldn't do it, he could only run. He couldn't lose all his face. He didn't expect Bai Yunfei to be so weak and be sent flying with one slap. Was this still a 9-star celestial god? Jin Yuanbao felt so good. It wasn't just a normal kind of good. He took out a bottle of wine on the spot. He gulped down the wine in one gulp. He had always been unhappy with these geniuses. Didn't they just have better potential than him? They deserved this outcome. Pretending to be weak wasn't like this. They actually pretended to be strong in front of an expert. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Shameless guy, how dare you sneak attack me? An angry roar came from afar. Then, Bai Yunfei flew back. Blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. His entire face became ferocious. In his opinion, this was a sneak attack. He just wasn't prepared. He had to make things clear. Otherwise, he would feel that he was inferior to this physique cultivator. Lin Fei's lips curled into a faint smile. You people really can't afford to lose. He raised his hand. Another slap came down. This time, Bai Yunfei seemed to be prepared. However, his resistance was broken instantly. Then, there was another loud rumble. He was directly sent flying. Then, a phantom appeared. It turned out to be a mystique. Lin Fei's strength was so domineering that it directly triggered the phantom mystique. Now that Bai Yunfei had been slapped a second time, everyone shut their mouths. He didn't dare to make another sound. If he had underestimated the enemy the first time, then he would really not be able to withstand the second time. No one dared to ignore this body refinement cultivator anymore. The strength of this man was truly unfathomable. Even this 10-star heaven god who was overseeing the extreme heaven mountain was visibly moved at this moment. What a good physique cultivator. Even I have misjudged him. I didn't expect his physique to be so strong. Young Master Bai Yun is a 9-star celestial, but he couldn't even take a single palm strike from him. The guardian 10-star heavenly god was naturally able to sense the power of that palm strike. It was purely a combination of strength. Unless you were stronger than him, you wouldn't be able to withstand it. Even if it was defense, because his strength had reached the upper limit of one's defense. It was as easy as flipping one's hand to break through one's defense. I hope this Bai Yunfei is smart enough to stop struggling. Otherwise, he'll suffer for it. This 10-star celestial god would have to rely on Bai Yunfei. He was also a genius from the orthodox Xianmen sect. It would be a pity if he was killed. After all, he was a 9-star celestial god. If those 3 and 5-star celestial gods died, then so be it. It could only be said that they weren't strong enough. 9-star celestial gods were different. They were all qualified to become 10-star celestial gods. In other words, they were more qualified to become war gods. There had always been a saying in their world. If one wanted to become a war god, they had to become a 10-star celestial. Only then would they have a higher chance of becoming a war god. If a 9-star celestial god tried to become a great perfection celestial, it would be very difficult. The chances of failure were even higher. Once they failed, they would basically be crippled. It would be impossible for them to try again. Bai Yunfei came over again. He was in an extremely sorry state. His entire face was swollen. Cracks also appeared on the armor on his body. At this moment, when he saw this body-tempering cultivator again, his violent anger directly erupted. Bastard, shameless guy, I'm going to kill you. No one has ever made me look so sorry. You're the first. Lin Fei looked at him indifferently. Looks like you won't repent until you see the coffin. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to retreat. If you don't, I'll send you on your way with 1 slap. It was a voice that was neither soft nor loud, but everyone's hearts trembled when they heard it. This body refinement cultivator wanted to kill Bai Yunfei. He only gave Bai Yunfei 3 breaths of time to think. Didn't he know that Bai Yunfei was from the Xianmen sect? If he killed him, it would be like poking a hornet's nest. Young Master Bai, don't be afraid. He's just scaring you. How would he dare to kill you here? We all support you. Let's see if he dares to kill you. Even if he has 100 guts, he won't dare to kill you. We can all be witnesses. All the people present cheered loudly. The appearance of a body refinement cultivator had already made them unhappy. Now he had the nerve to say that he wanted to kill Bai Yunfei. Could it be that he really didn't take them seriously? If it was any other time, it would be fine. But at this time, with so many people present, they really didn't believe that this body refinement cultivator would dare to be so heavy-handed. Even Bai Yunfei himself was the same. Hearing the cheers of the people behind him, Bai Yunfei was also full of confidence. To be honest, he really wasn't afraid that this guy would dare to kill him. After all, he wasn't that easy to kill. He also had a life-saving treasure on him. Although this guy was very strong and gave him a feeling that he was unfathomable, he still needed his face. You really have a big tone. Since you dare to kill me, I'll stand here and let you kill me. Let's see if you dare to kill me. If I, Bai Yunfei, move, I'm not Bai Yunfei. Lin Fei shook his head gently. There are really many people who are not afraid of death. Then I'll fulfill your wish. After all, I really haven't killed a disciple of the Xianmen sect. It's more interesting to kill a 9-star celestial deity like you. The gigantic hand came crashing down. As soon as the hand came down, Bai Yunfei could feel the aura of death looming over him like a black cloud. His eyes were round and wide. How dare you? How dare you? He immediately released all the treasures on him. Crack! Crack! Countless treasures were broken. Bai Yunfei didn't even have time to release them. Then, the giant hand crushed his body and broke them into pieces. All that was left was a puddle of blood, which slowly dripped down. Look, I'm a man of my words. I said that I would kill him, so I killed him. Unfortunately, he didn't take it seriously. Who can he blame? Chapter 4794. A single slap was all it took for Bai Yunfei to be killed. He couldn't be any more dead. Even if it was a treasure ring, it was still taken away by him. Jin Yuanbao and the other young man sitting next to him felt their hearts tremble, and they finally understood. The person sitting next to them was really an overlord. His attack was so ferocious and overbearing, which made Jin Yuanbao feel even more delighted. Bai Yunfei feigned ignorance, but this time he had really hit an iron plate. He had been dealt with a single slap. It's over, it's over. Something big is going to happen. How dare this guy kill someone? How dare he? He's a disciple of the Xianmen Orthodox faction. I guess this guy is going to be in trouble soon. The fact that Bai Yunfei was pretending to be 13 had given everyone a huge shock. For a moment, everyone didn't dare to say anything and didn't dare to look over. Even those who had thoughts before didn't dare to think about it anymore. He dared to kill Bai Yunfei, let alone the others. The void moved. A figure appeared out of thin air. When the figure appeared, a terrifying pressure swept across the area. Everyone knew that this was a 10-star celestial god. It was very likely that he was the guardian of this place. The guardian of this extreme mountain. How could you kill Bai Yunfei? How dare you? Don't tell me you don't know who he is. A 9-star celestial god. The guardian glared at him as soon as he came over. He didn't have time to stop him at all. He could only watch helplessly as Bai Yunfei was killed in a single strike. Of course, he was also surprised. This young man's strength was so domineering. The Xianmen Orthodox faction's disciple was killed so easily. I told him not to do it, so why did he do it? So I could only kill him. You really can't blame me for this. Lin Fei said indifferently. He knew that there would be a guardian here. He didn't expect that he would come out just because he killed Bai Yunfei. It didn't matter to Lin Fei at all. So what if he came out? Anyway, he had already made it very clear just now. Bai Yunfei was just pretending. He had given him a chance, but he didn't cherish it. Naturally, he would kill him and save himself trouble. Just by looking at the people around him, he knew what was going on. The guardian was infuriated. How could there be such a guy? You think you're right? That Bai Yunfei was a 9-star celestial god. He had a chance to become a 10-star celestial god in the future. He might even become a war god. But you killed him just like that. Geniuses like this were indeed worthy of attention. That was why the guardian had come out. I'm warning you now. If there's a next time, there's no need for you to head here. The guardian had given this young man a lot of face. After all, it was not easy for a body refinement cultivator to cultivate to such a level. Let's give him a chance first. I'll say the same thing. It's naturally the best if they don't come looking for trouble with me. If they come looking for trouble with me and refuse to listen to me, then I can only kill them. Anyway, killing one is one. These people have no hope of becoming a war god. Could it be that he has a better chance of becoming a war god than me? Lin Fei's words instantly infuriated the guardian. Unfortunately, he couldn't find any words to refute. This young man indeed had a lot of potential. Especially since he was a body refinement cultivator. This was rare and commendable. If he really became a war god, he would be one of the more powerful war gods. I hope you're on your own. I'll only say this once. The guardian disappeared again with a swoosh. Everyone naturally knew that there was a guardian on the Empyrean Pole Mountain. This person had a bad temper. If he started a massacre here, it was very likely that he would be suppressed. He didn't expect this guy to kill Bai Yunfei right away. He even got the guardian out. Fortunately, this guardian seemed to be more restrained and didn't make a move. Of course, everyone took his words to heart. He did have the capital to do so. It was already difficult for a body refinement cultivator to cultivate. If he could reach such a level, his future would be even more limitless. Bai Yunfei could only say that he was unlucky. After such an incident, no one dared to come again. Even those who came later didn't think much of it when they heard that Bai Yunfei was killed. This guy really knew how to kill people. Lin Fei didn't expect anyone else to come. This was a little different from what he had thought. He came this time to gain some fame. If he couldn't gain fame now, he would wait until he got inside to gain some fame and throw all these people out. At that time, he would naturally be able to attract those experts from the Xianmen sect. Once he came out, he would directly kill all of them and make a profit. Lin Fei began to ponder in his heart. Jin Yuanbao and another young man at the side lowered their heads. They were obviously the same age, but he had already become a great expert. He didn't even dare to make a move on the guardian and could only give a warning. Of course, this also made them heave a sigh of relief. This transaction was really worth it. They probably wouldn't come across such a transaction more than a few times in their lifetime. Minutes and seconds passed. Soon, it was the end of the time. No one moved the 3 round tables that Lin Fei had. The competition for the remaining 7 round tables was very intense. They were all replaced by 8-star celestial god experts. As for 9 stars, there wasn't a single one. Of course, this was also very normal. 8-star celestial gods might not seem like much, but they actually had a lot of potential. In the future, they would definitely be able to cultivate to 9 stars celestial god. As for whether or not they could cultivate to 10-star celestial god, that would depend on their own foundation. They all had the qualifications to become 10-star celestial gods and even had the chance to become war god. Such a realm was not bad in this huge world. Time's up. A dignified voice rang out. With a whoosh, the 10 round platforms rushed into the depths of the Empyrean Extreme Mountain. Just like that, space-time doorways appeared. In the blink of an eye, these doorways disappeared. Of course, it was the same for the 10 round tables. Of course, everyone knew that they had reached the depths of heaven's extreme mountain. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei found himself in the depths of heaven's extreme mountain. This was a special space. In this space, there were actually many huge illusory figures. These illusory figures were all using mystic techniques. Compared to before, they were much more profound and exuded a strong sense of existence. You will have a year to comprehend here. After a year, you will be automatically sent away. The Guardian's figure appeared. Chapter 4795. As soon as the Guardian came over to remind everyone, he left. Of course, he took a look at the young body-tempering cultivator. After all, this guy was not someone to be trifled with. No matter how he looked at it, it was like a big tiger had mixed in a group of sheep. Therefore, after leaving, the Guardian also stared at the young body-tempering cultivator, hoping that he would not cause any big trouble. Otherwise, he would definitely not be polite. These 8-star heavenly gods still had a lot of opportunities. If they were to comprehend some powerful divine ability, it would be a great boost to their personal strength. They would have a greater chance of breaking through to a higher realm. After the Guardian left, everyone present was excited. When they looked at Lin Fei, they were a little afraid. After all, this guy was quite strong. Even by Yunfei, a 9-star celestial, was not a match for him. Since everyone is here, I just happened to tell you something. I think it should be easier for you to hear. You too can choose a place to comprehend the divine ability. My words are still reliable. Who told me to be a person who pays more attention to credibility? Jin Yuan Bao and the young man were stunned, but they immediately understood the meaning behind it. They immediately went into the distance. In the blink of an eye, they went to comprehend magic. The remaining 7 people subconsciously moved closer, feeling that there was something wrong with Lin Fei's words. Sir, what do you mean by this? They were more afraid of this body-tempering cultivator. Who asked this guy to be so strong? It was best not to fight. If they really fought, they had no chance of winning at all, so they could only rely on the Guardian. Nothing much, I just feel that there are too many people here, so I decided to let you guys out. Do you want me to throw you out, or do you want to go out by yourselves? Make your choice. At least you can save some face when the time comes. Lin Fei looked at them and said. The expressions of the 7 geniuses changed instantly, and they glared at him. Sir, you are too overbearing. You occupied 2 round tables, and we didn't say anything. Now, you actually have the nerve to ask us to go out. That's right, that's right. You're too bold. Even if you're a guardian, you won't let us do this. If you have the ability, throw us out. We're not leaving. I think we should go our separate ways. If you really find trouble with us, then you will definitely regret it. Not to mention anything else, the Guardian will not let you cause trouble here. These people were indeed very afraid of this body-forging cultivator. When he thought about the fact that he had a Guardian and the fact that he had the strength of a 10-star heavenly god, he was not afraid that this body-tempering cultivator would stir up any trouble. Lin Fei sighed softly. You people have really cultivated so much that you've become muddle-headed. Do you really think that I won't dare to do anything just because a 10-star heaven god is here? Fine, I'll send you on your way. In any case, you people don't take yourselves seriously. A bright light appeared in an instant. As soon as this beam of light appeared, the faces of the 7 8-star heavenly gods fell, and they all unfurled their treasures. In an instant. Just like that, their treasures shattered. The beam of light was about to crush them, but at this moment, a figure descended from the sky and blocked in front of them. A beam of light collided with the beam of light and blocked it. It was the guardian of the 10-star heavenly god. Lei Xing. Kid, aren't your methods a little too overbearing? Do you really not take me seriously? As long as I'm here, you won't be able to do anything. Now, I'm officially disqualifying you. The guardian, Lei Xing, was really angry. He never thought that this body-forging cultivator would actually dare to attack and throw these people out of this place. Such a thing had never happened before. You want to disqualify me? Then you'll have to have the strength first. I don't think you're a match for me at all. Let's see how long you can protect them. Lin Fei laughed loudly. Whoosh, whoosh. The great glacial spell immediately spread out. Although these 3,000 great Daoists were not powerful great Daoists, when they were used by Lin Fei, their power was absolutely terrifying. The entire void froze in an instant. Lei Xing had just activated his treasures when he realized that the geniuses behind him were directly frozen into ice sculptures. Even he himself felt like he was in the 9 heavens freezing ground. His entire body was cold, and the chill constantly seeped into him. He finally realized that he had underestimated this body-forging cultivator. He did not expect this guy to be someone who walked 2 different paths. I don't care where you come from. Since you dared to kill them in front of me, don't even think about leaving this place today. I'm going to suppress you. The aura on Lei Xing's body surged, and with a rumble, it shattered the frost. Flying swords in the void directly attacked Lin Fei. The flying swords were very powerful, and each attack had the power of a 10-star heavenly god. However, when they got close to Lin Fei, they were infinitely suppressed. They could not get close to Lin Fei at all. He was sent flying away. Time slowed down around Lin Fei. Although it was only 10 times, it was enough for Lin Fei. Lin Fei raised his hand, and with a loud rumble, the Great 5 Elements technique, the Great Frost technique, followed by the Great Karma technique, enveloped Lei Xing. Lei Xing's vision turned black, and in an instant, he was sent flying. His entire body was covered with cracks. Then, a big hand came over and lifted him up by his neck. Then, a punch pierced through his chest, and he immediately lost consciousness. Under Lin Fei's ferocious attack, Lei Xing was naturally unable to withstand it. With a wave of his hand, the ice sculptures shattered into pieces and vanished into thin air. The entire place became quiet. I told you not to be so serious, but you didn't listen. Why did you have to do this? Of course, Lin Fei knew that this guardian was very strong. Coupled with the array here, he could definitely burst out with the power of a war god. Lin Fei showed his absolute strength right from the start. Lei Xing also underestimated his opponent. He did not expect him to be so strong. He did not even have time to summon the array, and was directly killed. Although I killed this Lei Xing, he should have other tricks up his sleeves. Maybe he will inform others, or the Sky Prides will do the same. So, all I have to do now is wait, and at the same time, I can see what kind of powerful magic skills there are here. Lin Fei could see that some of the skills here were indeed very powerful. In the past, there were indeed great masters who fought here. He could also learn some experience here before killing them. Master, the magic skills of these phantom images are a type of negative emotion. If you collect them, you can condense a lot of resentment thought beads. At the very least, there will be more than 100 million beads. Chapter 4796. This news came too suddenly, even Lin Fei did not expect it. If it was someone else, they would definitely not believe it. However, when these words came from the mouth of the king of 10,000 demons, it was completely different. This guy made this kind of resentment prayer bead. If he said he could do it, then he would definitely be able to do it. There wouldn't be any problems. Lin Fei's expression became slightly serious. Are you sure you're right? It's really difficult for the negative emotions here to condense resentment prayer bead. Don't joke with me. If I'm in a bad mood, I'll directly kill you, so that you don't have to exist. This was extremely important to Lin Fei. If the negative emotions here could really make resentment prayer bead, then it would definitely be a huge gain for him. Hundreds of millions of resentment prayer bead would definitely be able to harvest a large amount of hatred value. At that time, someone would be able to increase his strength. Where else could he find such a good thing? After all, to Lin Fei, it would be quite difficult to unify this place in 500 years. What he could do now was to continuously increase his strength, and increase it as strong as he could. This way, his chances would be much higher. What I said is definitely not wrong. The negative emotions and sacred art methods here are actually a type of negative emotion. Even though they look no different, they are actually all negative emotions, and I have a way to collect all of these negative emotions sacred art, and the number of resentment prayer beads here might be even more than you think. Lin Fei took a deep breath, and released the king of 10,000 demons. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and see how many resentment prayer beads these negative emotions can contribute. Don't waste your time in the end. If you want these negative emotions, I'll have to trouble master to activate all of them. Only then will I have a chance to collect them and completely light them up. I can't do it alone. The king of 10,000 demons also knew that this was a chance to perform. If he did it well, he would naturally be able to leave a better impression in Lin Fei's heart. If he did not do it well, who knew when he would be killed by a palm? At this time, he had to go all out. You tell me what to do, I'll do it. You just need to collect these negative emotions. What I want is the result, I don't care about anything else. At the same time, inside a sect, a figure walked out. This figure was none other than Lei Xing. Lei Xing didn't expect that his original body would actually be killed in the extreme heaven mountain. Fortunately, he had left behind a doppelganger back then. However, the strength of this doppelganger was much weaker. His original body was already a 10-star heavenly god while this doppelganger was only a 5-star heavenly god. This was just a way to save his life. It would take a long time to recover. Fortunately, there were some treasures here, but it was still a heavy loss. Sect head, something bad has happened to the extreme heaven mountain that we are in charge of. A tyrannical body refinement cultivator actually killed all those geniuses. Even I was killed by him. Lei Xing came to report immediately. With his current strength, he couldn't take revenge even if he wanted to. Even if he went, he would only be killed. When the sect master heard this news, his expression changed immediately. The Celestial Pole Mountain Range was jointly managed by many sects and forces. This time, it was their sect's turn. Now that even Lei Xing had been killed, even those geniuses had been annihilated as well. This was definitely not a small matter. I suspect that the body refinement cultivator should be a devil cultivator. When he was killed, Lei Xing could more or less feel the aura of the devil cultivator. Although it was well hidden, there was still a trace of it. Apart from this explanation, Lei Xing really couldn't think of another explanation. The sect master's expression turned even uglier. Who didn't know that the devil cultivators were hiding in the Yuming mountain range and didn't dare to come out? Once they came out, they were no different from rats on the street. But now, there was actually someone who dared to come out and go to the extreme heaven mountain under their eyes. He went to the extreme heaven mountain and killed all those geniuses. He even killed the 10-star heavenly god Lei Xing who was in charge. He didn't put the sect in his eyes at all. Immediately bring the experts of the sect to kill this person. We can't let him leave alive. Otherwise, we will lose face this time. Since when did a devil cultivator have the right to be presumptuous? The sect master said nothing and began to lead the experts towards the extreme heaven mountain. They had to race against time. Who knew what else that guy could do inside? Outside the extreme heaven mountain. Loud rumbling sounds were heard one after another. Many people's expressions changed slightly as they didn't know what was going on. Can you tell me what happened inside? Good heavens, another sacred art was activated. But why did it disappear in the blink of an eye? Could it be that there are many geniuses inside this time? They can really comprehend many sacred arts. Could it be that it's that barbaric body refinement cultivator? That guy is very terrifying. He even killed Bai Yunfei. Do you think that guy really has this possibility? After all, his potential really can't be compared to anyone else. These people had all seen how powerful that barbaric body refinement cultivator was. Bai Yunfei was directly killed. A stream of light flew over from afar with great momentum. Following that, 3 spaceships stopped in the surroundings. When the 3 spaceships stopped, dozens of experts flew out. As soon as these experts appeared, the people present were slightly gloomy as they recognized them immediately. It's Bai Yunfei's sect. They must be here for revenge. That guy is out of luck. Good heavens, there are 5 10-star celestial gods and 15 9-star celestial gods. This lineup is really not small. Seeing this scene, a trace of joy rose in the hearts of the people who saw this scene. After all, they also didn't like that guy. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party was strong, they would have a good fight with him. But even Bai Yunfei was killed, so they really didn't have the courage. It's better to be honest. The guy who killed Bai Yunfei is here. That's a barbaric body refinement cultivator. He killed Bai Yunfei with 3 slaps. The people present began to hit him when he was down. No matter what, they couldn't let the barbaric cultivator live a good life. If it wasn't for that guy, they would have a certain chance to fight for the round platform. In the end, they missed the opportunity for nothing. They couldn't swallow this anger, and now they could finally vent it out. We can't beat you, but can't others? Chapter 4797. The sect Bai Yunfei belonged to was called the Sky Cloud sect. It was considered a relatively powerful first-rate sect. Bai Yunfei was also considered a genius in the sect. They didn't expect that he would be annihilated here. They rushed over as soon as they received the news. Now that they heard that it was a body-tempering cultivator, they frowned. Since when did body-tempering cultivators become so overbearing? They didn't take the Skycloud sect seriously and even dared to kill Bai Yunfei. Looking at the extreme heaven mountain in front of them, they frowned slightly. They didn't dare to enter this place easily. There were 10-star heavenly gods guarding this place. It was said that the array formation could even unleash the strength of a war god. Most importantly, the extreme heaven mountain was formed by various forces of various sizes. Therefore, everyone could only comprehend within the mountain. Anyone who dared to make a move here would become the common enemy of all the sects and forces. Then guard that body-tempering cultivator here. As soon as he comes out, take him down and bring him back to the Skycloud sect. He has to pay the price for killing Bai Yunfei. Even the forces behind him have to bear the wrath of the Skycloud sect. An expert from the Skycloud sect said coldly. They just waited here. Many Sky Prides who were about to retreat stopped one by one. Everyone knew that there would be a good show to watch soon. It would only be a year at most. For cultivators, a year's time wasn't very long. It was very short. A few more days passed. Streaks of light flew towards them. When these streaks of light appeared, their expressions changed slightly. They actually saw the forces behind many Sky Prides coming over. When they arrived, all of them looked at the extreme heaven mountain. Lei Xing, come out. Why did our Sky Prides die in the extreme heaven mountain? You have to give us an explanation. Why did our sect Sky Prides die here? If you don't give us an explanation today, we won't leave. As soon as these forces arrived, they all rushed inside and shouted. Everyone was a little puzzled when they heard this. What exactly happened? As they spoke, they instantly understood what was going on. The Sky Prides who went in earlier were all dead. Now, their expressions were even more incredulous. They immediately connected the dots. Could it be that this was done by that unreasonable body refinement cultivator again? If this was really the case, then this tyrannical body refinement cultivator was really overbearing. Putting aside the fact that he had killed Bai Yunfei, he had actually killed the rest of the prodigies as well. He really thought too highly of himself. Even the experts from the Heavenly Cloud School, where Bai Yunfei was, frowned when they heard this. Bai Yunfei's death had truly angered them. Now that their geniuses were dead, things were different. Many of these profound sects and righteous path forces were comparable to their Heavenly Cloud sect in strength. He didn't expect them to come at this time. It's probably the work of that barbaric physique refiner. My Bai Yunfei was also killed by him. The expert of the Heavenly Cloud sect said indifferently. When the other sects heard this, they became even angrier. It was actually a body refinement cultivator. This was simply too arrogant. Since when did a body refinement cultivator dare to be so audacious? At this time, they needed Lei Xing to give them an explanation. That was Lei Xing's territory. After all, their sect was responsible for guarding the extreme Heaven Mountain. Now that such a big thing had happened, they naturally couldn't take it lying down. It was fine if one died, but 7 geniuses had died at this time. Including Bai Yunfei, there were 8 geniuses. Every genius was not easy to cultivate. Now that they were dead, they naturally had to give an explanation. No matter how they spoke, Lei Xing's figure didn't appear again. This made their expressions even more unsightly. Could it be that he was avoiding responsibility? If that was the case, then they would directly go to him to seek justice. Don't ask me why I couldn't control these geniuses. It's because my original body was also killed by that body refinement cultivator. Are you satisfied now? I suspect that person is a demonic expert. A lot of time passed again. Just when everyone's expression was extremely unsightly, another voice finally sounded. Finally, they heard another voice. As this voice appeared, everyone turned their heads to look at it. They saw a big flying ship coming over. When they saw this big flying ship, they were even more shocked. Why did even the sect master come over? When they heard Lei Xing's words, it was even more difficult for them to accept it. Lei Xing had the strength of a 10-star heaven god. Together with the formation here, he could definitely unleash the strength of a war god. But now you're telling me that you were killed by a body refinement cultivator. How could they believe it? Fortunately, the last few words of a demonic expert made their pupils shrink slightly. They exploded with endless anger. Even the people nearby found it hard to believe. That body refinement cultivator was actually a demonic expert. After a short while, they finally returned to the city. I finally understand why that guy was so overbearing. It turns out that he really is a demonic expert. When I first asked for this demonic weapon, I already felt that they were not normal. I didn't expect that it was really the case. That guy hid his strength too well. He's definitely an old fart. He actually dared to come to the extreme Heaven Mountain. He's really audacious. Those geniuses are really unlucky. They actually encountered such a demonic expert. Everyone present understood what was going on, and they were all sighing. Fortunately, they didn't attack. Otherwise, they would have suffered a great loss. Just look at these experts. They were all geniuses. But now, they were directly eliminated. Even other people's sects had come over. We really didn't do the right thing. We will definitely teach this demonic expert. When the time comes, we will also kill him and the demonic forces behind him to give everyone an explanation. This was the only thing they could do now. First, they would capture this demonic expert. Then, they would uproot the forces behind him. This was the only way to quell the anger of these first-rate forces. Previously, they were really annoyed. Now that they heard that it was a demonic expert, their anger had changed. In that case, they really couldn't be blamed for this matter. The demonic experts had always been famous for being cunning. If they were not careful, they would suffer a great loss. Now, they really hated demonic experts more and more. Since the sect master said so, they naturally wouldn't say anything else. Chapter 4798. Outside the extreme heaven mountain, all the forces were waiting. After all, even they wouldn't be able to enter the extreme heaven mountain from the start. The news also spread out in the first place. No one expected that an expert from the Devil Dao would actually come to the extreme heaven mountain and kill 8 8-star celestial god experts. This was like poking a hornet's nest. It had been a long time since a demon cultivator dared to act so wantonly. All of a sudden, the extreme heaven mountain became very lively. Everyone wanted to see just what kind of abilities this body-tempering cultivator had. To think that he would be able to kill so many 8-star heavenly gods right off the bat. Bai Yunfei, a 9-star heavenly god, was among them. It wouldn't matter if his cultivation was a bit lower. But his cultivation wasn't low either. Any 9-star heavenly god had a chance to become a 10-star heavenly god. They even had a chance to become a war god. Now that one was dead, it was definitely a big loss for the sect. Who knew how much time and effort it took to nurture one? It was very likely that the one they lost would be a war god in the future. The Heavenly Cloud sect's hatred for the body-tempering cultivators in the sect was monstrous. Inside the extreme heaven mountain, Lin Fei was constantly activating these god art phantoms. One had to admit that there were a lot of them. Some of them were very powerful. Even Lin Fei had to be careful. Fortunately, these phantoms didn't have any offensive abilities. This made Lin Fei heave a sigh of relief. This world was much more powerful than he had imagined. Even though they were divine ability phantoms, they were sometimes extremely powerful. One could imagine that he was definitely a war god level fighter when he was alive. They could even leave behind such phantoms for others to comprehend. Lin Fei originally wanted to comprehend them, but he realized that they didn't fit his style, so he gave up. He decided to activate them one by one. The King of Thousand Demons started to search through these phantoms. This fellow had also brought a complete set of treasures. According to him, this was a set of treasures that he had spent a great deal of effort to develop. It was specifically used to refine these negative emotions, and in the end, turn them into resentment beads. Lin Fei was very satisfied with the King of 10,000 Devils' performance. This guy was indeed an expert. It was much easier than expected for him to collect negative emotions. In the first month, he had collected 5 million resentment will beads. It wasn't much. But it was a start. In the second month, he earned 20 million yuan, and in the third month, it rose to 50 million yuan. In the fourth month, it broke through 100 million. In the fifth month, it was 200 million. Basically, it was constantly improving every month. Until the last month. The number of resentment rosary beads he obtained exceeded Lin Fei's expectations. Even the King of the 10,000 Devils was extremely shocked. In total, all the beads of resentment added up to 5.3 billion. There wasn't much of an increase after that, but the number of resentment rosary beads was quite a lot. Sir, all the resentment rosary beads are here. All the negative sacred arts here have been taken clean. From now on, the Sky Pole Mountain will no longer have any sacred arts. The King of 10,000 Devils chuckled. This fellow was really interested in destroying things. Lin Fei didn't really care about this. What he wanted were these resentment rosary beads. Now that he had gained so much hatred, it wasn't a small amount. For someone who cultivated the infinite god body, these hatred points were useless. He needed glory points. Since he couldn't raise the infinite god body anytime soon, Lin Fei directly exchanged for a new 3,000 Great Dao. This 3000 Great Tao was none other than the so-called Space Great Tao. Previously, Lin Fei had already obtained the Time Great Tao. Now that he obtained the Space Great Tao, it was the best of both worlds. Once he grasped the Space Great Tao, Lin Fei obtained one of the most basic abilities, which was space collapse. With him as the center, the space within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles would collapse. Anyone who entered this area would suffer from the impact of the space collapse. It was extremely terrifying. As for this move, Lin Fei really liked it. Together with the Time Shroud, it could really become a killer move. Now that he had grasped the Space Great Tao and Time Great Tao, there was only one Great Tao that he hadn't grasped yet. That was the so-called Destiny Great Tao. The Destiny Great Tao was different. No one could sense the existence of such a Destiny Great Tao. It was used to change one's own destiny. Of course, using destiny to kill people was also very terrifying. This time, the hatred points were just right. He could only exchange for the Space Great Tao. Therefore, the Destiny Great Tao could only be put aside. It's been almost a year. I guess those guys outside are getting impatient. It's just the right time to go out and farm hatred points. It's a pity that I can't get any faith beads. It seems like I have to farm some faith beads when I reach Hades Mountain. The faith beads came in handy. With these things, he would be able to cultivate infinite divine body. Outside Heaven's Pole Mountain, everyone was waiting anxiously. A year wasn't a long time, but it was definitely unacceptable for these people. This was because the mirages of the divine abilities on Heaven's Pole Mountain had disappeared without a trace. Even they didn't know what was going on. However, they were sure of one thing. It was definitely the destruction of the demonic experts inside. They were completely crippled in the hands of the other party. From now on, there would be no more Heaven's Pole Mountain, let alone a place to comprehend. As for the cultivation of the younger generation, it was a devastating blow. The eyes of the various forces at the scene were cold like the ice of the 9 heavens. They felt uncomfortable all over. If they didn't eliminate this demonic expert, they wouldn't be able to resolve the hatred in their hearts. He's out. Without any warning, a figure directly rushed out. He appeared in front of everyone. As soon as this figure appeared, countless mystic arts were unleashed. There was no need for any nonsense at all. However, after these attacks were unleashed, the other party easily withstood them. Didn't I just eliminate a few geniuses? There's no need to make such a big fuss. We can just nurture them again. Naturally, the one who came out was Lin Fei. He chuckled at everyone. Seeing that I'm in a good mood, you guys should go home and do what you need to do. Otherwise, it wouldn't be worth it to lose your lives here. I'm still a reliable person. These divine abilities couldn't even get close to Lin Fei. They were directly sent flying. This caused everyone to be slightly moved. He was indeed a powerful demonic expert. Chapter 4799. Lin Fei's words made everyone laugh. They had never seen such an arrogant demonic cultivator. He actually had the nerve to ask them to go home. Was he planning to kill them all in one fell swoop? All demonic cultivators deserve to be killed. You want us to go home? You're dreaming. We're not afraid of death. I want to see how you're going to deal with us. What kind of ability do you have? Can you kill all of us here? The sect leader of Bai Yunfei's sect also roared angrily. He stared at this young physique cultivator. Was this the person who killed Bai Yunfei? This was simply a big slap to their sect's face. You killed Bai Yunfei. How dare you? Who allowed you to kill him? The sect leader's eyes were cold and his killing intent was so cold that everyone felt a terrible chill. Bai Yunfei is dead, and we also lost a genius. Now, the only thing I want to do is to kill you and dig out the force behind you. They must pay the price in blood. They did not feel any demonic aura from this young physique cultivator, but his actions were no different from those of demonic cultivators. Therefore, they naturally did not mind classifying him as a demonic cultivator. After all, demonic cultivators were all people who deserved to be killed. If he was killed, then so be it. There was nothing to care about. These people were quite strong. When the time came, they would use the title of demonic cultivator to exterminate the force behind him. Only then could they let out a long sigh of relief. One by one, they began to roar angrily as if they did not care about Lin Fei. Lin Fei just looked at them indifferently. "You're almost done, right? If you're almost done, then I'm going to make a move. Once I make a move, you're completely hopeless. So, I still have to say, it's just a genius who died. We can go back and train another one. Why do you have to joke around with your life?" Everyone burst into laughter again. But it was a kind of sneer. A kind of mockery. They never felt that there was a demonic cultivator like this young man, who really thought of himself as a super-strong cultivator. After all, everyone present was a 10-star heavenly god. With the help of some treasures, even a war god would be able to withstand 1 or 2 attacks. But now, this young man actually had the nerve to say that he wanted to kill all of them. This was really the funniest joke they had ever heard. "It seems that you don't plan to leave. Fine, I'll send you on your way. Anyway, killing one is killing a whole nest is also killing, it doesn't make much difference. I haven't been a demonic expert for a long time, it's just the right time for me to be a so-called demonic expert, to make my presence known, to let everyone know that there is a person like me. I also feel quite proud." Everyone was confused by what they heard. Is this guy's head clamped by a board? Otherwise, how could he say such words? Collapse. Lin Fei snapped his fingers. He spat out 2 words that were neither light nor heavy. Just as these 2 words came down. Swoosh. 300,000 kilometers of the void around Lin Fei instantly began to collapse. A wave of power came crashing down, causing everyone to lose their balance and fall. Then, the power of the void came crashing down, crashing into their bodies. Bam, 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 bam. Clumps of snowflakes exploded one after another. The weaker experts were directly obliterated by the power of the void collapse. Only the 9 stars heavenly gods and 10 stars heavenly gods could still hold on. Even so, they were in great pain. This power was very strong. Wave after wave of collapse, the power kept attacking, and soon, the 8 stars heavenly gods were gone. Then, 9 stars heavenly gods, until only 10 stars heavenly gods were left. There were quite a number of 10 stars heavenly gods present, a total of 10 stars heavenly gods. At this moment, their faces were extremely pale, terrified and uneasy. An unprecedented fear shrouded their hearts. They had never thought that this young man would be so strong. In an instant, they were all heavily injured, and all the experts on the Heaven Extreme Mountain were wiped out. Only now did they truly understand why the other party told them to go home and not participate in this matter. It turned out that the other party was so terrifyingly strong. With such a deep accumulation of power, he was actually able to unleash a killer move. They didn't even notice it at all and were hit by it directly. The blurry lights started to struggle. All sorts of treasures were pushed to their limits, but the power of the void collapse was too strong. It wasn't easy for them to break free. All they saw was a flash of light, and then they fell, dying without a complete corpse. In just 30 breaths of time, all the experts had been wiped out. The outside of the extreme heaven mountain had turned quiet. Sigh, I already told you, but why didn't you listen? Lin Fei shook his head. With a wave of his hand, all the rings flew over. When they reached Lin Fei's hand, they were kept. It was more or less a harvest. Lin Fei turned his head. He slashed at the Heaven Extreme Mountain. There was a loud rumbling sound. The saber light swept through the extreme heaven mountain in this region. From then on, there was no more Heaven Extreme Mountain. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei left the Heaven Extreme Mountain. After Lin Fei left the Heaven Extreme Mountain, in less than half an hour, 3 figures broke through the void and came out. The moment these 3 figures came out, they had a strong aura. One of them took a deep breath. Good fella, he actually killed hundreds of experts in one breath, and there were more than 10 10-star celestial gods among them. He is definitely a demonic expert. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man with a mustache. He was very shrewd, but at this time, his expression also became serious. Many people. We are still one step too late. I didn't expect such a big thing to happen. Such a big loss hasn't happened for a long time. It seems that this demonic expert really doesn't take us seriously. Ninth sister, use your treasures to find this fella. You must find him. How dare he kill people like this? He really doesn't take our demon extermination hall seriously. These 3 black-robed experts exuded a strong aura. Although they were only 10-star celestial gods, they were much stronger than any of the previous 10-star celestial gods. The most important thing was the 3 words, Demon Extermination Hall. The meaning of these 3 words was different. No matter who heard it, they would feel great pressure. Chapter 4800. The Hall of Demon Extermination was considered a relatively strong force in this world. Their mission was to hunt down all kinds of demonic experts. Those who were relatively strong would come over once they received the news. This time, they also received the news. After all, so many experts had died in the Celestial Pole Mountain. They also received the news immediately, and were even more certain that this was a great demonic expert. Although the other party did not display the strength of a war god from the beginning to the end, his strength was definitely at the top of the 10-star heaven gods. If he stepped into the war god level, he would definitely be in great danger. Therefore, the 3 of them chased after him. The one called Sister Jiao was a woman. The woman called Sister Jiao took out a treasure in the shape of a compass. She activated it right in front of them. One after another, illusory images of the Celestial Pole Mountain began to appear. In the blink of an eye. In the end, it landed on a figure. A beam of light was drawn over and gathered on the compass. It was Lin Fei's appearance. What a young guy. I didn't expect him to be an old monster. No wonder he's so strong. The 3 of them were slightly stunned when they saw the young figure. They subconsciously felt that he was an old monster. Only an old monster could maintain his youthful appearance. A guy like him would also be very strong. It was very likely that such a person would soon step into the war god level. A great demon god at the war god level would definitely be very difficult to deal with. If I'm not wrong, this guy must be preparing to break through to the war god level. We can't let him succeed. Immediately inform the experts of the Hall of Demon Extermination to chase after him. We can't give him any chance to catch his breath. We must kill him. Otherwise, he'll be a strong enemy for us and we'll have another expert on our side. The war god realm had always been a threshold between a 10-star heaven god and a war god. It was very difficult to break through this threshold. Even if there were 10,000 10-star heaven gods, there might not be many who could break through to the war god level. This was also why more than 10 10-star heaven gods had come all at once. There were many people in this realm, but it was too difficult to break through to the next realm. They were both in the god realm, but one was the sky and the other was the war. Naturally, it was different. No one knows better than them how terrifying this war god is. This also aroused their great interest. After all, the demonic path experts he usually killed were only average in strength. However, a demonic expert like him was different. He was a true expert. If they didn't go after him now, when would they? Lin Fei's side had a sufficient harvest, so he didn't plan to wander around outside. They headed straight for the Dark Mountain Range. Lin Fei was still thinking about the faith beads. Without the faith beads and his infinite god physique, it would be hard for him to cultivate. Fortunately, he had finally exchanged for the great Tao of space this time. It could be considered a good harvest. He really had to thank the extreme heaven mountain. Moreover, when he tested the strength of the spatial collapse, it was indeed quite strong. Wave after wave of endless attacks. If one's strength wasn't very strong, they would have been annihilated immediately. Only the 9-star celestial gods and 10-star celestial gods could hold them off for a while. However, it would only last for a short while. A 10-star celestial god would barely be able to escape. However, they were killed right in front of Lin Fei. It was just that the consumption was a little too high, which made him feel a little unhappy. As for the rest, he felt that it was acceptable. Lin Fei's speed was extremely fast. After all, his current goal was to head to the Dark Mountain Range. It wasn't easy to survive outside. The demonic path had become the target of scorn. He had merely killed a few 8-star celestial gods and he was surrounded by a group of forces. There were already more than 10 10-star celestial gods. How was he going to survive? He might as well run to the Dark Mountain Range. So. It had only been half a day and there were already people ambushing him. Beams of light instantly turned into a torrential flood that surged over. Lin Fei frowned slightly. Damn, he had finally made a name for himself. There were actually people ambushing him. Lin Fei knew that there would definitely be people coming to kill him after he killed so many people in the extreme heaven mountain. He didn't expect them to be so strong. He attacked with the strength of a 10-star celestial god. The attack of the flowing water instantly turned into endless frost that spread on Lin Fei's body. It contained a different kind of attack. This kind of attack was very powerful. It could often catch people off guard. However, to Lin Fei, he could split it in the middle with a single slash. The attack of the flowing water flowed to both sides and was easily resolved. 3 figures appeared in front of him. The 3 figures were all at the level of a 10-star celestial god. However, they had accumulated a lot of experience. Just by standing there, they were equivalent to the aura of more than 10 10-star celestial gods. You are so ruthless. You actually killed all the experts of the extreme heaven mountain. You won't be able to escape today. We have already set up a void array here. Don't even think of escaping. You'd better obediently return to our hall of demon extermination. Otherwise, you'll suffer. Lin Fei was slightly stunned. Damn, even the people from the demon extermination hall had come out. They even came to stop him. It was no wonder that they could move so quickly. Lin Fei had read the memories of others and naturally knew about the existence of the demon extermination hall. The strength of the demon extermination hall was indeed very strong. There were even experts at the level of a war god. If a 10-star celestial god could not handle it, then a war god expert would appear. Once a war god expert appeared, almost no diabolism expert could escape unscathed. Therefore, the demon extermination hall was a nightmare for diabolism experts. I didn't expect that the people from the demon extermination hall could catch up to me. It seems that I am quite influential. However, do you really think that the 3 of you can take me down? The void collapsed. It arrived in an instant. A loud rumbling sound was heard, and it came crashing over. A ball of light instantly appeared around the 3 of them and protected them. Even such a momentary impact caused their bodies to tremble slightly. Then, blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. This was much stronger than those 10-star celestial gods. Oh no, this guy has a spatial treasure. He can actually cause the void to collapse. This is bad. Even though they were separated by the treasure, they could feel the terrifying power of the void collapsing. Wave after wave of power came crashing down. The entire void was already fragmented. They could not stand still at all because they could not find the point. This place was already fragmented. Chapter 48:01. The three experts from the demon-killing hall immediately felt the immense pressure. They couldn't take it at all. The power of the void's collapse continued to crush down on them. The treasures around them were pushed to their limits, but they still couldn't take it. One attack after another landed on their bodies. With the first slash, there was a second slash. With the second slash, there was a third slash. Their defenses were getting weaker and weaker. They knew that they had been too careless this time. They didn't expect this demonic expert to be so strong. He even had a spatial treasure. This was the scariest thing. The most important thing was that this spatial treasure was actually an attack-type treasure. In just a short while, they had already met with such a terrifying opponent. After they were injured, the great chill art came crashing down on them. In an instant, they couldn't move at all. Following that, a series of sharp blades slashed over. One slash after another, they were severely injured in an instant. They could only watch helplessly. They couldn't take it at all. After more than 10 slashes, the three experts from the demon-killing hall were killed. Now that I have killed 3 experts from the demon-killing hall, I reckon there will be half-step battle gods coming soon. Or perhaps they will be real battle gods. Lin Fei waved his hand and took all the treasures in their hands. He headed towards the Yuming Mountain. He knew that he had to reach the Yuming Mountain as soon as possible. That place was a protected area. Battle gods wouldn't dare to kill their way there so easily. However, he still had to be careful along the way. Who knew if battle gods would come? The demon-killing hall would definitely not be able to take it lying down after losing 3 experts. Along the way, Lin Fei kept a low profile. He was getting closer and closer to the Yuming Mountain. In the blink of an eye, he was only about 1,000,000 kilometers away. At this distance, Lin Fei could even feel the black aura of the Yuming Mountain. At the place where heaven and earth intersected, a black mountain range flashed with lightning. It extended all the way, as if it was going to split the sky and earth into 2. Seeing this black mountain range, Lin Fei knew that the Yuming Mountain was right in front of him. There were still about 1,000,000 kilometers left. It wasn't far, but it wasn't near either. At that time, Lin Fei could finally heave a sigh of relief. Lin Fei was a little surprised that there weren't any war god level experts chasing after him. Could it be that the Demon Extermination Hall did not take this matter seriously at all? Logically speaking, that shouldn't be the case. The Demon Extermination Hall had always strived for stability. As long as they saw an expert of the demonic Tao, they would definitely kill him. A person like him would never be left alone. Then the possibility of a war god level fighter being sent out is extremely high. You killed the experts of my Hall of Demon Extermination, and you still want to run to the Yuming Mountain range? Do you not take me seriously? There was a loud bang. A huge world enveloped them in an instant. Lin Fei's vision changed drastically in an instant. World of War God. As soon as this world appeared, Lin Fei knew what was going on. This is the world of war gods that only war gods have. It was just an illusory world, but it had a terrifying pressure. This instantly made Lin Fei feel uncomfortable all over his body. A figure appeared in the world of war god, and looked down at Lin Fei from above. This person was a war god from the Demon Extermination Hall. He was a 1-star war god. Heavenly war god. The war god realm also ranged from 1 to 9 stars. Of course, there was a 10-star war god. However, it was too difficult to become a 10-star war god. Only the 5 top-notch war gods had reached the level of a 10-star war god. They had been at this level for countless years. They had never been able to break through to a new level. I didn't expect that after killing 3 experts from your Demon Extermination Hall, a war god level fighter would come. I'm quite flattered. Lin Fei didn't expect to meet a war god level fighter so soon. A war god level fighter's speed was also very fast. A single, world of war god, covered an area of 1,000,000 kilometers. In an instant, he was pulled into his own world, and his strength was directly suppressed. He was more or less affected. Unless he also had a world of war god to fight against, he would be at a huge disadvantage in this aspect. You also know that you killed 3 experts from our demon extermination hall. You should be proud that I'm here to kill you. Do you want to kill yourself or do you want me to do it personally? In front of a war god level fighter, no matter how strong your foundation is, you're no match for me. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Heavenly War God waved his hand. Instantly, a ray of light came down. The light grew bigger and bigger. Its power was also getting stronger and stronger. Lin Fei, on the other hand, was filled with excitement. He could finally meet a war god level fighter. He activated his infinite defense and instantly stood in front of him. The ray of light instantly broke through the infinite defense and crushed over layer by layer. In an instant, it was in front of Lin Fei and landed on Lin Fei's body. Even though the force was dispersed, there was still 50% of it that landed on Lin Fei's body. He took a few steps back. His qi and blood began to churn slightly. The strength of this one-star war god was really strong. So this is the power of a war god level fighter. It's really strong. I've learned something new. Lin Fei suppressed the surging blood and qi in his heart. In the Wargods, world of war god, the war god was indeed very powerful and domineering. No wonder it was said that no matter how strong a 10-star heaven god was, they were no match for a war god. This was indeed the case. To be able to block 10% or 20% of my power, you're really not bad. No wonder you dared to kill experts from our demon extermination hall. Now, I'll let you have a taste of something even more powerful. I'll also let you know the difference between a heaven god and a war god. In the void, another ray of blade light slashed out. This ray of light was longer and bigger than the previous one. It directly turned into a long river of blade light, majestic and mighty. Lin Fei instantly activated Void Collapse. For a big move like this, he had to disperse the force. He couldn't take it head-on. Although his infinite divine body was also not bad, there was a gap at this moment. Naturally, a war god level fighter's combat power was not weak. There was a loud rumbling sound. An extremely strange scene took place in the world of war god. Even the war god frowned slightly. He was actually a little surprised. He had underestimated this young man. He didn't expect that a spatial treasure could actually block his attack. You still have such a treasure. It's actually a spatial treasure. This is priceless. This should be the result of a spatial treasure. Void Collapse, it's really powerful. From now on, it belongs to this old man. The war god laughed loudly and directly pounced forward. Everywhere he passed, there was a loud rumbling sound. In an instant, he stepped into the void and collapsed. Chapter 4802. Battle God Empyrean directly entered this area of the void collapse, and a wave of power directly crushed it. However, a layer of defense appeared around Battle God Empyrean. These defenses quickly blocked the power of the collapse, and Battle God Empyrean walked over step by step with ease. This spatial treasure of yours is indeed very powerful. Even if a 10-star celestial god met you, he would definitely die under such a big killer move. However, you met me, Battle God Empyrean. I can only say that you're unlucky. Battle God Empyrean was really very happy at this time. He actually chased after a demonic expert and obtained a spatial treasure. It was really a waste for this spatial treasure to be used by the other party. If he used it, it would be different. It would definitely be a real killer move. No matter who it was, they would feel great pressure. Therefore, Battle God Empyrean had to snatch this treasure. He would never allow it to fall into the hands of this demonic expert. Finally, he picked up a big bargain this time. Fortunately, those people didn't care about it. Lin Fei was in a bored mood to kill time, but he encountered such a good thing. The corner of his mouth slightly raised. Do you really think I'm that easy to deal with? Then you're thinking too much. If I'm that easy to deal with, I wouldn't be a demonic expert. The power of the void's collapse suddenly became incomparably fierce. Clatter, clatter. In an instant, the defense around Battle God Empyrean was broken, and it instantly rushed to his body. In the blink of an eye, Battle God Empyrean spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression suddenly changed, and he slashed with his saber. In an instant it was pressed back by the power of the void collapse. You cunning guy, I'm going to kill you. How dare you hide the power of the void collapse? Previously, Battle God Empyrean did not care much about the void collapse. No matter how strong it was only used to deal with 10-star celestial gods. It was naturally useful to deal with them, but it was of no use to him at all. That was why he swaggered in. However, as soon as he came in, he found that he had thought too much. This void collapse was more terrifying than he had imagined, and its power was not as weak as he had imagined. On the contrary, it was terrifyingly powerful and unfathomable. The power of the entire void around him increased again. It kept pounding on his body. For a moment, the Empyrean war god was unable to move. It's been a long time since I've killed a war god level fighter. Today, I'll kill you and see how rich you are. I didn't come here for nothing. This is really what they call coming from 1,000 miles away to deliver a gift. The power of the void collapse kept increasing. From 30% to 40%, 50%, 60%, 70%, 80%, 90%. In an instant, 100% power erupted. This was going to be terrible. How could the battle god of the heavens have expected this to be so dangerous? In the blink of an eye, he was already riddled with wounds. Following that, a karma link technique blasted out at his heart. Boundless darkness shrouded over in an instant. The battle god of Empyrean couldn't withstand it and was plunged into the endless darkness. He was killed in an instant. There was a loud rumble. With the death of the one-star war god, the god of war world also disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lin Fei reached out his hand and took his ring away. Coupled with a great teleportation, he arrived at the edge of the dark mountain range in an instant. With another great teleportation, he directly entered. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 breaths after Lin Fei left, a figure walked out of the void. It was a figure surrounded by demonic aura. It was a war god. The god of war world behind him was faintly discernible. This seems to be the aura of the one-star war god, the Empyrean. I didn't expect such news. Since when did we have such a powerful fighter among us? He's the only war god's aura here. Doesn't that mean he was killed by a heavenly god? The figure surrounded by demonic aura was a war god. After looking around, he confirmed one thing. The one-star celestial god war god had been killed. It wasn't a war god, but a heavenly god level fighter. This surprised the war god. Interesting, very interesting. A heavenly god level fighter can kill a one-star war god. Seems like there's going to be one more fighter among us. Shameless demonic sects, how dare you kill the Empyrean war god of the demon extermination hall. Die. In an instant, a figure appeared in the sky and slashed down with a saber. The devil cultivator raised his demonic chi and laughed loudly. So it's the third king of the demon extermination hall. So fast. Isn't it just a one-star war god? What's there to be surprised about? So many war gods of our demonic sects have died, but they didn't even make a sound. How dare you say that? Under the boundless majesty was a furious murderous intent. With a loud rumble, the 2 war gods started fighting. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than 10 moves. It also let countless people know what was going on here. Third King, it's not that easy to kill me. This is the Dark Mountain Range. If you don't leave now, the war gods will come and surround you. Lin Fei, who had entered the Dark Mountain Range, quickly stopped using the Great Teleportation Technique. He had used the Great Teleportation Technique 3 times. He didn't expect the Dark Mountain Range to be so big. At this time, Lin Fei appeared in a swamp. There were many demonic beasts living in this swamp. These demonic beasts were not weak. When they saw Lin Fei coming over, they immediately pounced on him. Rays of sword light flew out, leaving a ground full of demonic beasts' corpses. Lin Fei sensed the movement outside. He could still feel it from far away. This was the aura of a war god. With a war god attacking, and from this direction, Lin Fei seemed to understand what was going on. After he left, a war god came to kill him. In his heart, he was secretly shocked. Fortunately, he had left quickly. Otherwise, he would have suffered a great loss. As for the other war god, he didn't know. However, if he could fight with the other war god, it was very likely that he was a war god of the Dark Mountain Range. The war god's power has very strong penetrative and destructive abilities. It is indeed different from the war god level. It seems that I have to improve my infinite divine body. Lin Fei sat cross-legged on a big tree and closed his eyes to rest. To him, there were indeed many experts in the Dark Mountain Range. In addition, this territory was huge. It was quite difficult to travel the entire Dark Mountain Range in a short period of time. Perhaps it was because of this that the righteous experts didn't dare to enter the Dark Mountain Range. Chapter 4803. The Hades Mountain Range was very large, and there were many experts here as well. After Lin Fei entered, he sensed a faintly discernible and powerful aura. He didn't need to ask to know that these auras belonged to war gods. There were quite a few war gods. Lin Fei couldn't even sense some of them. No matter what, after coming to this place, Lin Fei had a mission. That was to gather faith. How to gather faith here was naturally to take down a sect. Only by bringing the sect to greater heights would they be able to gain faith. This was the fastest way to gain faith. This was the route that Lin Fei decided on after thinking for a few days. There were quite a few sects in the Hades Mountain Range. Of course, they were all demon path sections. Some were big, some were small. Lin Fei set his eyes on a middle-tier sect. Of course, this sect was rather secluded. Within the sect, it wasn't eye-catching and wouldn't be remembered. Lin Fei didn't really care about the more eye-catching and powerful sections. If he really took them down, it would be hard for them to develop. Moreover, after Lin Fei walked around a few places in the Hades Mountain Range, he understood one thing. It was within the Hades Mountain Range. The power of a sect was intricate and complicated. Therefore, it was most convenient to follow them. This was also the easiest way for Lin Fei to obtain faith beads. If he wanted to develop, the best way was to go out less. That way, he wouldn't be targeted. Anyway, the Hades Mountain Range was already quite messy. After all, there was a war god guarding this place. For the current Lin Fei, he could gather enough. They were faith beads. No, they were honor points. Only then would he be able to improve his time and space Dao. After all, the difference was still quite big. He could only rely on honor points to improve it. Without it, it would be too hard to slowly improve it. Lin Fei knew this better than anyone else. He found himself in the most remote part of the country. There were very few demonic path experts in these places. Of course, they also met some demonic path experts along the way. There were all kinds of schemes to cheat others, but they all fell into the hands of Lin Fei. This Black Fiend sect is great. This Black Fiend sect was a sect that Lin Fei had been eyeing for a long time. He had been observing them for quite some time. In the end, they decided on this Black Fiend sect. It was a simple sect, and not many people paid attention to it. Its overall strength was average. The strongest among them was only an 8-star heavenly god. Apart from them, there were 7-star heavenly gods and 6-star heavenly gods. The entire sect only had 200 to 300 disciples, which was really very inconspicuous. There were many small and medium-sized forces like this, and this was the one that satisfied Lin Fei the most. Whoosh! Lin Fei entered the Black Fiend sect. Although the Black Fiend sect had a defensive array, in Lin Fei's eyes, it was really useless. He entered the room effortlessly. The sect leader of the Black Fiend sect was an 8-star heavenly god expert. In order to break through, this fellow was basically in seclusion, which was why the entire sect was in a mess. The 2 deputy sect leaders had their own opinions about the sect leader's thoughts. This was because their sect leader didn't have much time left. If he couldn't break through, then he would be completely gone. Hence, the 2 sect leaders, who were also the 2 deputy sect leaders, were a little tempted. The moment Lin Fei came, he found the place where the sect leader was in seclusion. With a teleport, he entered it. Even if it was a formation, it wouldn't be of any use now. This sect leader's body was indeed filled with streaks of death energy. If he didn't break through, then he would be completely finished. The moment Lin Fei entered, he sensed it. He opened his eyes and 2 streaks of light shot over. However, it was of no use. A hand easily grabbed his neck. "I'll borrow your sect for a while, and you as well." Lin Fei laughed and directly snapped the other party's neck. Of course, it also searched through his memories in an instant. No, it should be said that he searched through everything. At this moment, Lin Fei's body shook and he instantly looked similar to this person. This was the idea that Lin Fei thought of. Replace him. Of course, Lin Fei didn't plan to do it himself. He just wanted to change his appearance. After all, he had wiped out many people outside and there were war god level experts chasing after him. He believed that the demon extermination hall would definitely be interested in him. Even some war god level experts in Hades Mountain would know a little about him, or perhaps they would be curious about him. Lin Fei felt that it was better for him to keep a low profile. For example, he could pretend to be this person. Who asked Lin Fei to have other methods? Hence, if he pretended to be the real one, no one would be able to tell. Unless Lin Fei said it himself, otherwise, he would be the sect leader of the Black Fiend sect. Crackle and crackle. Lin Fei's aura instantly stabilized at the level of a 10-star heaven god. In other words, he had changed from an 8-star heaven god to a 10-star heaven god. Only in this way could he smoothly change his appearance. He also had enough strength to attack the surrounding sections. Otherwise, how would he be able to farm faith beads? The King of 10,000 Devils was also released. This guy had been performing well recently, especially at Heaven Extreme Mountain where he gained a lot of hatred. "Sir, the strength of the people here is average." The moment the King of Demons came out, he sensed that they really weren't strong. There were only a few 7-star heaven gods. The rest were unassuming and weak. Of course, in the outside world, he would have a certain level of strength. If I use them to farm faith beads, I can expand the sect and recruit all sorts of experts. This way, the influence will slowly show and I will be able to collect faith beads. The King of Demons quickly got into work mode. Lin Fei had completely digested all the information. Now, he was the sect leader of the Black Fiend sect, Big Dipper. The current Lin Fei didn't look like the previous Lin Fei at all. Of course, there was still a little bit of it. However, he was the real Big Dipper now. As long as he didn't say it, no one would be able to tell that he was the new sect leader of the Black Fiend sect, Big Dipper. You will follow me. In the future, you will be managing the entire Black Fiend sect for me. However, this sect is too ugly. We will change it to Massacre Sect. Massacre Sect is good. I also feel that the Black Fiend sect is too simple and doesn't have much power. Massacre sect is different. Chapter 4804. Lin Fei disguised himself as Big Dipper and prepared to go to the front stage of the slaughter sect. But before that, he had to get rid of the two vice sect masters of the sect first. He had to establish his authority at the same time. Then, he could start preparing to increase his faith. Only when the people of the sect knew about it would they be more determined. He had to become a part of the slaughter sect. The first step of increasing faith would start from the slaughter sect. Dong, 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 dong. Slaughter sect. No, it should be said that the big bell of the Black Fiend sect had finally rung. When the disciples heard it, they were very surprised and flew out one after another. They all came to the square of the sect. The square wasn't very big, but at this moment, many figures began to appear. Whether it was disciples, elders, or deacons, they all came. After everyone landed, they looked at each other. For a moment, they didn't know what was going on. Do you know what's going on? Why is the sect's bell ringing? I didn't hear anything big was going to happen. How would I know if you ask me? I don't know either. Let's see what's going on first. Or is the sect master going to choose a new successor? That's hard to say. After all, our sect master doesn't seem to be in a good situation. What was the situation of the sect like? The disciples of the sect were quite clear, so they all lowered their heads and discussed. Then, two figures came over. They were the two vice sect masters of the Black Fiend sect. They were both 7-star celestial gods. Both of them were constantly looking for opportunities to break through to the 8-star celestial god level. After they came over, they each stood on one side. Many people followed behind them. Obviously, they had a lot of influence in the Black Fiend sect. Everyone looked at each other and was full of fighting spirit. After a while, the sect master came over, but there was a black-cloaked man beside him. The black-cloaked man's face couldn't be seen at all. He just appeared in front of everyone. Most importantly, he was beside the sect master, Big Dipper. This was a little surprising. Did something happen? Why did everyone gather here? Or is it because of the wind blowing the grass? For example, some forces are attacking our door. The two vice sect masters asked immediately. Don't think that there are no battles in the Yuming mountain range. In fact, the struggle in the Yuming mountain was also very intense. The demonic path was not like the righteous path. Their cultivation was very cruel. They kept killing each other, and the ones who survived were the strongest. The demonic Tao had always recognized this principle. If he wanted to continuously improve his strength, then he had to constantly train. What was the best experience? Of course, it was blood and fire. Through constant training, one's strength would become stronger and stronger, and only then would one be able to go further. Therefore, in the forces of the Devil Tao, the junior brothers of the same sect would compete with each other, and there would be people who would secretly betray others. Even if it was his senior brother or master, he could still kill them. As long as you were strong enough, you could do anything, and no one would say anything. This was the cruelty of the demonic path. It just so happened that this was a very normal thing for demonic path disciples. Everyone was used to it. This was also why the two vice sect masters had such thoughts when the sect master of the Black Evil sect was in seclusion. In their opinion, it was very difficult for an 8-star heaven god to break through to 9-star heaven god. Especially for the Black Evil sect, they weren't a big force, and they didn't have any good resources. It was very difficult for them to break through to the next realm. This time, when they saw the sect master come out, the two of them had even more serious thoughts. They didn't know what happened, but their gazes would occasionally land on the black-cloaked man. This guy looked a little suspicious, but it was better to wait and see. Lin Fei walked over. He saw the two vice sect masters right away, and they did have some ideas. He was full of ambition. Good fellas. One of them actually broke through to the 8-star heaven god level. It seemed like he had just broken through. He was prepared to give everyone a huge surprise. Even if he didn't come, the old sect master probably wouldn't be able to handle it. The other party was newly promoted, and he was a veteran. Plus, he had death energy, so he definitely wouldn't be able to beat him. Today, the reason why I called everyone here is actually very simple. The moment Lin Fei came over, he spoke to everyone, and the scene quietened down. Everyone wanted to hear what the sect master had to say. Our black evil sect has always been lukewarm, and our location is remote and we lack resources. So, after thinking about it, I have decided to change the name of the black evil sect to Massacre Sect. As soon as these words came out, everyone present was shocked quite a bit. Especially the elders, deacons, and the 2 vice sect masters. For a moment, they didn't understand why the old sect master would say such a thing. Wasn't the black evil sect doing well? Why would it change to Massacre Sect? This was a little different from what they had imagined. Could it be that there was something wrong with the old sect master's head? But to many of the disciples, this Massacre Sect sounded even more domineering. It sounded much better than the previous name. Apart from that, all disciples of the Slaughter Sect can obtain some rewards from me through their achievements. But before that, I will reward you with an extremely powerful cultivation method. With this cultivation method, you will be able to break through to the level of Heavenly God. Even breaking through to the level of War God in the future won't be a problem. Naturally, no one had any objections to just changing the name. But the last words were different. All the disciples were moved. Breaking through to the Heaven God level was not an easy thing, let alone breaking through to the War God level. It wasn't easy to break through to the Heavenly God realm, let alone the War God realm. Many disciples didn't dare to think about it for the rest of their lives, but now they were all moved. They seemed to feel that today's old sect master was indeed different. He changed the name and taught them the skill. There's something more important. I found that there are more mountains in our sect, and I have decided that from now on, mountains can't exist anymore. Lin Fei looked over indifferently, and his gaze fell on one of them. Xiong Sanlin, what do you think? Xiong Sanlin was the one who had broken through to the 8-star Heaven God level. It wasn't easy for you to break through to the 8-star Heaven God level. You should at least take it out to dry. Don't hide it like this. That's not good. If you want my position, just say it. Kill me and this position will be yours. Everyone's gaze fell on Xiong Sanlin, the vice sect master. He had broken through to the 8-star Heaven God level, but why was the old sect master able to tell at a glance? Chapter 4805. Everyone looked at the vice sect master. They did not expect that the vice sect master's strength would increase all of a sudden and that he had been hiding his true strength. If the old sect master had not seen through it at a glance, no one would have believed it. As for the other vice sect master, his expression changed drastically. He knew that he had lost. It was a crushing defeat. Of course, his eyes were filled with fear as he looked at the old sect master. The old sect master was the one who had hidden his true strength. He did not expect that he would be able to see through Xiong Sanlin's true strength at a glance. He did not know how long it had been since Xiong Sanlin had broken through. It seemed like he was preparing to secretly surprise everyone. He did not expect the old sect master to recognize him at a glance. Xiong Sanlin's expression also changed drastically. He did not expect that the old sect master would be able to see through his breakthrough. It had only been half a month since he had broken through. He was prepared to catch everyone off guard. Even if the old sect master was an 8-star celestial, he would not be able to withstand a single blow from him. Ha ha ha, the old sect master is indeed the old sect master. I did not expect you to see through me. In that case, I will say it directly. I have my eyes on the position of sect master. I hope you can hand it over. It's that simple. Xiong Sanlin laughed loudly. Then, the aura on his body exploded. One layer after another, he reached the level of an 8-star celestial. At this moment, everyone could feel the immense pressure bearing down on them. Even the other vice sect master was the same, unable to withstand it at all. There was a huge difference between a 7-star celestial and an 8-star celestial. At the very least, if they really fought, a 7-star celestial would never be a match for an 8-star celestial. For example, Xiong Sanlin. It seems that you are indeed interested in the position of sect master. However, I want to know if you are qualified to take this position. I don't think you are. It will be the same even if you become an 8-star celestial. Lin Fei shook his head. He raised his hand. In an instant, countless saber lights slashed out. These saber lights were the great slicing technique. One after another, they instantly turned into a super terrifying killer move. Old sect master, you're overthinking things. I'm an 8-star celestial god. He was so dead that he could not be more dead. Such a scene caused the hearts of all the disciples to tremble, following which an exceptionally strong sense of worship emerged in their hearts. The old sect master was indeed the old sect master. Once he made a move, it was indeed extraordinary. Lin Fei looked at the other deputy sect leader, who was called Luo Yi. Sect Celestial, Sect Master, Luo Sect Luo Master. Sect Luo Sect Master O's Luo was Sect Master. Sect Master, Luo. Just look at Xiong Shanlin. He had secretly made a breakthrough in his cultivation, but he was killed by the other party with a single move. Luo Yi kneeled on the ground. Sect. Luo Sect Master O's Luo's Sect Master was Luo of Luo's lured. How could Luo's Sect Master have any other thoughts? If he did not beg for mercy, he would be dead. Lin Fei looked at him indifferently. With a wave of his hand, the sky full of saber lights landed on Luo's Sect Master. You can be spared from death, but you cannot escape punishment. From now on, you will be an ordinary disciple of the Massacre sect. When you have made contributions, you will return to your sect master position. With just one move, Luo's 7-star celestial was seriously injured. Fortunately, he survived. He panted heavily and knelt on the ground again. Thank you sect master for your mercy. I will definitely fight for the sect. It was good enough that he survived. As for the vice sect master, he was gone. However, he knew that from now on, the whole sect would be different. From now on, the sect will be called the Massacre sect. Since it is such an awe-inspiring name, all the disciples will naturally have a motivation. Therefore, I will teach you a powerful technique. Lin Fei had mastered a lot of techniques. Any one of them was enough for these demonic sect disciples to practice. In the end, Lin Fei took out the 13 slaughter stacks. This cultivation technique was one that advocated killing. Every time a disciple was killed, they could obtain a part of their strength, which was their essence and blood. At that time, their strength would slowly increase. Of course, such a technique was very overbearing. After Lin Fei took it out, it instantly made everyone feel motivated. Although they only got the first level, it was an instant motivation for them. Cultivate, cultivate. Wasn't it to make their strength stronger and go further? And now, the opportunity had finally come. Just like that, the Massacre sect underwent a complete transformation. In the blink of an eye. Half a year had passed in the Massacre sect. In this half a year, all the disciples of the Massacre sect had been working together to cultivate. Because the 13 slaughter stacks was just too much to their liking. First, they kept looking for demonic sect experts in the surrounding area and killed them to absorb their strength. Their strength was also breaking through. Most of the disciples had broken through to the first level. Their strength had also increased by a lot. But this wasn't enough. All of them mustered up their strength and were ready to go outside and improve greatly. No one disliked the name, Slaughter Sect, anymore. Instead, they liked it very much. Because of this, their strength had increased. And now, they were ready to expand in one fell swoop. Luo Yi was one of the people who had improved relatively fast. From a 7-star heavenly god to an 8-star heavenly god. He had also reached the second level of the 13 layers massacre technique. Sect leader, I think it's time to make a move. The sect disciples are all full of fighting spirit, it's time to make a move. Although he was still an ordinary disciple, his strength was the strongest among all the disciples. He originally had some opinions about the old sect leader, but now he was convinced and finally understood why the old sect leader's strength was unfathomable. Even if he had reached the 8-star heavenly god level, he still felt that he couldn't withstand a single blow from the old sect leader. If the old sect leader wanted to kill him, it would only take a thought. It wasn't just a thought, it was really like that. If the old sect leader wanted to kill him, it would be too easy. I remember that there are 6 small forces in this area. Let's make a move and get rid of them. It's also a good opportunity to expand. I want everyone to know about the existence of the Massacre Sect. Chapter 4806. Master, this is the Faith Pagoda that I specially made. As long as we place this thing in our territory, we will be able to smoothly gather enough faith. The King of Thousand Demons hasn't been idle recently. Instead, he has been continuously refining specialized treasures. That is the Faith Pagoda. This thing is a pagoda. Just place it there and you will be able to gather faith power. This is a very mysterious existence. Even Lin Fei is very curious about this faith power. One has to say that the King of Thousand Demons is quite talented. Otherwise, he wouldn't be hunted down in public and become a street rat. Even so, he is still very awesome. Then let's refine more faith pagoda. When they expand their territory, we will release them one by one. Lin Fei left this matter to the King of Thousand Demons. Anyway, the King of Thousand Demons is getting more and more ambitious. Following such a strong existence, his days will definitely get better and better. The Massacre Sect's disciples finally started moving. There are a total of 6 demonic path forces in this area. They aren't very strong. Every demonic path force's strength is about the same. This time, the leader is Luo Yi. Luo Yi had put on a good performance. After all, he is quite strong. Plus, he learned the 13 slaughter stacks cultivation technique. Naturally, he is different. On a dark and windy night, Luo Yi led all the Massacre Sect's disciples to attack one of the forces. They really caught them off guard. Luo Yi, how dare you bring disciples to attack our sect? Quick, block for me. We must block them. Damn Massacre Sect's people, how did they become so strong? Sect leader can't block them. Sect leader can't block them. They are too strong. In just a few hours, the force was wiped out just like that. The entire sect was wiped out. Not a single person was left alive. All the treasures were robbed. The next day, the news spread and caused a huge commotion in this small area. All of them were very shocked. Although they knew that the Massacre Sect had changed its name, no one knew that it was actually so strong. They wiped out one of the forces in an instant. Instantly, the surrounding 5 forces were caught off guard. He didn't expect this at all. Just when they weren't prepared. The second night. Another faction was besieged. For a moment, the expressions of the remaining 3 forces changed drastically. In just a short span of 2 days, 2 forces had been destroyed. Wouldn't that mean that the 3 of them would be annihilated? At this moment, the remaining 3 forces could no longer sit still and gathered together. This situation doesn't seem right. I don't know what that Big Dipper of the Slaughter Sect is thinking. He actually changed the sect's name and destroyed 2 sects in one move. Who knows if there's something wrong with that guy's brain? Speaking of which, the Slaughter sect is actually this strong. I thought they were weaker than us. Also, Luo Yi's strength has risen so quickly. Those two sects didn't even have a single survivor. What the hell? After the three sect masters discussed for a while, they decided to temporarily unite together to teach the Slaughter sect a lesson. Therefore, the three sect leaders brought their subordinates and headed straight for the Slaughter sect. He demanded an explanation from them. He wanted to see what they were planning to do. Could it be that they were planning to annihilate the three sects in one move? This time, they brought a total of 500 experts. 500 heavenly god-level experts. They weren't strong or weak. But to many forces, it was definitely a very terrifying thing. They also arrived outside the Slaughter sect's gate at the first moment. Once they arrived, they felt a little different. But this time, they had 500 experts. Adding them and some other experts, they really weren't afraid of the Slaughter sect. Big Dipper, come out for me. If you don't come out and explain clearly, we will directly fight our way in. Your Slaughter sect is really awesome. Annihilating two forces in one move. Are you planning to annihilate our three forces too? Give us an explanation. The sect masters were very angry. One must know that they had been in this area for hundreds of years. They didn't expect that this time, the Slaughter sect actually annihilated two of them. If it was just a grudge, then it would be fine. But they simply didn't know what grudges those two forces had with the Slaughter sect. In any case, they were annihilated just like that, so they felt vigilant. Annihilating two of them, didn't that mean that they had to be annihilated as well? So they took the initiative to come over. They had to clarify things first. Just in time to give the Slaughter sect quite a bit of pressure and knock them down. This could also be considered as earning some benefits first. After all, the wealth of those two forces wasn't a small number. They were a little unwilling to be swallowed by the Slaughter sect just like that. Just in time to borrow the strength of the three forces to suppress Big Dipper and make him hand over the wealth. No matter what, they had to eat a mouthful of meat first. Lin Fei was also the first to know that the three sect masters had gathered together. Moreover, they had brought a large number of experts. This saved a lot of trouble. Luo Yi also came over immediately. Sect master, why don't I bring people out and annihilate them all? Just in time to catch them all in one net. These guys are really tired of living. I haven't even gone to look for them, and they actually came. If it was in the past, Luo Yi would definitely have a headache dealing with these three sect masters. He wouldn't be able to defeat them at all. But it was different now. He was confident that he could fight them alone. Maybe he could even annihilate one or two of them. This was the confidence that came with the increase in strength. Lin Fei smiled faintly. You can annihilate so many people? But those 500 experts are quite suitable for our sect's disciples to train. Just in time to keep them here. Towards these existences that came to him on their own initiative, he wouldn't be polite at all. Just in time to annihilate them all and consolidate this area. You want me, Big Dipper, to come out? You guys don't have the qualifications. But I can give you a gift, like this. A ray of light appeared without any warning. It was the Great Cutter technique. When Lin Fei used the Great Cutter technique, its power was extremely terrifying. It directly slashed the three sect masters. Pata. The three sect masters directly fell from the sky. Then, the experts of the Slaughter sect all rushed out. Kill. Kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive. Those who dare to disrespect the sect master will be killed without mercy. Half a day later, all 500 experts were annihilated without exception. Chapter 4807. In a not-so-small restaurant, many people were drinking here. Did you guys hear? There's been quite a commotion over there recently. It's the Slaughter sect. They actually annihilated 5 surrounding forces in one go. Slaughter sect? Why haven't I heard of it? Could it be a newly risen force? You guys must have heard of it. This sect used to be called Black Fiend Sect. The sect leader is called Big Dipper. It can't be. It's that Big Dipper guy. Don't tell me he already has half a foot in the grave. He's actually so ostentatious. He even changed his name. Who knows? Anyway, the Slaughter sect's strength is quite strong now. Who knows how many people went to join them? It's making my heart itch. News like this kept spreading in the surrounding cities. In a small part of the Hades mountain range, many people everywhere knew about this Slaughter sect. After all, annihilating 5 surrounding forces in one go. This strength was not considered weak. As for those who knew about Big Dipper, they were all a little surprised. After all, they were very clear about Big Dipper's realm. Half a foot was already in the coffin. Who knows when he would lose it? But now, he actually annihilated 5 surrounding forces in one move. This was preparing to carry it forward. Or was he preparing to sweep the surroundings and form a unique Slaughter sect? This news was not considered big in the Hades mountain range. But it more or less made many people feel interested. Many people remembered this Slaughter sect. At least this Slaughter sect was not to be trifled with. They even had the nerve to annihilate 5 surrounding forces. Not to mention the other nearby forces. They were probably having a headache right now. In reality, this was really the case. With a single move, the Slaughter sect had wiped out the 5 surrounding forces, even their own sect had been wiped clean. Naturally, it also affected some of the big forces in this area. If they allowed the slaughter to continue like this, it would definitely not be a good thing. It might even be a bad thing. At this time, they had to carefully ponder what kind of situation this Slaughter sect was in. For example, right now, some sects and forces started to study this Slaughter sect. But no matter how they studied, they felt that it was a little different from what they imagined. This Slaughter sect was a little problematic. After all, they were not clear about Big Dipper's strength. At this time, they actually had the nerve to make such a big movement. On the Slaughter sect's side, Luo Yi, on the other hand, was very happy. Ever since the destruction of the 5 factions, it had a great impact on the disciples of the Slaughter sect. He was also becoming more diligent in his cultivation. Many of them had broken through to the 2nd level. Of course, there were also some demonic path experts who took the initiative to join. This was a very common sight in the demonic path forces. Whichever sect was more powerful, they would come to visit and join them as soon as possible. Luo Yi wasn't polite at all towards those who came to join the alliance. He directly recruited them. However, he had to start from the basics. During this time, there were some demonic path disciples who were dissatisfied. Luo Yi immediately attacked them. In his words, there was no point in keeping those who were disobedient. He needed obedient disciples. Only by uniting all the disciples of the Slaughter sect could the Slaughter sect become stronger and stronger. For example, whenever the name Slaughter sect was mentioned outside, the disciples' faces would light up. One must know that the 5 surrounding forces were usually quite arrogant. Now that they had been completely wiped out by them, it was their turn to be arrogant. Lin Fei finally got the first batch of faith beads. This time, the number of faith beads was not small. It also brought Lin Fei a lot of honor points. At least, it wasn't in vain. This idea was completely correct. The King of Demons brought the first batch of faith beads over. The number of the first batch wasn't a lot. It was a total of 50 million. It wasn't a lot, but it wasn't a small amount either. However, it was still a considerable improvement for Lin Fei. At the very least, he wanted to get these faith beads before. It wasn't that easy. You did pretty well this time, especially these faith towers of yours. The effect is really good. You got these faith beads so quickly. The king of demons did a good job. Of course, Lin Fei had to praise him. Let him continue to work hard. It was most appropriate to bring the king of demons along. The king of demons didn't dare to be complacent. In front of Lin Fei, he was just a guy that could be destroyed at any time. If he could make Lin Fei happy, then he could prove his value. Master, I've received a lot of news, especially that some of the surrounding powers are getting restless. Although the slaughter sect's expansion isn't fast, it's still making them feel pressured. I feel that we can take advantage of the time when they're watching our slaughter sect to find one of them and absorb their strength. It could be said that the king of demons had always been paying attention to the progress of the matter. The bigger the force, the better. This way, his faith towers could be spread everywhere and collect more faith. It is indeed time for a surprise attack. However, it won't be enough to rely on Luo Yi alone. Therefore, I have decided to let you go out as well. After all, you are quite strong. Lin Fei was prepared to send the king of demons out. This guy's strength was quite strong. As for Lin Fei, he didn't have that much free time. He still had to improve his infinite god body. Every time he improved, his strength would grow a little. Especially the fact that the infinite god body didn't have any ceiling, this was what made Lin Fei the most. As long as he had enough honor points, the infinite god body could continue to improve. Now, the effect of 50 million faith beads was only a so-so. He had to continue working hard. The king of 10,000 fiends retreated and found Luo Yi to discuss how to deal with the sect. The 50 million faith beads were directly exchanged by Lin Fei for honor points. This thing was the most reassuring when honor points were used. With honor points, Lin Fei immediately improved the infinite god body. Although the infinite god body strengthened his defense and physical strength, Lin Fei felt that this was the most suitable way to improve it. The time Dao and space Dao could be put aside. After all, those two were in the attack form. Even if he really improved it, he had to put it aside. The stronger the physical body, the stronger the ability to protect his life. This was something that Lin Fei was very sure of. Therefore, the stagnant infinite god body began to improve again. He broke through 2 levels in one go. Of course, these 2 levels weren't very high, but it was still a considerable improvement. Chapter 4808. The slaughter sect was indeed well known by many people. Especially a small sect like this. Just as everyone felt that the slaughter sect wouldn't make a move in a short period of time. Who would have thought that Luo Yi and a mysterious expert would suddenly attack a mid-tier sect? The strength of this mid-sized sect was still quite strong, and there were many experts. In particular, there were 2 10-star celestial gods. But even under such circumstances, they were still attacked. Under normal circumstances, they should have been able to block the slaughter sect's attack. But under such circumstances, they actually couldn't win against the slaughter sect. The disciples suffered heavy casualties, and the entire sect was breached in less than a day. Even the 2 great experts were injured. They couldn't do anything to the slaughter sect's experts. When this news came out, everyone was shocked for a period of time. They didn't dare to believe it. Since when did the slaughter sect become so strong? Previously, when they wiped out the 5 factions, no one cared much. After all, they weren't strong or weak. But this sect was different. Their strength was definitely much stronger than the slaughter sect. But in such a situation, the slaughter sect still managed to break through the sect. They wiped out most of the experts. Of course, they also captured most of the disciples. This made everyone really unable to believe it. If they hadn't gone to take a look, they really wouldn't have believed it. Now, everyone realized one thing, which was that Big Dipper probably had an idea. If he didn't, he wouldn't have made such a huge commotion. No one knew what Big Dipper was thinking, but thinking about how he was already half a foot in the coffin, one could naturally imagine that Baitsang was cultivating some special technique. Which was why he attacked so recklessly. But even if he attacked, the Slaughter sect's disciples might not be that strong. But this time, they realized that the Slaughter sect's disciples were really strong. Once they attacked, they didn't show any mercy at all. One could say that once they attacked, they would definitely die. This made everyone pay more attention. Under such circumstances, in less than half a month's time, they launched another surprise attack. Another mid-tier sect. In a short 3 months, they consecutively broke through 7 to 8 nearby factions. They were all mid-tier factions. This time, no one was able to remain calm. If the Slaughter sect was allowed to continue expanding like this, they would all be killed. He didn't even dare to think about it. Such a crazy movement naturally made some of the older brothers in the area feel unhappy. After all, this area was under their control. Hence, the 3 tycoons sat together. They had all gathered their own information, but no matter how they looked at it, they all felt that the rise of the Slaughter sect was a bit unexpected. Especially those sect's disciples who were very powerful. 3 of them could kill experts who were 1 level higher than them. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have dared to believe it. Since when did the disciples of the Massacre sect become so strong? Who didn't know that the Slaughter sect was weak in the past? That Big Dipper guy used to lead the sect to such a lukewarm state. But now, they were more or less surprised. This time, they had no choice but to take it seriously. If they allowed it to continue, who knew whether or not they would be wiped out one by one? If that was the case, then he would have to deal with the Slaughter sect as soon as possible. Or rather, they wanted Big Dipper to come out and give everyone an explanation. Or rather, they wanted Big Dipper to hand over the sect's disciples' cultivation method. They could more or less see that the Slaughter sect's cultivation method was quite interesting. Perhaps this was the reason why they were so powerful. If they missed this opportunity, it wouldn't be so easy to deal with the Slaughter sect in the future. Others couldn't see it, but they could. I think we should teach the Slaughter sect a lesson. Why don't we let Big Dipper come here personally? In this area, we 3 tycoons have the final say. The Slaughter sect killed so many experts while we weren't paying attention. If we don't teach Big Dipper a lesson, I'm afraid we'll be annihilated as well. What a joke, what a joke. Only that Big Dipper guy has the guts to annihilate us. But he's expanding pretty fast now. Let's pay him a visit. The 3 of them were tycoons. Each of them was a peak 10-star heavenly god. They could explode with the battle strength of a 1-star war god. Although they couldn't maintain it for long, only a few dozen breaths' time, it was enough for battle. Not everyone could explode with the battle strength of a war god. Because of this, they were able to control this area. Although this area wasn't big, it was only about 10 million kilometers. The Hades mountain range was huge. Therefore, every 10 million kilometers there would be some big and small forces. Among them, some of the bigger forces were in charge of this area. The 3 of them were in charge of this area. If the Slaughter sect continued to grow, it would be equivalent to having a 4th force. Naturally, they didn't want that to happen. All the resources would be taken away. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was that the Slaughter sect made a move without their consent. This made them feel that a force was beyond their control. This was what annoyed them the most. Therefore, they had to deal with the Slaughter sect ruthlessly. This was the only way to make the Slaughter sect behave. Otherwise, no one would take them seriously. When the 3 great forces came together, the commotion was naturally different. All the forces in this area heard the news and came. They all wanted to see how the Big Dipper of the Slaughter sect couldn't handle this matter. No matter what, they had to give them justice. They destroyed so many forces in one move. They couldn't possibly say that the Slaughter sect wanted to become this generation's 10 million kilometer giant, right? This idea was really a little whimsical. But looking at the situation, that was really the case. How long had it been? Not even half a year had passed. The slaughter sect showed a different scene. Just like that, everyone arrived outside the slaughter gate in a grandiose manner. As soon as they arrived outside the slaughter gate, everyone felt that the slaughter sect was different. The slaughter sect actually had a strong aura now. Luo Yi, the vice sect master, also flew out immediately. Now, he was already the vice sect master. He had recovered and was stronger than before. When he came out, the big shot's expressions changed slightly. Because Luo Yi had actually reached the level of a 10-star heavenly god. Although he hadn't entered this realm for long, such a speed shocked the three big shots. Everyone knew that Luo Yi was only a 7-star heavenly god previously. But how long had it been? Chapter 4809. Luo Yi, who just flew out, instantly shocked the three big shots. How long has it been? Luo Yi's vice sect master's strength actually increased so much. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't dare to believe it. At this moment, they seemed to understand why the slaughter sect made such a big move. It should be that Big Dipper got his hands on some powerful technique. As a result, the strength of the entire slaughter sect's disciples increased by a large amount. After all, they were all demonic path experts. At this moment, they more or less knew what was going on. This slaughter sect definitely couldn't be left behind. The most important thing was to snatch this kind of powerful martial technique from 7-star. This was the most important thing. My sect master said, seeing that it's your first time here, leave the people behind you. You can scram, otherwise, all of you will stay here. The current Luo Yi was already different from before. He was completely different. Now, he was a genuine 10-star celestial god. To him, breaking through to the war god realm was just a matter of time. In the past, he didn't even dare to think about it. Therefore, whatever the sect master said, he would do it. Even the three big shots in front of him were nothing in Luo Yi's eyes. With some time, he would be able to get rid of them sooner or later. But to the three magnates, these words caused their expressions to turn completely unsightly. A vice sect master dared to speak to them like this. This was simply overturning the heavens. How dare you? Do you really think that your slaughter sect is amazing just because you destroyed a few forces? I'll give you a chance. Obediently surrender and I'll let you live. Big Dipper, you can also get out now. If you don't, be careful that your slaughter sect doesn't exist anymore. The three big shots brought many experts with them. No matter what, they had to let the slaughter sect experience the pressure of empty tie. So that they would know what it meant to be an honest person. Moreover, there were many people behind them who came to watch the show. If they didn't vent their anger on the slaughter sect today, they would spread the news. The three big shots would become a huge joke. They came aggressively but couldn't do anything to the slaughter sect. There was nothing more helpless than this. The people behind him were also shocked. He more or less understood this vice sect master, but he didn't. After listening to Luo Yi's words, he understood Luo Yi. Who would have thought that their strength would rise so quickly, and now they were even more domineering. This also made them realize that the slaughter sect was completely different from what they had imagined. That Big Dipper, who had one foot in the coffin, might not be as easy to deal with as he had imagined. He might even be unfathomable. Subconsciously, they quickly pulled away from each other. All of a sudden, the area where the three giants were located became a small vacuum. They looked as if they could just look for them if there was anything and they were just passers-by. They instinctively felt the danger. If they still stood at the back at this time, they wouldn't even know when they would suffer. It was better to hide far away. When the three magnates saw this, their faces turned even uglier. This also let them know that if they didn't give the slaughter sect a good beating, then they would completely lose face today. A must-read bookstore. Looks like you guys don't intend to keep it. Then we can only do it ourselves. Luo Yi was exceptionally bold. Since the three magnates dared to come today, then he would dare to make a move. Swoosh! Heaven and earth suddenly turned dark. Their vision became blurry. The wind swept away the clouds, coming fiercely. It turned out that at this moment, the formation enveloped them. The formation was naturally set up by the king of 10,000 demons. Once the formation descended, they felt a terrifying sense of danger. The three magnates were the same. They didn't expect Luo Yi to make a move just like that. It didn't develop according to their expectations at all. This meant that he didn't take them seriously. He wanted to completely annihilate them here. Kill them for me. No matter what happens today, make the Slaughter sect disappear from existence. Annihilate the Slaughter sect and everyone will be rewarded handsomely. The voices of the three magnates reverberated. They directly took out their treasures and turned them into rays of light. It seemed like they wanted to blast the dark clouds away. But in the end, it was useless. Instead, more and more dark clouds appeared. In an instant, this area turned into a place covered in dark clouds. At the same time, those passers-by who retreated all sucked in a breath of cold air. In the blink of an eye, they all ran away. No one stayed at all. As for those who went up to help, it was even more so. No one was a fool. Everyone could see that the Slaughter sect wasn't what it used to be. It wasn't the Slaughter sect that they had imagined. Just look at the three magnates. If they didn't handle it well, they might suffer a huge loss this time. In fact, that was really what happened. Half a day later, the three magnates escaped in a sorry state. Other than them, no one else followed them out. In other words, all the subordinates that came with them were all killed here. But the dark clouds didn't disappear. They just kept enveloping the sky above this area. This news was also spread as soon as possible. After everyone heard the news, they were dumbfounded. They didn't dare to believe that the three magnates actually suffered a huge loss. Even the experts that were sent out were completely wiped out. Now, their impression of the Slaughter sect became even higher and more unfathomable. This also made many people rush over to join the Slaughter sect. Even the three magnates weren't a match for them. Didn't that mean that this area of 10 million kilometers would soon be the Slaughter sect's territory? If they joined now, they might be able to drink some soup. Master, why did you let those three guys go? You might as well kill them all. This formation was naturally set up by the king of 10,000 demons. He was also the one who controlled it. He more or less didn't understand why he let those three magnates go. This is called expanding influence. Do you understand? If we kill them, our influence will be reduced by a lot. If we let them go back alive, then it'll be different. Everyone will know about our Slaughter sect. Do you know that your brain is a little stupid? Letting those three magnates go was indeed different for Lin Fei. His honor value also increased. The thing that increased the fastest was his hatred value. Obviously, those three magnates hated him a lot. Chapter 48:10. After the three big shots left in a sorry state, the Slaughter sect lost their limelight for a while. It was unknown how many people wanted to join the Slaughter sect. More news came out. Everyone in the Slaughter sect had learned a powerful martial technique. As for what kind of martial technique it was, no one knew. In any case, joining the Slaughter sect would naturally increase his strength. Even if it was the heavenly god realm, he would be able to break through sooner or later. He might even have a chance to break through to the war god realm in the future. This made the Slaughter sect a place that all the demonic path experts in the surrounding area yearned to go to. In the nearest city, a man and a woman were sitting in a private room of a restaurant. The man was handsome. The woman was holy and beautiful. Behind them stood two guards. These two guards were quite strong. They were actually 9 stars heavenly gods. At first glance, he indeed looked like a 9 stars celestial god. However, when he looked at them a second time, he felt that they were no longer 9 stars heavenly gods. Instead, he was hiding his strength. What do you think about this slaughter sect? The one who spoke was the handsome young man with an imposing appearance. One look was enough to tell that he came from a big family. Or they might have come from a large sect. This slaughter sect is indeed interesting. Who would have thought that those 3 fellows would all suffer at the hands of the slaughter sect? I'm afraid the slaughter sect is preparing to cast a long line to catch a big fish. Perhaps before long, this 10-million-mile territory will be replaced by a new person. Sitting opposite him was a woman in a palace dress. She was very young, very beautiful, and also very noble. Then let's pay a visit and see if we can recruit them. If there is such a force, then we will have a certain degree of influence. After all, there are a total of 108 mountains in the Netherworld mountain range. This slaughter sect is indeed worth roping in. After all, those 3 guys are too high. This slaughter sect is different. With our support, they will be able to take over this place with even more justification. The man and the woman laughed, then stood up and left the room. Ever since the 3 powerhouses left, Lin Fei had been accumulating more and more honor points. After all, it was unknown how many people wanted to join the slaughter sect in the surrounding 10 million kilometers. As for those who wanted to join, Lin Fei only picked out some of the elites. As for the rest, he didn't want them at all. Even so, many people acknowledged the slaughter sect and wanted to join it no matter what. That way, he would have prestige and status. The number of slaughter sect's disciples also rapidly increased. In just half a year's time, the slaughter sect's disciples had broken through the 10,000 mark. 10,000 slaughter sect disciples was not a lot, it could be said to be very insignificant. But the strength of these 10,000 slaughter sect disciples was not ordinary. If anyone underestimated the slaughter sect disciples, they would definitely suffer a great loss. As long as I wait a little longer, this infinite divine body will be able to break through to the next stage. The massive increase in honor points, no, it should be a massive increase. For Lin Fei, upgrading his infinite divine body was just around the corner. For Lin Fei, every increase in level was a huge gain. That was the guarantee of his life. The more levels the infinite divine body broke through, the stronger his physical body would be. At that time, he would not need the combat power of 3,000 great Daoists, it would naturally become terrifying. Calculating the time, Lin Fei felt that it was about time. Alright. After the 3 giants escaped, there was no more movement. For the slaughter sect, their influence instantly increased. Within the entire 10 million kilometers, there was no one who did not know about the slaughter sect. There were even some sects who personally sent congratulatory gifts. The meaning behind their words was very clear and simple. That was, no matter what, don't attack their sections. They recognized the slaughter sect and recognized the slaughter sect as the boss. As for the 3 giants, they stood aside for the time being. With so much time, Lin Fei naturally prepared to take action and get rid of the 3 big shots in one go. Only in this way could he become a mountain in the Hades mountain range. Of course, Lin Fei knew that there were a total of 108 mountains in the Hades mountain range. Each mountain controlled an area of 10 million kilometers. Once the 108 mountains were formed, its influence would slowly spread to the surroundings. That way, he would be able to obtain enough honor points. There was nothing more tempting than honor points for Lin Fei. There's the aura of a fake war god. Lin Fei did not show himself many times. He was usually in his small courtyard. Just now, Lin Fei actually sensed the aura of a fake war god. This aura was very obscure and couldn't be detected immediately. Only Lin Fei was strong, so he could feel a slight change. A pseudo-god of war had actually appeared in his territory. No, it should be 2 fake war gods. This was relatively rare. Lin Fei's first thought was that it couldn't have been invited by the 3 magnates. Then, he thought that it was unlikely. If they could become fake war gods, they wouldn't be sneaking around like this. Instead, he had come in broad daylight. The bigger the commotion, the better. They wanted him to run away and surrender without a fight. However, the aura of the two in front of him was different. Lin Fei wasn't prepared to make a move. He wanted to observe the situation first. Not long later, Luo Yi entered. Now, Luo Yi could be considered a representative of the massacre sect. The moment he entered, he said respectfully. Just now, someone came. It was a male and female disciple from a big sect. They said that they want to meet our sect leader. From what I heard, it seems like they are interested in our massacre sect and want to cooperate with us. I can't make a decision on this, so I can only look for sect leader. I hope sect leader can make a decision. Disciples from a big sect. Information about many big sects appeared in Lin Fei's mind. It seems like they feel that our massacre sect has potential. Lin Fei frowned slightly. He decided to meet this man and woman first. He wanted to see what they wanted to do. After all, the massacre sect was quite impressive now. It didn't have much influence. 108 mountains weren't just a small part of it. Such an area of 10 million kilometers was only a small part of it. For example, some large mountains could swallow 7 or 8 or even 10 mountains that were 10 million kilometers in size in one go. Naturally, their influence would be bigger and bigger. He was just at the start and had a long way to go. Naturally, Lin Fei decided to take a look at the other party. If they could talk, then they should have a good talk. After all, he wanted to gain glory points. Naturally, he had to increase the influence of the massacre sect. Chapter 48:11. Inside the main hall of the slaughter sect. A man and a woman were sitting there. They had been observing the slaughter sect ever since they came in. With one look, they were able to see something. This slaughter sect was indeed different. It was very different from what they had imagined. One of the guards behind him said in a low voice. Seems like the rumor is true. The disciples of the slaughter sect all practice the same martial skill. This martial skill should be able to increase their strength quickly. It's quite incredible. If this continues, as long as the slaughter sect keeps expanding and annexing other forces, the strength of the disciples of the slaughter sect will become stronger and stronger. I can't imagine what the future will be like. They have great potential. As soon as the guard said this, the expressions of the man and woman changed quite a bit. Their eyes were also filled with excitement. This proved that coming here was not a mistake. This slaughter sect was indeed worth this trip. The rest was up to them. If you want to obtain the skill, it shouldn't be possible. This kind of skill should be separated, one layer after the other. Unless you meet certain conditions, you can only practice the next layer. Otherwise, it's very difficult. The other guard added. But no matter what, this was excellent news for the two of them. It was no wonder that 7-Star was able to come up with such a method even though he already had one foot in the grave. If there was no accident, he should have obtained a powerful cultivation technique from somewhere. As for whether or not this skill has any side effects, no one knew. But no matter what, the current slaughter sect did have the qualifications to do so. That 7-Star is here. The young man suddenly said. He turned around and looked at the door. The woman in the palace dress was the same. Just as they turned their heads, they saw an old man walking in. He didn't seem panicked at all. Lin Fei was obviously old when he pretended to be 7-Star. However, he was still very lifelike. People who weren't familiar with him wouldn't be able to tell the real one apart. Lin Fei saw the man and woman as soon as he walked in. Of course, he also saw the guards behind them. This proved that these two guards were pseudo-war god level experts. To be able to pretend to be war god level experts when they were outside, they must have quite a background. Lin Fei's eyes flashed and he walked to the front. He sat down on his seat. He looked up at the two of them. Young masters and young mistresses, you've come all the way to a small place like mine. What a rare visitor. The two of them were not considered strong. They were only 10 stars heavenly gods. Of course, this kind of potential was already very good. Coupled with the fake war god behind him, it was easy to imagine how powerful the faction behind him was. At the very least, there are quite a few war god level fighters. He did not want to say too much. 3 or 5. Such a sect was already very powerful. Big Dipper Gate Master, it seems like you're very different from the rumors. Then, we've come to the right place. I wonder if you're interested in listening to us? The woman in palace attire spoke first. I'm White Peony from the Immortal Demon sect. After the woman in the palace dress finished speaking, the young man on the other side also spoke. Iyun Chinese, I'm Cheng Yuan from Immortal Demon sect. Immortal Demon sect. Of course, Lin Fei had heard of it. This was a big sect in the Hades mountain. It could be ranked as a first-rate sect. They had more than 10 war god level fighters. The strongest one was said to be an 8-star war god. Although they were still quite a distance away from peak-level war gods, they could be considered as top-tier powerful. Lin Fei did not expect the Immortal Demon sect to come. Indeed, this surprised him. But no matter what, it was different now that a disciple of the Immortal Demon sect had come. The Immortal Demon sect is famous. To have 2 disciples in a row, this small place of mine has become glorious. If you have anything to say, just say it. I'm a person who is quite easy to talk to. Lin Fei's word surprised White Peony and Cheng Yuan. In their impression, this Big Dipper Gate Master was not that easy to talk to. He seemed to be very low-key. As expected, he was a little different. They did not see a trace of death chi on this Big Dipper. This proved that this Big Dipper Gate Master had mastered some method. Maybe he could even become a war god. If he could become a war god level fighter, then it would be different. He had quite a lot of potential. No wonder he dared to make such a big commotion. Then I wonder if the Big Dipper Gate Master is interested in cooperating with us? It's not that easy for you to expand your territory. For example, those 3 big shots all have backers behind them. If we participate, then those 3 big shots will stand aside. You can then easily control this area and become a mountain. In other words, you will be one of the 108 kings. White Peony said. There are not many opportunities like this. We have found so many kings, but only you, the Big Dipper Gate Master, is qualified. We really don't care about the others. Cheng Yuan also said, if you can cooperate with us, it will only be good for you. The 3 words Immortal Demon sect represented an enormous influence. Indeed, it was useful everywhere. A first-rate sect with a war god level fighter, and an 8-star war god at that. Naturally, it was different. The number of 8-star war gods in the entire great world of immortals could be counted on one's fingers. Every 3 realms, there would be a life and death situation. Therefore, every breakthrough was extremely difficult. There was a threshold between a 3-star war god and a 6-star war god. There were many people stuck at these 2 thresholds. The 2 of you came all the way here just to talk about this. If that's the case, I can give you an answer when the time comes. It's useless to just talk. What I want to see is absolute benefits. Only then will I have an idea. Otherwise, it's useless no matter how much I talk. What do the 2 of you think? How could Lin Fei believe a few words? If there were no benefits, then so be it. Lin Fei really wouldn't participate. He also understood this. The 2 disciples of the Immortal Demon sect probably wanted to gain his influence. That's why they came down to find some powerful kings. 108 kings weren't too many, but they weren't too few either. Every one of them was a trap. Naturally, many people had their eyes on them. His slaughter sect was considered a rising star, so it was normal for others to have their eyes on them. Bai Peony and Cheng Yuan looked at each other. They weren't surprised at all. If it was just a matter of a few words, it naturally wouldn't be enough to satisfy the Big Dipper sect master. If the Big Dipper sect master wants to see benefits, the easiest way is to find those 3 big shots and have them give up this 10 million kilometer area. I don't know if it's done. Chapter 48:12. This was the only thing they could offer. After all, the background of those 3 big shots wasn't simple. Asking them to give up this area was still quite a bit of pressure for them. For them to say this, it could be said that they thought very highly of this Big Dipper Gate Master. Ordinary people really didn't have this kind of qualifications. Bai Mudan and Cheng Yuan came this time because they saw the potential of the slaughter sect. Especially after hearing the 2 guards' words, they became even more clear about the importance of the slaughter sect. No matter what, they had to recruit them. This way, it was equivalent to having a force in their hands. As for when this force could develop, it was up to the Big Dipper Gate Master himself. The only thing they could do was secretly exert their strength. He believed that with their support in the dark, the slaughter sect's strength would rise faster than expected. Ha ha ha, is this the benefit you were talking about? It's really useless to me. You think too highly of yourselves. It's just those 3 big shots, I can easily destroy them. Even if you didn't say anything, this area will be my world sooner or later. Lin Fei laughed loudly. How could he believe these people from the Immortal Demon sect just because of a few words? To him, taking down this 10 million kilometer area wasn't a difficult matter, even if they had a backer behind them. A backer wouldn't casually make a move. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a mess? At most, they would add fuel to the fire. This was something that Lin Fei could see very clearly. Bai Mudan and Cheng Yuan's expressions changed slightly. It seemed that this Big Dipper Gate Master wasn't that easy to trick. They really wanted to trick him just now. They didn't expect that they would be exposed so quickly. However, their expressions were quite normal, without any awkwardness. Bai Mudan smiled. Then I don't know what your so-called benefit is. Let me hear it. Let's see if we can satisfy you or not. Since their words couldn't satisfy this Big Dipper Gate Master, then they would change the method and let the Big Dipper Gate Master speak. Actually, the benefits I want are quite simple. I don't have any ulterior motives. I just want to live longer. Therefore, it's not difficult for me to stand on your side. As long as you give me the 10 million kilometers next door, I will naturally treat you differently. My request isn't too difficult, right? This time, it was finally the 2's turn to change their expressions. The situation was completely different from what they had imagined. Bai Mudan and Cheng Yuan both stood up. This was obviously making things difficult for them. The surrounding kings, who were tens of millions of kilometers away, were not so easy to talk to. All of them were proud and arrogant. It was impossible for them to give up this 20 million kilometer area. Big Dipper Gate Master, don't you think this kind of request is too difficult? Do you think we can do it? Lin Fei laughed again. My request is really not high. It seems that you can't complete it, so I'll have to do it myself. I still have things to do, so I won't send you off. They could not come to an agreement. Naturally, Lin Fei would not talk to the 2 of them anymore. He turned around and left. Bai Mudan and Cheng Yuan were not lightly angered. This was the first time they had come here, and they had actually been given the cold shoulder. They hadn't come to an agreement at all, and were instead ignored by the other party. In any case, they were also people of the Immortal Demon sect. The 2 looked at each other again, then turned around and left the slaughter sect. When they arrived outside, both of their faces were filled with anger. After all, this was the first time they had been rejected. Moreover, they were people of the Immortal Demon sect. If this spread outside, they would be laughed at. This Big Dipper is too much. He actually wants us to give up the territory of tens of millions of kilometers away to him. Who does he think he is? If he has the ability, he won't be afraid of eating too much. Bai Mudan was extremely angry, but she couldn't do anything to this guy. Junior sister Bai, don't be angry. It's not worthwhile to be angry with this kind of person. Since he doesn't acknowledge us, let's just watch a good show. With the temper of those three big shots, I reckon that sooner or later they will make a move. Cheng Yuan was the same. They had originally wanted to let the Slaughter sect join them, but they hadn't expected it to turn out like this. They definitely had some hatred towards this Big Dipper Gate Master. In that case, they had to let the Big Dipper Gate Master suffer a bit. At that time, when they appeared again, the Big Dipper Gate Master would naturally shed tears of gratitude. He would then easily join their hands. This could also be considered as the next thing they could do. Therefore, they decided to stay in the vicinity for a while. If nothing unexpected happened, there would be a new movement very soon. Gate Master, these two disciples of the Immortal Demon sect should be looking for their own strength. They should also be very ambitious. I heard that the competition between the heavens-prided geniuses of the first-rate forces is very intense. Luo Yi had watched from the beginning to the end. He didn't really care about the two disciples of the Immortal Demon sect. Of course, if it wasn't for the fact that their guards were strong enough, Luo Yi would have already driven them out. What's so good about relying on the strength of the Immortal Demon sect? If they had the ability, then they could fight alone. They are indeed very different. I think that the heavens-prided geniuses of the Yuming mountain range are all like this. Since the people of the Immortal Demon sect have come, then other heavens-prided geniuses will also come. It seems that our Slaughter sect is going to be very lively. Lin Fei also smiled. Luo Yi said. Then what should we do next? We can't let those heavens-prided geniuses come to visit us one by one. We can just directly hang a sign on the door saying that the Slaughter sect will be in seclusion for a period of time. All the disciples of the Slaughter sect are forbidden from going out, and we won't receive any visitors. Luo Yi was dumbfounded when he heard this. This could also be done. But when he thought about it again, it didn't seem to be a difficult matter. They could just hang a sign to let everyone know. But this way, they would offend those heavens-prided geniuses. Your confidence is still not enough. After your strength increases, you will naturally have confidence. Even if they are heavens-prided geniuses, they won't dare to do anything in a short period of time if they really have any ideas about our Big Dipper sect. Lin Fei really didn't care about them. Soon, there was a big sign outside the Slaughter sect. Visitors declined. Big Dipper sect closed door. These were very simple words. But to many people, it was filled with a special meaning. At least in the eyes of Bai Peony and Cheng Yuan, this Big Dipper sect was a little different. What was this Big Dipper sect leader planning to do? Could it be that he planned to offend all the heavens-prided geniuses in one go? Or was he accumulating power and waiting to act? Was he preparing to take over the ownership of the 10 million kilometers in one go? Chapter 48:13. It was true that the three magnates harbored great hatred towards the Slaughter Gate. After they returned, they didn't do anything, but in reality, they all went to find their backers. They're just strong, what's there to be afraid of? Finding a few experts to completely flatten your Slaughter sect was not a difficult matter. Why isn't there a king in this 10 million kilometer area? It's because the three giants can't do anything to each other. Therefore, the three giants discussed and decided to control this 10 million kilometer area together. That was the only way. The Slaughter sect popped up out of nowhere and there wasn't a clear winner. Since the Slaughter sect came to join in the fun, then this Big Dipper Gate leader should die. Let's wipe out the Slaughter sect first. This Big Dipper Gate leader was also dealt with. This 10 million kilometer area was still their own territory. In the meantime, they arranged for people to keep an eye on the Slaughter sect. Especially their every move. Whenever there's a big commotion, they would immediately take action. Until the Slaughter sect put out a sign. This surprised the three giants. Could the Big Dipper Gate be making a move again? Therefore, they wanted to completely wipe out the Slaughter sect even more. If they don't wipe out the Slaughter sect, they won't be able to sit still. Luckily, this day has finally arrived. After about a month, the three giants once again came to the Slaughter sect. Coming to the Slaughter sect this time, they had the advantage in numbers. It couldn't be compared to before. The three of them and a group of experts. Apart from this, they also brought 3 pseudo-war god level fighters. Bullying the weak? Of course that's bullying the weak. Who would say anything? The only thing they could say was that the Slaughter sect was unlucky to offend the three giants at once. Who didn't know that the three giants all had backers? Looks like the Slaughter sect won't be able to stop them this time. I heard that the Big Dipper Gate leader is quite strong, but he probably won't be their opponent. I thought there would be a big commotion in this area. At least we'll have a new leader. Who knew that the Slaughter sect still doesn't have that ability? There were many people who came to watch. Whether they were in the void or far away, they were all here to watch the Slaughter sect. As the saying goes, fish in troubled waters. They could also take advantage of the situation. This was something that many people loved to do. Meanwhile, in the void, Bai Peony and Cheng Yuan were also looking at the sect of massacres. Just as they had expected, the three giants had indeed come, and they had even brought experts with them. They could even sense pseudo-wargod level existences in here. With the help of the fake god of war, things would be different. At the very least, the Big Dipper Gate Master wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. They also realized one thing. If things went wrong, it might be their turn to make a move. The three big shots would more or less give the Immortal Demon sect some face. First-rate sects were no joke. If the three giants didn't have the support of their backers, they wouldn't be anything. They could destroy it with a wave of their hands. Do you think the Slaughter sect can block the three big shots this time? There really were 3 figures in the void. He stood with his hands behind his back. These 3 figures all had a domineering aura, as if they were the rulers of a region. If anyone knew him, they would definitely be able to guess it. They were the kings of the neighboring 10 million kilometers. They were purely here to watch the show. They also had big plans for this area. Unfortunately, he had never succeeded. Who would have thought that the Slaughter sect would suddenly appear? Right now, this Slaughter sect was about to be surrounded. Therefore, they purposely came to watch the show. Even the 3 big shots invited experts. It could be seen that the Slaughter sect's influence wasn't low, and their fighting strength was exceptionally strong. Especially when they heard that the Big Dipper Gate leader was different. He already had half a foot in the coffin, but he actually made a move. Therefore, they naturally came to watch. This was also a way of preparing for a rainy day. First, they had to understand the situation. If the 3 big shots lost, something like this was very likely to happen. After all, nobody could guarantee probability. Even now, they couldn't see through this Big Dipper Gate leader. At this time, they didn't see any outsiders. They also heard that a lot of experts from the Immortal Demon sect and many geniuses came to visit, but they were all rejected. If they didn't come to take a look, they would feel uneasy. If their neighbor became stronger, it wouldn't be a good thing for them. If nothing unexpected happens, they definitely won't be their opponent. The only one who has a good show is this Big Dipper Gate leader. If the Big Dipper Gate leader can break through to the pseudo-war god level, then he might have a chance of survival. Otherwise, the Slaughter sect will be completely wiped out today. The 3 of them were all pseudo-war god level experts, so they naturally knew that the 3 big shots invited pseudo-war god level experts. Although they didn't know how strong they would definitely be able to crush anyone below the heavenly god level. The 3 big shots arrived at the Slaughter sect's entrance with proud smiles on their faces. This time, the Slaughter sect definitely won't be able to walk away unscathed. Big Dipper Gate Leader, we're here again. What else can you do this time? Why don't you come out and have a good talk? If you don't come out today, then there's no need for your Slaughter sect to exist anymore. Last time, we didn't see through you, but this time, it won't be so easy. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to think about it. If you don't come out, then we'll make our move. The experts of your Slaughter sect really can't withstand a single blow. The 3 big shots were full of confidence at this time. If the Big Dipper Gate Leader comes out, then maybe they could still have a talk. No matter what, they had to take in the Slaughter sect. They also heard about this powerful martial art. If they could get their hands on it, then that would be for the best. It would allow the forces behind them to become even stronger. If the Big Dipper Gate Leader doesn't know what's good for him, then they'll completely cripple him today. Then they'll get rid of this trouble. After all, there were so many people watching today. No matter what, a winner has to be decided. As for which side the scales of victory and defeat are leaning towards, of course it's towards the 3 big shots. 3 pseudo-war god level experts aren't a joke. 3 great heads, you seem to be quite free to come here again. It seems that the lesson last time wasn't enough. Then, this time, I can only exterminate you and end all troubles once and for all. While I'm at it, I also want to let everyone know that this 10 million kilometer territory belongs to my Slaughter sect from now on. A figure walked out unhurriedly. Who else could it be other than the Big Dipper Gate Leader? However, his words were a bit arrogant and overbearing. Chapter 48:14. No one would have thought that the Big Dipper Gate's Gate Master would actually say such words. He didn't take the 3 giants seriously at all. He didn't take the fake war gods seriously either. He didn't take the others seriously at all. Everyone knew that a good show was about to begin. The 3 giants definitely wouldn't let this go. It was obvious that the battle was about to begin. No matter who it was, they all thought that the Slaughter sect master wouldn't be able to escape this time. They didn't believe that the Big Dipper sect master had become a fake war god. Even if he did, so what? Would he be able to beat the pseudo-war god experts invited by the 3 magnates? That was just wishful thinking. One could imagine what the result would be. The 3 giants didn't think that the Big Dipper sect master would say something like that at this time. They were ready to fight. It seems like the Big Dipper sect master has made his decision. Since that's the case, we will fulfill your wish. One of the giants said coldly and prepared to make his move. The other 2 giants did the same. Of course, the fake war god that they invited also looked at the Big Dipper sect master. Before we make our move, I think there's something I need to make clear to you guys. Otherwise, you'll lose your lives. After all, you guys are at the top. Lin Fei said calmly. The 3 tycoons waved their hands, signaling the people behind them to stop. They wanted to hear what the Big Dipper sect master had to say at this time. Could it be that he was going to surrender? If that was the case, then it would be great. They might actually spare the Big Dipper sect master's life. As long as he handed over the mysterious technique, everything would be fine. A ball of light appeared in Lin Fei's palm. The moment this ball of light appeared, everyone felt a terrifying sense of danger. Even pseudo-war god level fighters were the same. They felt a great sense of danger from this ball of light. It seemed like as soon as this ball of light moved, they wouldn't be able to escape. Everyone present seemed to be unable to escape from this calamity. This kind of thinking was very absurd. But in reality, it was very impactful. Many people subconsciously took a step back because it was very likely that they would die in front of this light. There is a ray of light in my hand. This ray of light is one of my ultimate moves. In a moment, I will use my ultimate move. If any of you can withstand it, then my Slaughter sect will naturally disband and cease to exist. But if you lose your life, then I'm sorry, I can only say that you are too weak. This time, everyone's expression changed even more. Even the three giants were the same. They had more or less underestimated the Big Dipper Gate Master. Could this ball of light be able to kill them? Wasn't this looking down on them a little too much? Whoosh! The ball of light quickly flew out. It turned into a stream of light. This stream of light was like a long and narrow Milky Way. It swept out majestically. In front of this Milky Way, everyone felt suffocated. The three leaders were the first to bear the brunt of the attack. The starlight instantly pierced through their bodies. In the face of this ball of light, all attacks were useless. At the same time, these pseudo-war god level fighters began to emit layers of terrifying light. This was their final struggle before death. The light continuously resisted the attack of the stream of light. The bright light only lasted for a moment before it was extinguished. In the blink of an eye, the light disappeared. The two pseudo-war god level fighters were instantly killed. Then, it swept through the entire path. All the experts that were originally standing in front of the slaughter sect were instantly killed by this stream of light. Silence. At this time, the scene was unusually quiet. Even the sound of his breathing became very suppressed. No one thought that the three giants, including the fake war god level combatants, would be killed so easily. They had no ability to resist at all. The people who were close by could even feel the power of this beam of light. It was so close that it would have drowned them. Cold sweat dripped down drop by drop. Whether it's the people here or the people in the void, I have no malice towards anyone. I just want to live longer, that's all. If anyone still has any ideas, feel free to come out and I will send them on their way. If not, then from now on, this area belongs to my slaughter sect. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back and said calmly. Even if it was the three giants and the two war god level combatants, in front of Lin Fei, they were nothing. When he went all out, the power that erupted from the fusion of time and space instantly killed them. No objections, we have no objections. From now on, this area belongs to the slaughter sect. We agree. The three giants don't even have the ability to control this area. None of them dared to have any other thoughts. They immediately congratulated him. The three giants and the fake war god level combatants were all dead. It was obvious that this place belonged to the slaughter sect. Even the few kings in the depths of the void were the same. They were all deeply shocked by what they had just witnessed. They completely underestimated the power of this Big Dipper Gate Master. Even though they couldn't tell what level this guy was at, his attack just now already had the power to kill a fake war god level combatant. It was very likely that he was a one-star war god level combatant. A neighbor like this really wasn't a good neighbor. Instead, he seemed to be quite aggressive. They were even more glad that they made this trip. If it wasn't for this, they wouldn't have known the true strength of this Big Dipper Gate Master. Whoosh! The surrounding void collapsed in an instant. Layer after layer of power directly crushed their bodies, causing their blood and chi to churn. It wasn't easy for him to endure it, and he immediately slipped away without another word. They knew better than anyone else that this was definitely the Big Dipper Gate Master's attack. To be honest, they were extremely angry. He actually dared to attack the three of them at a time like this. However, they didn't have any thoughts of doing anything. Before figuring out the situation, the Big Dipper Gate Master could only watch and not do anything. Otherwise, they would be letting outsiders take advantage of them. In the blink of an eye, the three kings left extremely quickly and didn't stop at all. After killing the three giants, Lin Fei immediately led the slaughter sect's people towards the three giants' nest. They split into three groups. One group was Luo Yi Lu, the other group was the King of Thousand Demons, and he himself led a group. The three giant sects didn't expect their sect masters and experts to be killed in the blink of an eye. They were caught unprepared and didn't have the ability to resist at all. In half a day's time, the three sects were completely annihilated. In an instant, Lin Fei absorbed all the disciples into his body. In the blink of an eye. The Slaughter sect had over 100,000 disciples. Chapter 48:15. 3 fake war gods died, 3 giants died, and 3 sects were annihilated. The Slaughter sect had completely taken over this area, becoming one of the 108 kings. The news also quickly spread in the surrounding area, alarming countless forces. Everyone knew that the Slaughter sect had finally broken out of this place. Up until now, nobody really understood this Big Dipper Gate Master, they only knew that he was very strong. He killed 3 fake war gods by himself, so it was very likely that he was a real war god. Whether he was a 1-star war god or a 2-star war god, nobody knew. No matter who it was, this Big Dipper Gate Master wasn't easy to negotiate with. He did things very decisively, people like him were hard to deal with. After the Slaughter sect took over this area, they built many unique pagodas. Nobody knew what these pagodas were used for. Almost every place had one of these pagodas, covering the entire area. Luckily, there weren't many of them. There weren't many people who noticed it. They originally thought that this Big Dipper Gate Master would do something new, but after taking over this area, he didn't do anything else. On the contrary, the entire Slaughter sect maintained a rare silence. The neighbors next door also began to come to visit and send their congratulatory gifts. However, they didn't see the Big Dipper Gate Master, only a black-robed guy. This black-robed guy was emitting an evil aura. One look and you could tell that he wasn't easy to deal with. Nobody thought too much about it. The Big Dipper Gate Master didn't come out, so he was naturally breaking through. Because of this, everyone had a new view of the Big Dipper Gate. At least the Big Dipper Gate seemed to be thriving. Lin Fei really didn't go out much. To him, the commotion caused by taking over this territory was not small at all. His faith and honor points, in particular, were skyrocketing. Compared to before, it was many times faster. Of course, being the king of 108 wasn't that easy. An invisible pressure came along with it. The neighbors were like tigers watching their prey. After all, everyone was watching. Apart from that, there was also the backing of the 3 giants. After all, the 3 giants were supported by them. In other words, Lin Fei had offended 3 powers at once. If these 3 forces were to make a move, there would definitely be trouble. Compared to the rewards, Lin Fei really had nothing to fear. Successfully taking the first step was quite good for Lin Fei. Next, he had to take the second step. The second step was still a problem. Fortunately, Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. He wanted to collect some faith and honor points first. The infinite body was slowly being upgraded. Someone is coming in this direction. Good heavens, it's actually a true war god. It seems that the true forces of the Yuming Mountain have arrived. Pseudo-war gods were nothing in Lin Fei's eyes. But if a real god of war came, things would be different. This meant that the forces behind them valued the Slaughter sect. During this period of time, Lin Fei had also read through a lot of information about the Yuming Mountain. After taking down 3 sects, he naturally obtained a lot of information. This information also gave Lin Fei a better understanding of the Yuming Mountain range. If he wasn't mistaken, it should be the people from the Nether Palace. The Nether Palace was the strongest existence in the Yuming Mountain range. They were the top existence. The Nether Palace controlled the entire Yuming Mountain range because they had a top war god overseeing it. Anyone who tried to do anything to the Yuming Mountain range would have to face the war god's obstruction. That was why the demonic path forces could continue to live here. This top war god had paid a huge price. Naturally, the Nether Palace became a top existence. No matter what, they were still under the rule of the Nether Palace. Therefore, it was very likely that the war god of the Nether Palace was coming. After all, only the war god of the Nether Palace would be so arrogant. Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all. After the news spread, the Nether Palace would definitely come. This was because this area hadn't been integrated before. Now that he had integrated it, the people from the Nether Palace would definitely come to register. That would also mean that they would recognize his identity and status. However, he still needed to wait and see how they would recognize him. Not long after, two figures, one in front of the other, arrived at the slaughter gate. It was a middle-aged man and a young woman. Just like that, they arrived in front of the slaughter sect. Luo Yi, the vice sect master, was also here. You two are from the Nether Palace, right? Our sect master is already waiting for you inside. He even prepared tea to welcome you too. Luo Yi was also very proud of himself. After all, he was also a figure in the slaughter sect. Compared to the past, he was much more glorious. In his opinion, this was just the beginning. The slaughter sect would go further and further in the future. At this moment, Luo Yi didn't dare to be careless and was very respectful. He heard that they were from the Nether Palace. As a true demonic path expert, of course, he knew about the Nether Palace. It was a sacred place. Anyone who came out of that place could not be offended. Even if a small ant came out from there, he would still be a tyrant in the outside world. Your sect master seems to be quite fast. He knew that I was coming from so far away. I can meet your Big Dipper sect master. The middle-aged man laughed and walked inside. The young woman followed behind them. Lin Fei indeed prepared tea and waited for the arrival of the two from the Nether Palace. Not long later, the two came in one after the other. The first one was the middle-aged man. His eyes fell on Big Dipper, which was Lin Fei. This made the middle-aged man laugh. Big Dipper sect master is really strong. No wonder those three guys suffered so much. You really hid your strength. Lin Fei also laughed. I'm already a bag of old bones. It's lucky that I could break through. At least it's not bad now. You two must have worked hard. Quickly sit down and have a cup of tea. We can talk slowly. We have plenty of time. The middle-aged man and young woman sat down one after the other. After sipping a cup of tea, the atmosphere was quite peaceful. After a cup of tea, the middle-aged man put down the cup and said with a smile, I'm from the Nether Palace. I understand the situation here. Now, I'm here to tell you how to be 108 kings. I'm all ears. The level of this expert from the Nether Palace wasn't low. He was at least a 3-star war god. Quite strong. Lin Fei wanted to listen carefully. What kind of rules did these 108 kings have? Chapter 48:16. What the middle-aged man said wasn't a lot. On the contrary, it was very simple. Not just anyone could become one of the 108 kings. One needed to have some ability to do so. And among them, one had to pay tribute, a certain amount of resources every month. This wasn't a big requirement for Lin Fei, and it wasn't difficult at all. He already had an idea before. He definitely couldn't run away from this. Lin Fei was a little surprised by the few requests that came after that. The Netherworld Palace doesn't forbid anyone from competing with each other, even between neighbors. As long as you have the ability, you can naturally compete. The middle-aged man said faintly. And the most important thing is that as one of the 108 kings, you have to explore a devil area every 10 years. There are many devil areas in our Netherworld mountain. Lin Fei really hadn't heard of this. Perhaps it was because the people who got the information were too poor, so they didn't know about the devil area at all. It seemed that only the 108 kings in this devil area were qualified to do so. This is the map of the devil area in the Netherworld mountain. You can take a good look at it. All the areas marked in red have never been explored. As long as you explore the devil area and get a complete map, or bring out a certain number of silent devil weapons, the Netherworld Palace will give you a certain reward. The middle-aged man took out a map and handed it to Lin Fei. Lin Fei took it. This was an ancient map with a heavy sense of history. He opened it. He really saw the markings on it. The abyssal mountain range was really big, much bigger than what Zhao Fu had imagined. There were some places in the abyssal mountain range that had some demon areas. These devil areas were very unusual. According to the introduction, these devil areas were where some ancient forces were located. They were destroyed in the past, or for various reasons, they became devil areas. No one dared to enter them easily. After a long time, they became devil areas. They had to explore to know if there were treasures in them. These devil areas were very dangerous because there were some powerful demonic creatures living in them. These demonic creatures were invisible and colorless. It was also the most troublesome thing. Fortunately, these demonic creatures lived in these demonic areas and never came out. Otherwise, the Netherworld mountain range would have long been in chaos. Even war god level fighters don't dare to casually step into these demon areas. They had to form a team in order to have the ability to enter such a demonic area. After the middle-aged man introduced the situation of the Devil District, he left the Slaughter sect. Before he left, there was something that surprised Lin Fei. Now that you are in control of this place, you can give it a name. From now on, you are the king of this area. Lin Fei had never thought of a name. Big Dipper it is then. He didn't think too much about it and just gave it a random name. The middle-aged man said, "You are quite casual. From now on, you are the Big Dipper Demon King. In our Netherworld mountain range, the word Demon King is popular. When the name of Big Dipper Demon King spreads, you will have to undergo a half-a-year test. There will be some people who will come to challenge you. Only by defeating them will you be qualified to sit firmly on the position of Big Dipper Demon King. But you don't have to worry. You are not a war god level fighter yet. So those who come to deal with you will definitely not be a war god level fighter. You can be completely at ease about this." Just like that. The middle-aged man brought the young girl and left the Slaughter sect. Not long after, the news about Big Dipper Demon King spread. And this place was called Big Dipper Territory. It had an official label. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect another territory to be born. It's actually Big Dipper Territory. I wonder if anyone has the confidence to go and meet this Big Dipper Demon King. This is a good chance to reach the heavens in one step. Go, we must go. If we don't go this time, we will really miss the opportunity. Who knows when we will have such a good chance again. The news spread throughout the entire Hades mountain. After all, every time a territory appeared, it meant that something good had happened. That was a chance to reach the heavens in one step. As long as they defeated this Demon King, they would naturally be able to become the new Demon King. This was also a kind of benefit for the Hades Palace. Every time a Demon King territory appeared, there would naturally be a fierce battle that would last for half a year. No one knew how many experts would die during this period. But for the position of Demon King, everyone was absolutely willing. This was to obtain the approval of the Hades Palace. And with the approval of the Hades Palace, there was no need to go through any more tests. Every time a territory or a Demon King appeared, the scene would become extremely lively. Many figures were heading towards the Big Dipper territory. Even the neighbors were rubbing their palms in anticipation. After all, such opportunities were really rare. So they arranged for their experts to meet the Big Dipper Demon King. Lin Fei also received the news immediately. Indeed, all kinds of people were heading here. It seemed like he wouldn't have much free time in the next half a year. But this was also good. He could probably earn a lot of honor points in half a year. At that time, his infinite god physique would be able to break through again. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with such a good thing. So he arranged for Luo Yi to build a huge arena outside the entrance, using the mountain as the arena, directly flattening it. Lin Fei landed on the arena and waited for these experts to come. Now, he wasn't afraid of these experts. If they came one by one, he would be able to wipe them out completely. With the middle-aged man's words, Lin Fei also understood what he meant. If he wanted to stabilize his position, he would have to display thunderous methods. In other words, the more afraid he was, the more stable his position would be. In less than half a month, many experts had arrived outside the massacre gate. Outside the massacre gate, there were quite a number of experts. Each and every one of them was covered in dust. It looked like the Netherworld mountain range was quite big. The experts who came all looked at the Big Dipper Demon King. After all, in the entire Hades mountain, only those who obtained the approval of the Hades Palace were qualified to be called Demon King. The others weren't qualified to be called Demon King. This was also the rule of the Hades mountain. And the two words Demon King had great influence. Everyone was very interested in this Demon King. Now that a new Big Dipper Demon King had appeared, and in half a year's time, everyone was naturally prepared to meet him. Unfortunately, this Big Dipper Demon King was only a 10-star heavenly god expert. He wasn't a war god expert. Fortunately, pseudo-war god experts could still appear. Because they belonged to a realm that was neither high nor low. Naturally, they were qualified. Chapter 48:17. This is the North Star Demon King. He looks so old. I wonder how he became a Demon King. Who knows? Anyway, the three giants all fell. The three of them tried to restrain each other, but none of them succeeded. They were caught off guard by this North Star Demon King. I can guarantee that this guy won't last half a month, let alone half a year. He will lose for sure. Hee hee, North Star Demon King. Just because of this name, his old bones are already half a foot in the coffin. It's just the right time to send him on his way. The people who came over couldn't help but laugh when they saw the white-haired North Star Demon King. This was like having 1 foot in the coffin. This kind of person was the easiest to deal with. They liked this kind of person the most. After all, a young and frivolous Demon King wasn't easy to deal with. An old Demon King was the easiest to deal with. Half a year. He could also make the other party suffer a crushing defeat in a battle of attrition. At the same time, a flying ship came over. This flying ship was quite big, and it stopped right outside the slaughter gate. Quite a few people noticed it as well. However, they didn't pay much attention to it. After all, this was too normal. This guy below is the North Star Demon King. He ruined our plans. The owner of this ship was called Lei Yun. He was the force that supported one of the giants. This time, he specially came over to make the North Star Demon King suffer a great loss. Bei Haotian, do you see the North Star Demon King below? What you need to do is to kill him and take the position of Demon King. This way, you can become the leader of this area. With our support, it will be even easier to control this place. The one called Bei Haotian was a young man. This young man's eyes were red and white. They were very different. Only those who knew would know that this kind of eyes was considered a type of abnormal pupil. It possessed a terrifying mystique. I'm now a pseudo-war god level expert. I'm countless times stronger than him. When the time comes, I'll use my ultimate move to kill him. I won't give him any chance. Bei Haotian smiled coldly. Lei Yun was quite satisfied. He had absolute confidence in Bei Haotian and had absolute expectations for him to succeed. There's no need to go down now. Let that Big Dipper Demon King fight for a while first. Let him exhaust his energy and his condition. Only then can we kill him in one strike. Our demonic Tao doesn't need to pay attention to any methods. I believe that there will definitely be many people who use this method. Situations like this kept happening around him. Each of these figures had a powerful aura. At this moment, he was staring at the North Star Demon King as though he was a huge cake. It was as if they could take him down at any time. Lin Fei just sat quietly in the arena. Until now, no one had come down. Obviously, everyone was watching from here. All of you have come from afar. Are you just going to watch and not come down? You guys are quite interesting. Are you afraid that I will kill you with one strike? But you don't have to worry, I can kill you with one strike. I will definitely be able to kill you easily. There won't be too many thoughts, and there won't be too much pain. As soon as Lin Fei said this, everyone instantly became very angry. Everyone present was indeed watching. No one was willing to come down immediately. After all, everyone had heard that this guy was quite strong. One strike was enough to kill 3 giants and the fake god of war. As for whether he used a secret technique at that time, no one knew. Who didn't know that the North Star Demon King had 1 foot in the coffin previously and hadn't broken through his realm? Even now, it was the same. Therefore, everyone was wondering if they should wait and see first. After all, the other party had a big killer move. There were still a lot of people who could take advantage of it. But now that these words came out, it was a little hard for them to accept. This North Star Demon King looked down on them too much. Originally, they wanted to wait and see. Just because of these words, they had to let him see what was called powerful. Swoosh! A stream of light directly rushed to the arena. What a good North Star Demon King! Just because of these words, I have to let you see what is called a life-taking saber technique. As soon as this person came down, he instantly unleashed a series of domineering saber techniques. One saber after another brought along traces of blood wind. It was very powerful. Lin Fei raised his hand and a saber light slid across his opponent's neck. He was directly cut in half and fell on the arena. Lin Fei shook his head. Looks like your life-taking saber technique isn't life-taking. What a pity, it's too weak. This was an 8-star heavenly god killed with 1 strike just like that. Did everyone see that? I'm a person who never talks nonsense. I told him to leave easily, and I meant to leave easily. I killed him with 1 strike without any chance to struggle. What do you think? Do my words still count? Everyone present almost spat out a mouthful of blood. How could there be such a thick-skinned guy? That saber just now was indeed quite terrifying. This also caused the 8-star heavenly gods to completely give up. It wasn't that easy to take advantage of it. There was already an unlucky guy. Isn't it just a powerful saber technique? What's so great about that? Another expert immediately came down. This was a 9 stars heavenly god expert who also used a saber. His saber swung wide and wide, but it was also destroyed by Lin Fei with 1 strike. At this moment, everyone realized that this North Star Demon King was most likely most proficient in saber techniques. His saber technique was also very terrifying. Just look at these people who had been destroyed. In the blink of an eye, he had killed 2 experts. The more this happened, the angrier everyone felt. They really didn't believe that this guy could last for half a year. There weren't many things in the Yuming mountain range, but there were many demonic path experts. All of them wanted to sit on the throne of the Demon King. And so, a battle of attrition began just like that. From this moment on, Lin Fei was no longer idle. He kept killing these demonic path experts. First, it was 9 stars heavenly gods, then 10 stars heavenly gods. Most of them were 10 stars heavenly gods. There were also many people here who were studying how to crack saber techniques. Every time they felt that they had cracked it, they would go on stage, only to be killed as soon as they went on stage. This made everyone feel even more uncomfortable. Was this guy's saber technique so difficult to resist? It clearly looked very ordinary. Dozens of 10 stars heavenly gods had already died, let alone 9 stars heavenly gods. At this moment, everyone began to slow down. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Chapter 48:18. Over the past 3 months, countless demonic experts had died under Lin Fei's blade. No matter who went up, they were all killed by a single blade. Whether it was a 9 stars heavenly god or a 10 stars, none of them could withstand a single blade. From the beginning to the end, there were very few who could withstand the second blade. Even if they did, they would be killed by the second blade. So far, the most powerful person could only last until the third blade. He was a peak 10-star existence, only one step away from becoming a pseudo-god of war. This caused countless people to tremble in fear. This North Star Demon King was too terrifying. He was so old, but his strength was so powerful. It seemed that if there were no accidents, this guy should be able to secure the position of North Star Demon King. From now on, this place would be the North Star territory. He would become one of the 108 Demon Kings. Fewer and fewer people went up to fight. Without a certain level of strength, no one dared to go up. Even if there was someone, they would have to consider whether they could survive. This North Star Demon King was ruthless. One blade would mean life and death. Within 3 blades, he would definitely kill a demonic expert. If there are no accidents, no one will dare to come up. This North Star Demon King is too terrifying. That's right, that's right. We can't beat the North Star Demon King at all. This guy's strength is too deep. He clearly hasn't displayed the combat strength of a war god. I really don't know how strong this guy's foundation is. In such a situation, even if 10 stars heavenly gods are deployed, they probably won't be a match for this guy. Other than watching, there was nothing else these people could do. Even if some people were filled with hatred, they didn't dare to go up at this time. Because once they went up, they wouldn't be able to come down. The surroundings of this arena were filled with the smell of blood. Lin Fei just stood there quietly. In these 3 months, he had killed countless experts. Naturally, he had gained a lot of hatred. Of course, in comparison, he had gained more honor points. This kind of harvest was all within Lin Fei's expectations. After all, there were definitely many people who wanted the position of Demon King. Therefore, there were also many people who hated him. Of course, there were also many who admired him. He had finally gained a foothold in the Yuming mountain range. Now, those who could still make a move against him should be those top-notch geniuses. Up until now, no one had made a move. Lin Fei calculated. According to the situation, it should be about time for him to show himself. He couldn't let himself continue. Otherwise, his morale would only grow. It was getting harder and harder for those people to make a move. Don't think that the heavens chosen are all fools. A loud rumbling sound rang out. The sky was filled with lightning bolts. A young figure walked out from the thunderbolts. As soon as this person arrived, he appeared along with the lightning. Everyone felt the terrifying aura of danger, and some people cried out in alarm. Ah, finally a top-notch genius has arrived. I heard that a pseudo-war immortal ranked fighter can already kill a 1-star war god. I know this person, I think he's called Zhan Fengyun. I heard that it's the Zhan family from the 10 great families. This person was clad in black armor, and his momentum was ferocious. Wherever he passed, lightning would descend involuntarily. Everyone recognized him. It was the disciple of the Zhan family, Zhan Fengyun. Inside the Yuming mountain range, the 10 great families were also very influential. They also had war god-ranked fighters, and weren't any weaker than the super first-rate sections. Therefore, the super first-rate sects and the 10 great families were placed together. At this time, a disciple of the Zhan family actually came. This was a little unbelievable. Who would have thought that the Zhan family would also come? They were also eyeing this Demon King position. Perhaps this was even a form of training. North Dipper Demon King, I heard that you've already guarded for 3 months. Then let me see your true strength. There was a loud rumble. The sky was filled with lightning bolts that came crashing down. Every lightning bolt was filled with the aura of death. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. This lightning had reached the pseudo-wargod level. This kind of lightning was even more terrifying. It could completely destroy the physical body. For a genius like Zhan Fengyun, he had an advantage in battle. Many people didn't think that the North Dipper Demon King could handle it. Who didn't know that the North Dipper Demon King had 1 foot in the coffin? His physical body was extremely weak. It was impossible for him to take the lightning head-on. But in the next second, there was a loud rumbling sound. Similarly, the lightning bolts came crashing down, actually clashing with the opponent's lightning. The thunderbolts collided with each other, causing everyone to feel an immense pressure. There was a loud rumbling sound. Countless lightning arcs swam around. The surrounding people kept retreating. Because if they weren't careful, they would be struck by the lightning. Their bodies went numb, and they almost couldn't stand properly. In an instant, the surrounding hundreds of thousands of miles had turned into a treacherous land. Don't think that you're so great just because you have lightning. You're really nothing to me. Lin Fei laughed out loud. Don't forget that he had the great art of thunderclap. When this thing clashed with the opponent's lightning, he instantly had a huge advantage. Every single lightning bolt collapsed. In the blink of an eye, Zhan Fengyun was enveloped by the sky full of lightning bolts. This change caused the people watching in the dark to suck in a breath of cold air. They didn't expect the North Dipper Demon King to have such a move. They thought that he was a saber expert, but he actually had a technique like lightning. He really hid his strength well. At this moment, everyone was glad that they didn't act rashly. Zhan Fengyun, who was enveloped by the lightning bolts, suddenly turned into a ray of light that revolved around him. It actually blasted all the lightning bolts away. It turned Zhou Shun into a vacuum zone. Zhan Fengyun walked out. He pulled out a saber from his back. This saber flashed with lightning as it slashed down. This saber landed in front of Lin Fei. He was actually a close combat expert. This saber instantly turned into dozens of saber lights. These saber lights did not follow the rules. They were very strange and hard to defend against. Then you have the right to see my lightning saber technique. There was a loud rumbling sound. Wherever the saber technique passed, there would be lightning whizzing by. Most importantly, Zhan Fengyun's movement speed was shockingly fast. And these lightning bolts seemed to have been compressed, containing terrifying power. At this moment, everyone felt that this North Dipper Demon King was in great danger. Chapter 48:19. As expected of a disciple of the Zhan family. His attacks are different. I didn't expect him to be a close combat expert. I heard that his blade isn't an ordinary blade either. That's for sure. This Zhan Fengyun is ranked very high on the potential leaderboard. He'll definitely be a 5-star war god in the future. I heard that he's heavily protected by the Zhan family. There must be experts from the Zhan family protecting him nearby. I wonder if the North Star Demon King can handle it. It'll be tough for him. Previously, the methods that the North Star Demon King had displayed had indeed shocked everyone. They didn't expect him to have such a lightning technique. Who didn't know that lightning was known for destruction? It wasn't something that just anyone could master. Zhan Fengyun's speed was getting faster and faster. No one could see him anymore. Only the war gods in the dark could see Zhan Fengyun's movements. It was indeed terrifying. At such a young age, he had actually grasped the speed shift so quickly. If this continued, he would be able to master extreme speed. That would be truly terrifying. Your speed is pretty fast, and your blade technique is pretty fast. But there's nothing you can do to me. Lin Fei just stood there and didn't make any moves. Zhang Fengyun could feel the immense pressure from that single slash. That was because the power of the void was rushing towards him and bombarding his physical body. His opponent was able to pinpoint his position every single time. This made Zhang Fengyun extremely indignant. He had still underestimated the North Star Demon King. He had already slashed 30 times consecutively. Each slash could unleash dozens of attacks. In other words, he had unleashed hundreds of attacks in a short period of time. Close to 1,000 slashes. Under such circumstances, the Northern Dipper Demon King was actually fine. That was the most unbelievable thing about it. Even the two War God level experts who had been protecting Zhang Fengyun exchanged glances and shook their heads helplessly. This North Star Demon King really hid his strength well. We've really underestimated him. Young Master Fengyun shouldn't be able to defeat him. This guy has definitely surpassed the level of a one-star war god. I didn't expect him to have been suppressing his strength. The two war god level combatants could tell that the other party wasn't normal. Their young master wouldn't be a match for him even if he fought again. The other party was not enraged. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed like a warm-up exercise. The warm-up exercise is over. You can admit defeat now. Seeing that your potential isn't bad and that there are two war god level experts hiding in the dark, I'll spare your life. Lin Fei's words were light and airy. A ray of light flashed, and Zhang Fengyun, who was originally nowhere to be seen, appeared. He retreated countless steps. Far away from the arena. He was the only one who had survived Lin Yun's attack. This caused countless people to be secretly shocked. With today's defeat, I will definitely avenge myself in the future. Zhang Fengyun's voice came from afar, and then disappeared. This scene disappeared as quickly as it came, except for the arcs of light that were still flickering around them. It was hard to believe that Zhang Fengyun of the Zhang family was defeated just like that. I've just finished warming up. I don't know who's ready to go on stage. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Lin Feng smiled faintly at everyone. However, when this smile fell into everyone's eyes, it seemed to be filled with evil intentions. Even Zhang Fengyun of the Zhang family was no match for him. He was even chased away by you. How could they still have the guts? Even some of the hidden geniuses sucked in a cold breath. Their desire to defeat this North Star Demon King was much smaller now. But someone still appeared. Another figure walked out. I, Bei Haotian, want to have a good fight with you. Let's see who's the strongest. Bei Haotian, who had been looking for an opportunity, finally found it. This time, he had to defeat this North Star Demon King no matter what. He really had to thank Zhang Fengyun. His strength was indeed far from Zhang Fengyun's. But he was confident that if he fought now, he would definitely gain an advantage. Fixed body art. A bead instantly flew out. As soon as this bead appeared, it caused the void to be in a state of stillness. Following which, Bei Haotian's 10,000 swords came together, and he used his ultimate move. 10,000 swords return. This move was rather terrifying. He had turned his energy into flying swords, and when he used it, its power would increase exponentially. It turned into a huge wheel of swords, and it directly pierced down. Even the void became still at this moment. No one would be able to withstand this killer move in such a situation. Bei Haotian had calculated it correctly. At this moment, the North Star Demon King's strength would definitely be affected. This way, he would be able to injure him severely. As long as he could injure him severely, then he would be able to kill this North Star Demon King. There was a loud rumbling sound. This huge wheel of swords pressed down. Everyone thought that the North Star Demon King's body was about to be penetrated. Just at this short distance, it seemed to have formed an uncrossable gap. Bei Haotian's technique actually couldn't move forward anymore. It was forcefully blocked. There was a loud rumbling sound. The pearl was enveloped by a force, and it slowly flew towards Lin Fei. In the blink of an eye, it landed in his hands. Of course, this moment wasn't fast, but it happened in the blink of an eye. The treasure in Bei Haotian's hands landed in Lin Fei's hands just like that. You dare to take advantage of me with such strength? Even Zhan Fengyun couldn't do it, let alone you. There was a loud rumbling sound. A force directly crushed Bei Haotian's body. Kacha, kacha. Bei Haotian's body glowed brightly, and in the blink of an eye, it collapsed. Following that, Bei Haotian let out a tragic cry. Blood splattered all over the sky. Bei Haotian, whom they had regarded as the pride of the heavens, was turned into ashes just like that. Even the experts in the void didn't expect Bei Haotian to be killed by the North Star Demon King just like that. This was a true pride of the heavens, a pseudo-war god level expert. Seems like your strength can't even compare to Zhan Fengyun. What right do you have to be a pride of the heavens? You're too weak. If I didn't kill you, you would have been killed sooner or later. I'm just helping you out first. Lin Fei said plainly. A figure rushed out of the void, his anger soaring to the sky. North Star, what's the meaning of this? Chapter 48:20. After this figure flew out, everyone knew who it was. It was the sect expert behind Bei Haotian. They didn't expect him to be killed by this North Star Demon King even with the sect's experts watching. They had really lost a proud son of the heavens. However, compared to Zhan Fengyun, he was much weaker. At least Zhan Fengyun managed to hold out for a long time. Unlike Bei Haotian, who was directly killed by someone else. There was no harm without comparison. Zhan Haotian was really weak. Just like what North Star Demon King said, if he didn't die in his hands, he would have been killed by others sooner or later. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what I said just now? How dare he come with such strength? Even if I didn't kill him, someone else would. I'm just sending him on his way. If you can't stand it, do you want me to send you on your way too? You'll have a companion along the way. This expert was instantly enraged. He stared at North Star Demon King fiercely, the veins on his hands almost popping out. North Star Demon King, I'll remember what happened today. Let's wait and see. You'll regret it sooner or later. As soon as he said that, whoosh. The surrounding area was instantly enveloped by ice. Even the void was frozen. Following which, a resplendent ray of light slashed over. Followed by a groan. With a swoosh, it disappeared. Drop after drop of blood fell like flowers. An old man is indeed an old man. I didn't expect him to bring along a portable treasure. It's a pity I didn't kill you. The surrounding people all sucked in a breath of cold air. This North Star Demon King was too savage. They didn't expect him to dare to make a move. It seemed like that person was injured. Don't panic. It's fine. It's just that this person is too much. He's bullying the weak. I hate this kind of person the most. Lin Fei smiled faintly. This smile sent a chill down everyone's spine. This North Star Demon King really couldn't be defeated. In the next 3 months, no other genius dared to go on stage. Even if there were, they had absolute confidence in their strength. But once they went on stage, they were killed by Lin Fei on the spot. This time, everyone didn't have any more thoughts. Just like that. Half a year passed in a flash. Lin Fei's status as the Big Dipper Demon King would also be secured. This area became the Big Dipper territory. After Lin Fei became the Big Dipper Demon King, he became much more low profile. Just when everyone thought that the Big Dipper Demon King would have some sort of idea, however, there was no sound at all. It was as if they had ceased all activities. Some people said that the Big Dipper Demon King was panicking. After all, Lin Fei had offended many people this time around. All sorts of rumors started to spread, especially the neighbors who didn't mind letting everyone know about the North Dipper Demon King. Ha 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 ha, my infinite divine body has finally reached the 20th level. It wasn't easy, it really wasn't easy. Inside the slaughtering gate, Lin Fei had finally upgraded his infinite god body. After spending almost a year's time, he finally reached the 20th layer. At the 20th level, there was a huge difference. The 20th level wasn't that easy to break through. Lin Fei had been waiting for a long time. Fortunately, he had been accumulating honor points fast enough. His honor points were rising quickly. Lin Fei had advanced a few levels and directly broke through to the 20th level of the infinite god body. At this moment, Lin Fei's physical body became even stronger. One punch after another was thrown out, and the void was smashed apart. This was the purest form of power. Lin Fei also realized that every time the infinite god body broke through, his physical body would become stronger. Such a good thing was simply too satisfying. With such physical strength, even if Lin Fei didn't use the power of time and space, his combat strength would still be very strong. 2-star war god was a piece of cake. This wasn't enough, far from it. No matter what, he had to upgrade the infinite god body to the 30th level first. After all, the experts that Lin Fei met recently weren't very strong. There was nothing for him to worry about. On the other hand, there were quite a lot of people secretly watching him, but no one dared to make a move. After all, he was recognized by the Nether Palace as the Big Dipper Demon King. Basically, no one dared to make a move in his territory. Master, I just received a piece of good news. I guarantee that you will be very happy. After Lin Fei came out, the King of Demons came to report the situation. This guy was now an active member of the Collection of Faith Power. Other than the Collection of Faith Power, there was also the Resentment Prayer Beads. This guy was definitely an expert in this area. Lin Fei didn't care about this guy and let him do whatever he liked. He just had to control his movements a little. Lin Fei didn't want him to cause too much of a commotion. If that happened, he would really become everyone's enemy. That wouldn't be a good thing. Fortunately, the King of Demons was quite obedient. Although there was a commotion, it wasn't too big. He didn't expect to receive good news as soon as he came out. The King of Demons was full of smiles. Good news, I'd like to hear what good news you've gathered while I was away. No matter what good news it was, to Lin Fei, as long as it could improve his strength, it was the best news. After all, 500 years wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. If he wanted to improve his strength, he could only start from the honor value and the hatred value. No matter which aspect, it was best to improve both at the same time. That would be the best. When Master wasn't around, I arranged for many people to gather information. They found that the most special place in the Nether Mountain should be those demon areas. These demon areas have extremely heavy negative emotions. If there are no accidents, any demon area can let the main city harvest a lot of hatred. There is even a place that can harvest a lot of faith beads. This news was indeed good news for Lin Fei. It seemed that the King of Demons was quite attentive. As for the hatred value, Lin Fei's thoughts weren't that intense. However, the faith beads were worth it. When the infinite god body broke through to the 20th level, Lin Fei naturally felt that it was different. If he could improve it again, it couldn't be better. Therefore, he wanted to hear what kind of situation it was. Then tell me about this faith bead. Where can I obtain this faith bead? He didn't know much about the Nether Mountain, so there were some things he didn't know. The King of Demons was different. This guy had mastered a lot of small tricks. I heard that there is a holy land for cultivation in the Nether Mountain called the Land of Demon God. It is said that there are 99 levels. The higher the level, the more talent and potential one has. I heard that after reaching the 70th level, one can become a 9 stars war god in the future and become famous in the Nether Mountain.